Good evening. Welcome to Post Wrestling, everybody. I'm excited for the program that we're about to bring to y'all this month. But before we get to the show, I just wanted to share a few thoughts that have come to mind over the past week. For those of you that know, this past week was my vacation from the shoot job, which takes up so much time in my life. It was a time to celebrate my birthday, and I did receive a lot of kind words and comments and messages from a lot of the postmarks, so I appreciate that. I appreciate y'all so much. It was a time to connect with my nieces. My oldest is in the process of her first year in college, which is wild to me, because I remember when she was like this little amorphous blob of humanity that would spit up on my shirt while crying all night long. But it just goes to show you, man, life is crazy and wild and weird and wonderful and beautiful. And so I just wanted to start off this week's episode, or this month's episode, by giving y'all a little bit of wisdom, I guess, from somebody that's getting a little older. But that's not a bad thing. That's a blessing, y'all. I think when we look at the world, it seems so big and it seems so crazy and it seems so out of control. Like, what can we do in this world when our elected officials don't seem to have our back, when the price of eggs goes up and up every year, when there's wars all around the world and we want to stop it, but we can't do anything, man. We only individuals. And to that, I would say the advice that I would give you is the advice that I've received many times in my life. It's advice that I've even gotten from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and that is always forward. You are stronger than you know. You are smarter than you know. You are more resilient than you know. So keep going, keep moving, keep pushing, because things might not be working out the way you want them to at this very moment, but things can turn around so quickly in this lifetime. So I'm so excited to be able to be here another year, another spin around the sun, to talk with my brothers here on the program and to talk to you, the audience that we love and appreciate so much. So let's keep it moving, always forward. And remember, your life can take a lot of different paths. You can go down a lot of different roads, but don't ever blame anyone else for where your road takes you, because that's your own ass fault, my brothers and sisters. Ray, hit the music.
You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather. Host wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring, we invested in. Nubian kings and queens, we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.
And welcome to the NWA Podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the program all about getting color in the professional wrestling business. We are back and better than ever for the August edition of our podcast, ladies and gentlemen, the fastest trip in all of pro wrestling punditry. We are so excited to be back, and we've got a lot to talk about. So let's not waste any time. I, of course, am the Godfather Nate Milton, your favorite podcaster's favorite podcaster. Over 10 years in the game. Ain't a damn thing changed, ladies and gentlemen. And I am joined, of course, by the advocates. First off, let me introduce my right-hand man, a brother you all know, a brother you all love. He is the mayor pro tem of Los Angeles, California. He is a season ticket holder for the Lakers, the Clippers, and the Sparks. I don't know how he does it. Brother has too much time on his hands. And he was the third runner-up to be Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate. So, he lost out on that, but Kamala's loss is post-wrestling's gain. Let me bring him out to the stage, y'all. He is the angry intellectual. Some people call him Moderna Chris. Some people call him Mimosa Chris. I just call him my brother. Y'all give it up for the professor from Los Angeles, California, Chris Ely, a.k.a. Chris from L.A. Can we rock? What's up, Doc?
What is up, everybody? Hopefully, this will be the last time on this podcast we will say Kamala's loss ever.
So you don't want to put that into the universe.
Yeah. Well, we I think it's safe to say that the Nubian Wrestling Advocates endorses Kamala Harris. I will be addressing some haters before we end this show.
Yes, you and I had the same thought, Chris.
Right? Yeah, because it's just been an interesting month, not just in politics, but in wrestling. Right? We lost some soldiers the last month or so. We've had some upheaval as far as wrestler movement and like where the promotions are when it comes to black talent. MVP had some strays he threw out. We had this has been a crazy month, man. Like when I really sit down and think about it, this month has been, since we did the show the last time, this has been a crazy ass month, man. And I can't wait to dissect all of it.
Absolutely, my brother. This is going to be a very fun show. Before we bring out the next member of the team, we do want to send a shout out to a brother who is not here with us, at least not at this moment. I did talk to him earlier. He may jump in, later on in the program, but want to give a tip of the cap to the youngest in charge, our good brother Andrew Thompson, the nephew who is currently enjoying his birthday celebration. So the week began last week with my birthday, and then we ended this week with the nephew's birthday. So everything's coming up Nubian on these celebration streets, Chris. So salute to the nephew, right, the youngest in charge. You got about 2.5 more years, buddy, for that youngest in charge label starts feeling a little hypocritical, my boy. But we wish you nothing but the best, Andrew. Like we love that brother. We appreciate his contribution to the team. And like I said, he may join us today, but if not, man, enjoy your time with your friends and family, my man.
Yeah, happy birthday, Andrew. Enjoy your free time, man. We all need some. So
yes, we all do. Everybody needs some free time, Chris. Everybody except for this next brother that's coming to the state. He don't get no free time because he's still in the midst of the longest contract situation in the history of sports and entertainment. Y'all know this brother. He is the super producer on these streets. He got more hits out here than Dr. Luke with none of the allegations. I was going to start cussing on here. It's too early to start cussing, Chris. We just started the show, but I was going to say some words about Dr. Luke, who is a terrible individual. But this next brother is not a terrible individual. He is a wonderful individual. Some would say a whimsical individual, Chris. I don't know why I went with that adjective. But let's bring him to the stage. He is our brother and our friend, the super producer, Ray Williams, a.k.a. the Caitlin Clark of producers. Caitlin Dark, Ray on these streets. What's good, boy?
Not much. I like that word, that whimsical.
Whimsical Ray Williams.
Put that in my back pocket. But yeah, everything's going well. As you guys know, I'm a high school teacher, and so we actually have to report back tomorrow. So yeah, you talk about time off. It seems like the summer just went by like so fast. So yeah, no time off for me.
No days off for Ray Williams out here on these streets. But yeah, we are the crew for this month's edition of the show, unless the nephew pops in. But there's also one more member of the conversation tonight, and that's you, the postmarks, you, the audience. And there are several ways you can join us in this conversation. You can drop us a chat in the comments section. Comments are always welcome. And even more important than I won't say more important because you all are important. But there's levels to it, right? And if you want that speed pass, like all of the postmarks, all of the viewers, y'all all on this highway with us, we riding together. But if you want to cut the line and get to the front of traffic, hit that super chat button, because that puts you to the front of the line, lets you know that you can talk directly to me, Chris and Ray. Don't matter what you're talking about. There was a time a few episodes ago, we spent 15, 20 minutes talking about the Pitbull, Sergeant Craig Pittman of WCW fame. There was a time we talked about Melrose Place and Beverly Hills 90210 because of a super chat. So inside the world of wrestling, outside the world of wrestling, you got the dime, we got the time, ladies and gentlemen. So super chats are always welcome, but of course, regular comments welcome as well. A final little bit of housekeeping before we get to a packed show this month. Of course, Ray, Chris, and I are not just here representing the good people of Post Wrestling, but we are part of the Kings of Sport Network, and I've got two big announcements for the Kings of Sport Network. The first announcement involves the youngest in charge, Andrew Thompson. Now, the nephew and I have been planning a top secret podcast for a few months now, and nephew gave me the green light to announce it on this month's show. So tomorrow, August 19th, we'll be dropping the debut episode of Andrew Thompson Interviews. And basically what Andrew Thompson Interviews is, you can see the video version on the YouTube. You can see the transcripts of his interviews here at Post Wrestling. But Andrew Thompson Interviews, the podcast over at the Kings of Sport, will be basically the director's cut of Andrew's interviews, where he tells us a little bit about what was going on before he did the interview. Then we play the interview, and then afterwards he gives us a little bit more insight. So it's kind of like inside the wrestling journalist studio with the youngest in charge, Andrew Thompson. His first guest, the first interview, is former MLW champion and the leader of the Boomaier Fight Club, the suplex assassin himself, Alex Kane. So check out the episode. It's going to drop tomorrow morning, probably around 10 o'clock, depending on whoever wakes up and uploads it. But the Andrew Thompson Interviews is going to drop, and it's a great time. I listened to it because I was a part of it, but it's fun talking to the nephew and hearing his process behind interviewing these performers. And Alex Kane is a great dude, salt of the earth. And so if you want to learn more about the suplex assassin and his plans for the rest of 2024, check out Andrew Thompson Interviews, which drops tomorrow on the free feed for the Kings of Sport Network. So shout out to the nephew. I know he's been waiting on this for a little minute, and we're glad to get it popping for y'all. The second program involves Brent Chittenden, friend of the program. And, Brent Chittenden is a great man, a great podcast host. And this summer, it turns out Brent Chittenden was a great tour guide, because Brent Chittenden and I have a new limited series. That's how we're framing it, because that way we don't get ourselves locked into more than 4 episodes at a time. It's a limited series called Kung Fu Island. So basically the premise is Brent and I are going on a summer vacation, and at each stop along the vacation, we review a movie that is centered around a Kung Fu island. So our first episode is going to drop on the last weekend of August. I believe is that Labor Day, Ray? Labor Day weekend?
It should be next. Yeah, Labor Day. Well, Labor Day weekend is like immediately after August.
Yeah,
so
I always get those two mixed up.
2nd, yeah.
I always get those two mixed up because I'm always working regardless of which damn day it is.
August 31st.
Yeah, right.
So August 31st, we're going to be dropping the first episode of Kung Fu Island, which is a joint venture between the Kings of Sport and Brent and the crew over at True North Nerds. The first episode, Brent and I will be reviewing Black Dynamite by Michael Jai White. So if you've ever seen Black Dynamite, it is one of the greatest comedies of the past 20 years. If you haven't seen it, check it out, man. It's easily available on multiple platforms. You could probably even buy it for like $10 off of Amazon, like a physical copy.
So you're reviewing the movie.
So each episode of Kung Fu Island, Chris, like Britt and I are on a summer vacation, and we wind up on this mysterious island. And through the course of the island, we talk about these different movies. And we've got 4 movies for the first run of the show. The first movie is Black Dynamite with Michael Jai White. So it's a fun episode, man. Brent's really knowledgeable about films and everything. So it's a fun trip. So you can check it out on either one of our Patreons, patreon.com/the Kings of Sport or the True North Nerd Patreon. We're going to put out the first 15 minutes of Kung Fu Island for free. The first 15 minutes, Ray Williams, of Kung Fu Island is absolutely free. But you know, Ray, the game is to be sold and not told, brother. Indeed. So if you want to hear the rest of the episode, which I think ended up being like 90 minutes of me and Brent just having fun with Black Dynamite and the music and just the crazy action, and there's a scene where Richard Nixon gets into a Kung Fu fight with Black Dynamite. For all of the rest of that stuff, hit us up on the Patreon, man. We're trying to get more subscribers. We're trying to get up to 100 subscribers by the end of the summer, which is rapidly approaching. So, you know, if y'all got $5 to spare just to check it out, you know, it ain't a lifetime commitment. Just check us out for a month, see if you dig us. And if you do, stick around. If not, hey, we appreciate the $5. So that is everything going on with the Kings of Sport. Again, Andrew Thompson interviews debuts tomorrow on the Kings of Sport feed, and then Labor Day weekend. Y'all get ready. Pack your bags. Get your sunscreen out there, Ray Williams, because we taking a trip, brother, to Kung Fu Island. Yay. I can't wait for y'all to hear it.
Yeah. But Black Dynamite, I sell drugs to the community.
Yo, Black Dynamite is hilarious.
Right.
So many great little lines. Like I think one of my favorite scenes of Black Dynamite, and we talk about it on the episode, is when they're at it was Roscoe's Chili and Donuts, and then it turned into Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, and they like going through the conspiracy theory, and he's like, no, who was the Roman god of sleep? Asclepius. Wait a minute, Cold Kansas? Wait a minute, the Mars Candy Company is in Kansas.
Yeah.
What does Mars make? M&Ms. What do M&Ms do? They melt in your mouth. Oh my goodness, but not in your hand. Oh, y'all got to watch Black Dynamite, man. It is hilarious. Michael John White did his thing with that one. But yeah, me and Brent had a great time talking about it. And I'll give you one more little secret, y'all. Ooh. A member of the post-wrestling community joins us for episode 4 of Kung Fu Island. I'm not going to say who it is. Could it be Wei Ting? Could it be John Pollock? Could it be John Cena? K from Montreal? I don't know. You'll have to listen to find out, ladies and gentlemen. All right, that's enough. That's enough plugging and shilling. But really, for real though, we would appreciate it if y'all checked out all the other work we do, man. We got a lot of hardworking people. Again, Ray Williams and Chinyere Okafor just dropped a great episode of Spitting Blackfist, the SBF podcast, about a week or so ago. So yeah, we got a lot of things we're trying to do at the network, even though we're all starting to get busier and busier as the year goes on at our shoot jobs. But you know, we're gonna make it do what it do, y'all. Always forward, as a wise man said about 20 minutes ago. Now, Ray, you are in the nephew seat. You not only are the producer, you are the newsman tonight. So let's get it going. Let's start the August edition of the NWA podcast off with the first topic of the month, brother.
Well, of course, we got to start with the worldwide leader within professional wrestling, aka sports entertainment, and
Impact Wrestling.
Nah, not yet.
TNA
They've been around 20 years. They've been around. They that cockroach that's still staying alive. But I'm of course talking about WWE, and they did have a big show. I know it feels like 3 months ago that SummerSlam had just happened, but it just happened a couple weeks ago. And we're gonna go ahead and get to our review of WWE SummerSlam, look at the fallout that came from that, and go on and see what's happening with the WWE Bash at Berlin. Not Bash at the Beach, not the Great American Bash. They had a lot of bashes. The Bash at Berlin. So let's start with the OTC, the original, only true tribal chief, returning and helping Cody Rhodes successfully defend his WWE championship. So, fellas,
we took a second, Ray. Chris and I both took a second to acknowledge the true tribal chief, the original tribal chief, the only tribal chief. He showed up. I was gonna make an allusion to Deadpool, but I don't want to spoil it. If anybody has, have you seen Deadpool, Ray?
I have the newest one. Yes,
have you seen it, Chris?
Not yet, because I was
Ooh.
gonna see it, but then I had to go to Columbia and do a lot of packing the day before, so I'll see it probably.
Okay, so I'm not going to spoil anything. I will just say, like, there is a character in the film that says there's only one me, and there only ever will be. And that's what I'm saying about this man, Roman Reigns. There's only one tribal chief out here, and there only ever will be. Solo, you cool, dog. You running the Bloodline Goon Squad, as Chris would call you. But you're not this man, Roman Reigns. And I think, obviously, I didn't think there was a way that Devontae was going to lose at SummerSlam. But I think the biggest thing is the WWE finally did what they've wanted to do for like the last 5 years, Chris.
Yeah.
They finally arrived at the point where this man, Roman Reigns, much to the chagrin of people like Jermaine in Chicago. What's good, brother? Well, Roman Reigns finally is a universally beloved babyface. And it's cool. And I dig it. And yeah, I'm here for it. Like, honestly, the Bloodline story for me started to get a little stale post WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm.
But with this, we've got all these Bloodline members popping out the woodwork, man. And Roman coming back to take what is his, including the is it the Ulafala? Right, you're supposed to correct me if I'm wrong. Is it the Ulafala?
Are those the beads that he's wearing?
The lay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Ray ain't got no kind of help for me right now. Ray's probably doing something. Ray's like, I'm trying to produce, brother.
Sorry, I had to.
But is it the Ulafala?
Yes, the Ulafala. Yes.
Ulafala. Okay, I want to make sure I don't want to mess up nobody's culture on these streets. I got respect. I want to pronounce things the right way, unlike Nancy Mace.
Oh,
that's all I'm saying, brother. That's all I'm saying. It just takes a second to learn how to pronounce something correctly on these streets. But yeah, like the moment we got, I'm jumping ahead to SmackDown now this past Friday, where Roman finally gets the Ulafala back around his neck, and it's just like this moment of happiness before the Goon Squad takes it back from him. I think this is going to be a fun story, and we got to rope Jimmy back in, we got to rope Jay back in. Like it's going to be a fun ride, Chris. So I'm back in. I'm back in on these Bloodline shenanigans.
Yeah, I am too. I think I do argue with people sometimes because it's Roman Reigns is a bigger star wrestling wise than John Cena to me. I just never bought John Cena as a Rock or Stone Cold level, or even a racist Hogan level wrestler. I thought, like Cena, I thought he served his purpose, and I thought he was good for what the WWE had at the time. But there was something about Cena that always seemed forced.
Real quick, Chris. Speaking of forced, here's another forced plug. For those that want to hear more about John Cena, I believe, and I might be spoiling the surprise for our good brothers Braden and Davey over at Poison Rana, but the first episode of their John Cena-centric show, The Champ is Here, will be debuting soon. And the first two guests they had on the show were me and the nephew. So it was me, the nephew, and my two nephews, and we chopped it up talking about that man John Cena for a good 90 minutes, maybe 2 damn hours. Like we went for a little minute, just covering like the beginning, the early part of Cena's career. Yeah. So I think I'm with you though, Chris. Like there was a point where Cena started to get a little bit stale. Like I never, I'm gonna disrespect the dude's hustle because like my boy worked for it. But in terms of, there was a point where he wasn't connecting with a significant portion of their audience.
Yeah, I always look at Cena as a guy who could have been a way bigger star than WWE allowed him to be. And I think the difference between him and Roman Reigns is once they figured out they have to stop forcing Roman Reigns found his voice. And I think he did so because Roman Reigns does have a natural charisma about him, and I think that that's starting to show when he's not on SmackDown. It is a noticeable like difference. You do really feel him not being there. Yeah. it's really insane just to even think about, you know, like because he just brings something extra with him. I think with Roman and this bloodline storyline, the one criticism I'll give this is even when they beat him down on SmackDown, you just know that all those fools are going down to Roman, you know. Mm-hmm. It's not even like I could even suspend my disbelief a little bit. Much love to Jacob Fatu. Love the guy, but I mean, I just don't buy. None of them are at the level yet where I could buy them against Roman Reigns. And this is an issue that WWE is going to have to fix. Because Solo.
Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Yeah. We got a super chat, ladies and gentlemen. Throw it up, Ray.
All right.
So I think it's funny. This is coming from Will Chisholm. How Roman fans are mad nobody helped Roman. I'm like, you can't mess over the roster for 4 years and think, oh, he's a babyface, so we can help him.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Why would anybody help Roman at this point? Unless you're somebody like Cody, who already is engaged with the new bloodline. But like, if I am like the Street Profits, nah, bro, I ain't got nothing to do with that Playboy.
Right.
I'm actually gonna kick back against that a little bit.
Kick back, super kick back.
Well, just a little bit. Roman Reigns is that whole roster. Roman Reigns is that whole roster's meal ticket. So you got a reason to be defending that dude.
So you saying like in like real context, like in the meta context, somebody should be helping.
Storyline context as well. You know, the show is better with Roman Reigns there. You have incentive to defend that dude because if he wasn't there, your show ain't what it is.
They saying the ratings been dipping since Roman been gone. We get
yeah. Like you gotta, like I said, I'm all about critical thought, and you gotta think about it from a vantage point of how fat are our pockets, how much viewers are watching our segments when Roman isn't there versus when he is there.
Now just imagining. I'm imagining Pretty Deadly coming out to help Roman. And they're like, why is Pretty Deadly coming out here to help Roman Reigns? It's like, because we really want to boost up the 18 to 35 demographic.
Right. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I do think that's gonna like be kind of like in issue because like let's just the Goon Squad has been running amok on everybody, man, and nobody's been coming to save y'all. Roman Reigns did come to save y'all fools, so you would think that he'd have at least one friend that's like, yo, let me take a chair to the ring and scare these fools off, you know. But I'll get it. If you scared, say you scared.
Even his brothers, his cousins ain't trying to come out there and help him.
The cousins ain't trying to come in. It's like, you know, we'll see where this goes. But I do, again, Will, I understand your point. It's a point well taken, but I don't look at it quite the same way.
That is going to be a great moment, though. Like the eventual moment when we do get the original bloodline reunited.
Mm-hmm.
And Jimmy and Jay come out to help Roman. It'll be like the first time I remember. And again, man, I've been doing a lot of reminiscing this past week, Ray. I remember I was back in college. This would have been like 97. This would be like 97. And New Edition had just dropped the Home Again album.
Oh yeah,
the album when they all came back together, right? You wasn't out there on them New Edition streets back then, but for the longest time, New Edition was just Ralph Tresvant and Belle Biv DeVoe. Because Johnny was gone, Bobby was gone, and it was just Ralph, Ricky, Mike, and Ralph, Ricky, Mike, and
yeah.
All right,
Ronnie,
so Johnny, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike.
Bill.
Ricky Bell, yeah. So it's Ricky, Ralph, Ronnie.
Yeah,
Ronnie. I keep forgetting Ronnie. Ronnie DeVoe, who has his own real estate agency now. But anyway, getting back to this story, right? So I went to go see them in Boston. Because I went to school up outside of Boston. And I was so excited, Ray Williams, to go see New Edition, man. I've been rocking with them dudes since Candy Girl, Mr. Telephone Man, all them songs, Ray Williams. And when I got there, the only people that showed up was Johnny Gill, Ralph Tresvant, and Biv. Like, Bell and DeVoe didn't even show up. We knew Bobby probably wasn't going to show up. But fortunately, like a year or so later, I did see the whole New Edition together. But then that blew up again because they can't never stay together. But back to my original point, seeing the Bloodline reunited will be like seeing New Edition, all 6 members together on stage at the same time. Send some more super chats if you want to hear me talk about New Edition for like 20, 30 minutes, because I could do that. I could do that, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that's the thing. But and I will counter a little bit with what Chris is saying.
Okay, so you're gonna kick back on his kickback?
Yeah, a little bit. Like, so if you got a guy like LA Knight who's like, well, I'm a megastar. I've been waiting for you to get out of here, Roman. And now finally, the one time that I got a US title and that I'm actually leading the division, now you gotta come back. I don't care. As long as the bloodline ain't messing with me, I don't care about them. So I think
that's valid, Ray. That is valid.
Yep. Yeah, it's valid. The only thing I'd say to that is no one on that roster is Roman Reigns has already got you all. He's on another stratosphere.
Yeah,
compared to the rest of you.
Like everybody other than Cody, y'all is just afterthoughts.
Yeah. It just is what it is. And shout out to LA Knight, because I do like that dude. But I mean, it's Roman Reigns, man. That's all I got. That's my only comeback to that.
Money. What we got, Ray?
All right, let me cut that off before they come hunting us. All right, let's see. Will Chisholm back again. I say that because that is, I guess that's how I feel Drew started. So Drew McIntyre. Cody brought Jay to Raw, and Drew was like, did you forget what his family did? So kind of making that parallel with when Jay went over to Raw after he got screwed out of the title. And then
but Jay isn't the one that screwed over Drew. It was a Solo Sikoa that did that to him. Indeed. Drew had some very fuzzy and twisted logic, in my opinion, man. It's like the guy that did that shit to you is still on SmackDown. Jay wasn't even in the building when you got that, when he tossed that title with you at the first Clash at the Castle. Like, yeah, it sucks, but Drew is his crybaby logic never made any sense to me. Even like, dude, we're in the middle of a global pandemic, and you're crying because you won the belt at WrestleMania in an empty arena. When you got motherfuckers dying of COVID, people get long-term COVID, people losing their job because of COVID, people afraid of the vaccine because of COVID. But you are, I didn't win the title in front of an arena. That is some white boy woe is me logic for your ass, man. Like,
I mean, to be fair though, Chris, you've been having an axe to grind with this brother ever since he came to the ring with a sword.
Oh yeah. I do that. I like Drew though. I do like Drew. I just think that, like, you know, I think like the arguments that he made. My favorite Seth Rollins promo is when he cut a promo like crapping on all that stuff.
Yeah.
He was like, "Look, dude, the world was different." Right. When you won the belt at WrestleMania, there are more important things in life than winning the WWE title in front of an arena. When you won the thing, you know, the pandemic was going on, but the world was not the same place, my dude.
Right.
You know, it's like you got to take your wins where you could get them during that shit, man. Because I know, just speaking from a life perspective, we lost people to the pandemic. You know, me and Nate did. I remember us both talking about that stuff, and I just thought that kind of storyline logic was a little, I don't know if I'd call it tone deaf, Nate, but it was just kind of like, I can't care about this. And I know some people were like, oh yeah, that's awesome. To me, it was just kind of like, it didn't resonate with me, especially considering what the world was going through at that time. So
yeah, like in terms of like heel motivation, like, okay, like it's serviceable heel motivation,
yeah,
but like it wasn't this masterstroke of booking genius that I think Drew did a good job with the promos, like the actual delivery of the promos.
Yeah.
But if you actually sat down and parsed out the content of the promos, you're like, it's a little flimsy, my boy.
Yeah. He did what a heel is supposed to do.
Exactly.
Where he tried to make it make sense. Even like with the logic, heels are supposed to not make any sense. You know, they're supposed to make sense in their head. Every once in a while, like there's a bad guy just in pop culture that you understand why they're a bad guy, but they take it too far. Like if you want to talk like Mr. Freeze on Batman the Animated Series, like he's a bad guy that you understand why he's bad.
Chris took it back to Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, your memes of going about being bad are just kind of like twisted, where you're hurting innocent people because of what happened to you. And that's just never the way you're supposed to do things. And that's how I always looked at Drew McIntyre. Like Nate said, it made sense on the level of, yeah, I'm a bad guy and stuff. But when you like look at the actual logic behind it, you know, it was just kind of like, you know, it just lost it with me though.
Yeah,
and then the fact that he is more mad at Jay Uso than he was
Solo
Sikoa, it's like, dude, you need to check your anger, man.
but you know, salute to Mr. Freeze, Victor Freeze on these streets, man. One of the greatest villains with a point, one of the greatest sympathetic villains. If y'all got your favorite sympathetic villain in the chat, drop a comment, man. Because as soon as Chris said that, man, a vision popped in my head of Mr. Freeze with the fishbowl over his head from Batman the Animated Series. Just my dear Nora.
Yeah.
She's so cold. You don't understand Batman. And then Arnold Schwarzenegger had to go and mess up the whole sympathy.
Yeah.
You know what killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age. Like, sir, if you don't get your Scandinavian, Austrian, overacting self up out these streets, man, take George Clooney with you.
Yeah, because for those of you that don't know, that's where Mr. Freeze's backstory came from, was from the animated series. They saw a goofy villain from the 60s and 70s and were like, let's give him an actual backstory. Yeah. And then the Batman Forever, or not Forever, Batman and Robin, they tried to replicate that. But they just, like Nate said, man, nah, it's just
everybody chill. Come on, brother. But yeah, real quick, last point on Batman, that new Cape Crusader series.
Awesome. Yeah.
Kind of working for me.
Yeah.
Salute to Bruce Timm and them.
Batman.
Yeah, like 1940s Batman. It's wild, man. Like salute to Batman Cape Crusader. But Ray, we ain't here to talk about them heroes. We here to talk about these heroes in the ring. Yeah, R.I.P. to Kevin Conroy, the GOAT, the best Batman ever. I say it. But back to the WWE.
Yes, sir. So in addition with that, of course, we had other stuff that went on during SummerSlam, including Dirty Dom finally betraying Rhea Ripley. We had Gunther being finally coronated as the king, true king, with winning the World Heavyweight Championship, with Finn Balor turning on Damian Priest. We had the aforementioned LA Knight finally defeating Logan Paul to add on to Logan Paul's woes, if you guys have been keeping up with that, brother. And I'm burying the lead because of your queen, Nate, finally getting her just due, just desserts, if you will, and finally becoming the women's, I don't know which one on SmackDown, I think it's the undisputed women's champion on SmackDown, along with some other matches that happened during that night. So anything that stood out to you guys from SummerSlam other than Roman's return?
I mean, that, you just talked about it, man. Like Nia Jax. I've been saying this for years, Ray. I've been saying this ever since you've been on this program and even before then. You know what I'm saying? But now it's come to fruition. Nia Jax back where she belongs, at the top of the mountain. And yes, we know she gonna get stabbed in the back by Tiffany Stratton at some point. But it was great to see. It was great to see, man. I just replayed that championship victory on a loop, Ray. I turned the sound down and turned on the stereo at full blast and just had Snoop on a loop watching Nia Jax win over and over again. Beautiful. I just want you to know you're my favorite champ. There's something about you. but here's the thing, man. Like, I think, in all seriousness, like, it's a good move because Nia has kind of been your big monster since moving to SmackDown that all the other women have kind of been revolving around. But then B, and I hate to say this, man, because I think we are all fans of this particular performer. But the damn Bayley title run did nothing for me, man.
Yeah.
And I love me some Bayley, like incredibly talented, has a connection with the audience. But I think, and this maybe goes back to Will's point about people coming out to help Roman. Like, it felt like the switch from heel to babyface for Bayley just kind of didn't quite click. It's like,
right,
yeah, you're a babyface only because the heels that you hung out with kicked you out.
Exactly.
Like, that don't really make you good, my girl. Like, you like again, as Kendrick said, why believe you? You never gave us nothing to believe in, bae. Yeah. So like when Bayley lost, I saw some people like, oh man, they cut the momentum. It was too soon. I'm like, what more did we expect from this title run, man? Like again, Bayley's a fantastic performer, Chris, but the title reign was just kind of there for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that they didn't really play Bayley up to her strengths. And this is an issue with Triple H. And we'll probably talk about it in some of his other booking. I just don't really think he knows how to execute that connective tissue. Like, even with Nia Jax, it's like they really don't do a good job of explaining their lot in life. And for those of you complaining about Nia Jax and her push, whether you think she's being over push, under push, whatever, she's related to a very powerful person in that company.
Mm-hmm.
She ain't going nowhere, That's just is what it is, man. The sooner you accept that, you can start like understanding, like, okay, she's not going anywhere, but where do we think she fits in the best? As far as her getting released, The Rock is not letting that shit happen. It's just not happening. So we could put that shit, consign that shit to the fire, because it ain't happening. But as far as Nia Jax and her reign, I think she's serving the role that the company wants her to serve at the moment. Bayley, I just really don't think they set her up for success. And I'm not even sure if that was their goal. I think the women's division in WWE rather is not great at the moment. And this isn't a knock on the talent. It's just, I think they're like Triple H is trying to figure out what he wants to do with the women. I wish we had like a Stephanie Chase or just somebody else here
with a female perspective on
with a
these
female
things.
perspective to say, I don't know if
It's too much testosterone up in here right now, dog.
right, yeah, because I just don't know if they really are vested in the women like that at the moment. You know, I think they try. Triple H did a good job when he was on NXT.
I think they're invested in the women, Chris, but to a point.
Right, yeah, that's what I meant.
I think like they're because if you notice, like we are getting multiple women's matches on these shows. They're trying to do something with this tag title that hasn't really meant a whole hell of a lot in the past few years. But it feels like yeah, we're putting them on TV. We're putting them on TV. But what are we really doing with them? Like who's what they call my girls the other day? It's Sonya, Shayna, and Zoe. They got a new name, like the new Power Generation.
Yeah.
The pink purple fusion
generation.
What is it? The Purple Fusion Culture Collective. Like I don't know what the hell they think they're doing with them, man. It's like there's so much talent in the women's division right now. Like Chris, probably more talent from just a number standpoint that we've seen in the history of this company. And they are, like, credit to them. They're giving us more than one women's match on the show, but the stories ain't really hitting.
Right, yeah. And it's noticeable when AEW is actually doing a good job with their women's division, you know? Like, and it took AEW a while.
Minute.
To get there, too, you know?
It took Lufisto to put them on blast.
Right. Yeah, I think they'll get it figured out eventually. It's not one of those things where I'm just like, unlike with the black talent, I do think WWE will get it with the women eventually. I think they go through ebbs and flows with the black talent in that company.
True.
And I think the flow is just, we'll talk about it.
I mean, you know, hey, they just got to be demure, Chris.
Right, yeah.
Got to be demure, brother. But if you know, you know. But I think the interesting thing to me, again, Ray, is like you got all these talented performers, man. Like, damn it, I just talked about the tag division. Like Isla and Alba. Like, they great, man. But I don't, like, every time I see them on TV, they just losing or catching a beat down. And y'all supposed to be the champs?
Yeah.
Well, this past Raw, they did get the one up on them this time around.
Yeah.
But now and I guess we'll go into this a little bit more later. Now they made their title match a triple threat match, which is now becoming a very overused trope. Very much so at this point
did it too,
time. Yeah, exactly. So but we'll get to that. But speaking of very, very talented performers, our birthday boy decided to cut some time out for us. So without further ado, we'll go ahead. We'll bring up the youngest in charge. We'll bring up the not proprietor, but the not the mechanic, but the mechanic, the mastermind,
the Zack Sabre Jr. of interviews,
the mastermind behind Andrew Thompson Interviews, the newest podcast, which the newest episode is coming up tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, the youngest in charge himself, Andrew Thompson.
Hey. What's up, man? What's up, y'all? Chris.
Happy birthday, nephew. Happy birthday, nephew. Happy birthday. Y'all got to hit us with them super chats now for the birthday boy. Can't let the birthday boy go home empty-handed, ladies and gentlemen.
To tomorrow, I will be one year closer to Unk status. I can't wait. I can't wait. 28 tomorrow, man. But I wanted to pop in and say what's up. I heard y'all in cooking
got
with
two
these
more
takes.
years to be the youngest nephew.
Hey man, that youngest in charge, but them letters slowly fading away, slowly. I say I heard y'all in here getting these good takes off, man. So I just wanted to pop in and say what's up. And Ray Ting, what's up, brother?
Not much. Just trying to handle the fort with you being gone.
Man,
big shoes to fill.
Man, it sounds like y'all doing a great job, man. I was listening when I was backstage. Heard y'all talking about the SmackDown women's division, WWE women's division, and all that good stuff right there. But I do agree with I do. Shout out to T Anthony, man.
Birthday super chat.
Except for the birthday suit. I appreciate you, man. Look at that. Look, man, y'all see Nate say make that call. They make the call, man.
You know what I'm saying?
I said that's Nate Gotti right there. He made the call.
This is much less a podcast and more so a telethon. This is the Andrew Thompson telethon.
Man, I was hearing y'all talk about the SmackDown, the WWE Women's Division. I agree with Chris' point and your point as well, Nate. Like it's like. It do seem like they focused on it, but at the same time, it's kind of like a lot of placeholder material. Like even with I even feel like with Jade, Bianca, and Naomi, it's like WWE. It's like when they need something popping on social media, it's like glass break. Let's bring the big three out.
Yeah,
let's get some hits on social media.
All the big three.
And I say, are you good, Chris?
And Jade went crazy on Twitter a couple weeks ago. She's telling everybody to suck her eggplant. I'm like, what's going on, man? Like
no, but like I was thinking about like so with Jade, Bianca, and Naomi, and they had Naomi losing her hometown this past Friday, which I don't I don't know what's up with that. Like I mean,
some things never change.
I get it from the perspective of Blair Davenport is a newer talent and you need her to get a big win. But this whole you got to keep losing to your hometown thing to get like what are you doing, right? And then with Jade and Bianca, for me it just feels like with them they're just we're in the forever placeholder until January rolls around, and then when they clash, because they're just going to come a point when those two come to a head. And the thing is, I think a lot of people are frustrated with the booking because it feels like they're just it's nothing of substance. Like Jade and Bianca are together and that's a powerhouse, and you gonna go crazy when you post them on social media. You can get all the hits you want and all that good stuff. But I feel like people are like looking for a story. But I think Triple H is like what he's thinking is we're gonna hold off when that eventual clash until like January. So they about to be stuck in this tag team.
And Nate brought this up before. Like, why does Davenport need to wrestle Naomi? Like, there's literally so many different women she could wrestle and beat, but you're doing it to Naomi, who's still, there's still some bloom on the rose with Naomi.
She just got back.
So it's not like you have to like job her out, man. Like
what's Shotzi Blackheart doing right now? Come on now. No offense to Shotzi.
The Shotzi stray. Look at that.
Shotzi said, "What did he say? Fuck me for?"
Shout out to Shotzi, man.
Shout out to Shotzi, man.
Hopefully she come back. I know she blew her ACL out. Like Hopefully she make that comeback real soon, man. But no, I agree with y'all points about the women's event. It looked like Nia Jax's first challenge is probably gonna be Mi Chen. That's probably gonna happen at the Bash of Berlin. Like this is the thing. Like with these like title reigns, like it always felt like the first one is like the pay-per-view isn't like what 2 weeks or 1 week. Bash in Berlin, that's next week. So I mean you ain't really got that much time to like build something like significant.
Right.
So, oh shit. I'm gonna say you don't have that much time.
Damn, somebody got the nephew on his birthday.
Man, somebody got him. Somebody.
Yeah, TK got them shooters out here.
Hey, bro. Oh my goodness. But no, like I mean, you don't really have that much time to build anything or something. But no, I think the story, and I think Chris had pointed out, and Ray and Nate y'all did as well. Like I think everybody see the end game is Tiffany Stratton cashing in. Yeah, for fucking over Nia Jax, which I'm sure Nate won't be happy about.
Nah, I'm not gonna be happy about it. I'm gonna protest and boycott the show.
Hey, what else? What other topics did y'all get into so far, other than the women's event?
Well, mainly we just been talking about. I think the biggest thing was talking about Roman and him coming back, and then Jacob Fatu miraculously getting healed, and even on a boot running and taking down Roman. So those are the two big things. And unless you guys wanted to talk about anything else that happened with SummerSlam, we did a quick synopsis of some of the major things that came out of SummerSlam, but we were also going to push forward and talk about what's going to be happening at that aforementioned show. That
how many matches have they announced
for
Bash at Berlin yet? Or now?
I believe just three that they have on the website. They have Cody Rhodes. Well, let me go ahead and bring it up now.
Okay, yeah,
Mr. Friendship himself, Cody Rhodes. Everything got to be respect. I'm like, man, you want to know what, bro? I'm like waiting for that blood feud. Like they kind of somewhat try to get there with AJ, but it's like with Cody, man. It's like, hey, man, I respect you. Let's wrestle. I'm like, I'm trying to see some beef.
Blood feuds,
and I actually see Cody starting to get people to turn on him, and if he feuds with Kevin Owens, I think the goal is going to be Kevin Owens turn heel.
Yeah,
I think people are going to turn on Cody if this shit continues on the trajectory it's on. My opinion.
Yeah, like honestly, I thought it was going to be Randy in this spot, but I mean, I figured they probably going to wait to drag that out a little bit before you go to a Randy Orton heel turn. Like I feel like Randy at that point now, where like he just reached, like, I mean, he was already like legend status, but like it's at that point now. I don't think the crowd is ever going to like seriously boo Randy Orton.
Right.
Like it's always going to be that 50-50 with him to like. But I think they'll play along for Cody. But with this, it's kind of like, I mean, again, they sort of did it with the AJ program, that they turned it up a little bit. I think it was the Aquid match in Scotland. They turned up the intensity from just the simple, I respect you, let's wrestle, always respected you. And it's kind of been a theme throughout Cody's title run. I think a lot of people just waiting for that big program, and obviously Roman is the one. But I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Like I don't even see Roman challenging for the title no time soon. I think he's gonna be tied up in this bloodline stuff.
Yeah.
He got them. I definitely think that before any type of rematch with Cody, that match with Jacob Fatu is happening at some. I could probably see that happening at Bad Blood. I could probably see that, and then like that'll probably be like the. Honestly, bro, like you want to know, I think I'm gonna make a bold prediction. I think that I think Jacob Fatu is gonna beat Roman at Bad Blood, and then I think I don't think he's gonna do it clean. I think Hikuleo gonna help him.
Okay,
that is a bold prediction.
Yeah,
prediction.
That is a bold prediction. I don't think it's gonna be clean. I don't think it's gonna be clean. I think it's gonna be a dirty. Roman gonna kick out of the shit like 4 or 5 times before he gets, you know what I'm saying? Like it ain't gonna be no clean. But I think I can see them wanting to put Jacob over as like, you know what I'm saying? Because he, like, honestly, like he should have been in a row solo.
You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong.
Right? Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking about Cody's run so far.
But yeah, I think with Cody, like, it's funny because even though like the AJ feud, like I like the AJ feud, like the matches were good.
It's good.
I think the match with Owens is gonna be good, but it feels like in a weird sort of way, all these matches are kind of placeholders until we get back around to Cody interacting with the bloodline more, Cody and Roman, Cody and Rock eventually. So it feels like Cody's just kind of doing this thing where like almost like the John Cena Open US Open challenge with the world title, where it's like, hey, dog, I just want good competition.
And I'm sticking with my prediction I made at the beginning of the year. I think Cody is going to lose to The Rock and then beat The Rock for the Universal title. Yeah.
Hey, Nate, real quick, I wanted to ask you, and basically just picking back off Chris' question, like Chris' point, do you think the Cody Rock match is going to happen at Mania?
Yeah, that's where I do it. That's where I do it.
And Rock win? Rock going over?
I think Rock wins Mania, and then to Chris's point, I think they run it back at SummerSlam.
Okay.
Right. The Rock has never
Rock
won
title run, man.
Yeah. The Rock has never won the belt at WrestleMania.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And he's never successfully.
And here's the
defended
thing
belt
you can
at
do with a
WrestleMania.
Rock title run. Like again,
Yeah.
it ain't gonna be no long title run because that ain't what
Yeah.
Rock trying to get down with. But with the
Right.
Rock title run, we can get that once in a lifetime for the third time. Rock and Cena, one more go. One more go.
But yeah, man, like I'm thinking about like all the I ain't gonna lie, I feel like especially
Rice in the generation.
I know, right? Like I especially like at Nate point, like if it's a short run, right? I ain't gonna lie, the Rock might have like another like iconic moment or moments in the book because I every title
especially
run
with this like final boss character.
Yes,
Right, yeah.
Every title run does not need to be this long, strenuous
Yeah,
thing.
I agree.
It's even the same thing with the Money in the Bank contract. Like I saw people was like after Drew had cashed in and failed, people was like, "Oh man, why would you do that?" I'm like, "No, Priest just held this shit for a full year. We don't need somebody else doing that again." And plus, it made sense with the story they were telling with Punk fucking him over and all that. That just made sense. But like with the Rock potential title run, like that, I think that's gonna be like some probably like the most fun 3 to 4 months on WWE TV. Like that shit is about to be hilarious. And I would be curious to see like the type of schedule they have him on as world champion. Like you would think he's probably gonna be defending the title at each PLE. So it's gonna be interesting to see like the talents they line up against him. Like I think you have to do. See the thing about that is that the title match against Cena is I was thinking Cena versus Gunther at Mania 41. And then like that people thinking like, oh, since this is his last WrestleMania, you probably gonna win and then Gunther fucking break everybody's heart. And then like I think that Cena will probably win it at SummerSlam 2025. That's where he'll get his world title run in. You imagine the fucking statistics of what they say. T. Anthony said, shout out to T. Anthony for the super chat. He said, Hikaleo, sir, that man's name is Tala Tonga. That is the dumbest name. Tala Tonga. You telling me you couldn't cook up nothing else but Tala Tonga? They are doing that man a great disservice. Great disservice. Like what Tala Tonga? Like I mean, I'm pretty sure like ain't nobody gonna give a shit in like 4 to 5 months after he debuts. But that's a stupid name. But
you get it because he's 6'8", because he's tall.
He's the tallest Tongan. he's the tallest.
Tower Tonga.
I'm telling you, that's how they came up with it, nephew. What are we gonna call this tall Tongan? Wait a minute, say that again, Hunter. I said, what are we gonna call this tall Tongan? Wait a minute, damn it, Jamie Noble, that's it, Taller Tonga.
and y'all saying Vince ain't still back there.
He's
back
the tallest Tongan of them all.
Sounds like good, brother.
Yo, but yeah, I was telling Ray and Chris, nephew, like for a while the Bloodline storyline was getting a little stale for me, but with Roman being back, with all these Tongans and Samoans coming out the woodwork, with Rock on the horizon, like it's actually getting me more interested again, man.
I was about to say, Nate and Chris and Ray, much as I like storyline stuff aside, like much respect to them for like going out there, considering the deaths in the family recently. Like that's
man.
Your pops and your uncle back to back. That's tough, bro.
Yeah.
So and especially you had to go out there and like not show like the level of emotion that you probably feeling. Like what is his dad died like what 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, a month ago?
Yeah.
And then uncle just died, but that's tough,
and it's
bro.
crazy because it affects all of them, because you're talking about like everybody in the bloodline. You talking about Roman, you talking about Jimmy and Jay, you talking about Naomi, like that's her peoples too. So it's like the fact that all of these cats was like, but again, like that's probably what Alpha and Sigma would have been like, hey, you put on your boots, go to work. But we're going to get into them a little bit with their legacy. And we also going to talk about Kevin Sullivan, who we lost this past week as well. But yeah, it's been a crazy stretch for people passing in this business. Some of the legends of yesterday.
Yeah, but I just wanted to come in and say what's up to y'all. I'm about to head out in a little bit. I'm about to go to the Mob Museum.
Okay.
I've never been there before. See what's going on with that.
That's how you can tell this brother getting older. 5 years ago, he would have been at the Go-Go Club.
Oh yeah, I definitely see. Hey, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. The club, I'm good, man.
You got to be in bed by 9. You get there. You get there.
But what I'm gonna do tomorrow? I'm doing like three things tomorrow. I'm gonna go do go-kart racing and all that stuff. And I'm
Andrew Thompson. So here's how you can tell this young brother is maturing, because Andrew Thompson tonight will be like, that is a wonderful sculpture right there. I can see the artistry. Andrew Thompson 10 years ago at this time, Ray, in the morning in the Pancake House, 2 in the morning with me, talking about the overnight scenario.
Hey, Nate, what you know about that, man? Hold on.
Sardines, hey, and pork and beans.
It is out.
Bro. This what
what you got, nephew?
I just came from this before I came here. Went on the New York. I mean the Big Apple roller coaster.
Yeah.
It's hilarious, bro. I ain't ride a roller coaster in like 7 years, boy. I was scared as a motherfucker. I was
man.
You know when they be taking too long to come shop you.
Yeah.
I was like, hurry up, come on over here, come get me striking on over here. But
how fast was it?
In Vegas?
But it was I mean, it wasn't bad. It wasn't like nothing crazy, but them drops was, you know what I'm saying, the stomach turned a little bit. But
the older you get, the less your body is in tune with them dips.
Know, right? Nah, I was laughing at what you were saying, and what Ray said, it was like, be a bed about 9:30. Hey, bro, I'm telling you, the most I'm doing, like, out the box, I'll probably go get a drink at the bar or something, you know what I'm saying? And that's probably how I finish all my break. It's probably like midnight by the time I'm, finish up the day. So I'm gonna go give me a little drink and let that be it.
Yeah. So you out in Vegas?
Yeah, in Vegas, Sin City.
So you could be scouting for us so that we be ready for WrestleMania.
Hey,
letting us know where all the good hot spots are.
Yeah, we'll find some way to host that NWA meet and greet.
You know what I'm saying? Find all the best hot spots that'll have us in bed by 11, Ray. A nephew.
I'll be in Vegas next month, the 29th, because I'm gonna be stumping for Kamala and Walls out there.
Okay.
That's that. It's funny you mentioned that. I was thinking about going over to the Trump Hotel and pulling the fire alarm.
This man Chris gonna be at all the hot spots in Vegas, all the strip clubs. Young lady, have you registered to vote? Instead of dollar bills, he putting ballots. He making it rain with ballots.
Yeah, my wife is gonna be out there with me on the trip. I don't think she's gonna be a fan of the strip clubs.
I hear they got good wings, Chris.
Oh yeah, I know, right?
The lemon pepper joints, dog.
Yeah.
But yeah, happy birthday, nephew, man. We glad you was able to pop in for a little bit, man. Don't have fun, but don't have too much fun out there, man.
Hey, man, y'all know the drill. Bed by 10:30, man.
Hey, super chats. Send us some more super chats just in case. We need to send bail money to the nephew. We need all the super chats to raise bail money for the nephew. So if y'all can spare a little change to the Andrew Thompson unincarceration fund.
I about to say I ain't getting no trouble out here, man. I'm telling you.
Hashtag free yick.
Free yick. I'm about to say, y'all gonna release me and then release the interview tomorrow too on the Kings of Sport Patreon feed. That's Kings of Sport free podcast feed tomorrow. Boom.
It's gonna be on the free podcast feed tomorrow, but next month, or not next month, whenever the next episode is, it's gonna be on the Patreon, because Andrew Thompson got a story for y'all that has to be behind the paywall, because we don't want no trouble.
Hey Nate, thinking about that idea, you suggested that idea was probably the best thing. If it made, like, you know, say I don't need nobody putting us on blast. It ain't on us, not at all.
No.
it's $100 worth of information.
Yes, $100 worth of game on the Andrew Thompson Interviews podcast.
Hey man, y'all have a great show, man. Appreciate y'all letting me up. Come stop in the conversation real quick, and yeah, man. I hope y'all have a blessed day. Love y'all, brothers, and I will see y'all next month. And matter of fact, I probably see y'all on the Kings of Sport whenever y'all.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna catch y'all, man. Y'all be easy and vote
right,
Kamala Harris 2024.
Enjoy.
Happy birthday, man.
Enjoy your birthday. Man. Safe travels back.
You're gonna be hitting all the Waffle Houses in Vegas.
Which is zero because there ain't no Waffle House in Vegas.
Damn. Well, somebody could make a mint, Chris. Right. Opening up a Waffle House franchise.
Oh yeah, they make a grip. Yeah.
Uh-oh. The Andrew Thompson Unincarcerated Fund is popping off. What we got, Ray?
All right, so we got two messages. Well, our brother youngest in charge was saying his farewells. We got two messages. One from the legendary Hansi himself, Hansi. Who was saying designer. He meant to say designer's next song, Timmy Tonga.
Timmy Tonga.
And
Designer had like one little, like he had Panda and he had Timmy Turner, and then we never heard from Designer again.
Exactly. No. That's all you need for real.
Timmy Turner.
1 or 2 good hits.
Timmy Turner.
Yeah, you'd be able to retire off that. And then T. Anthony's
back. What he got?
Yes. He said once again, quote, vote Ely, see clearly. So I guess if anything happens to Tim Walz, then Ely's gonna be right behind. That's gonna be the slogan.
No. I got. See, the Tim Walz is the perfect VP pick. I got skeletons in my closet that need to stay in the closet. So, like I said, I'm a strategy person. I ain't trying to run for nothing, man.
In a shocking turn of events at the vice presidential debate, new running mate Chris Ely pulled out the blicky on JD Vance. What is going on in politics?
Yeah.
He said, "I'm Arn Anderson on these streets. Test me if you want, JD."
Right. Yeah.
Go sit back on the couch, brother.
Right. Yeah. My whole thing is behind the scenes. Yeah.
Yes. But speaking of behind the scenes, let's go back to this Bash in Berlin, Ray Williams, and to give our quick thoughts on the 3 matches that they've announced. I'm hoping it's not going to be like a super long card, but maybe 5 matches, like 5 good matches, well-built matches, which probably ain't going to happen because they've only got a week to build them. But what do we got so far, Ray?
Yeah, that's been pretty much the hallmark for Triple H. Even going back to the NXT takeovers, have like 5 good matches. So similar thing here. Hopefully there'll be no Jelly Roll and no MGK performances. But
Jelly Roll slander. Jelly Roll
no slander, just one song, brother. You don't need 2 songs. But
he said they paid for 2 songs. I'm gonna give them 2 songs.
Yeah.
But in addition to Cody Rhodes, Devontae around these streets.
So are we all unanimous on Devontae?
Yes.
Yeah, I am.
Chris was trying to make it suspenseful.
Well, I was, it's, come on, man.
Cody ain't losing no damn belt in Germany.
Right, yeah.
All right. And then we got Gunther defending his newly won World Heavyweight Championship against the legend killer himself, Randy Orton.
I'm gonna need to pause on this for a second.
Okay. Pause for the cause.
All right, here's the thing with this shit. And I'm happy for Walter Gunther, if you will.
Slim Walt.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. But I do hate that they ended Priest's reign the way they did. And this is a Triple H issue now. I think I can say that about him now. You have the guy go out there, cut promos, steeped in stereotypes, class issues, and the class issue spills over into a race issue. You could say, oh, he didn't mention race. You got a fucking Puerto Rican from New York going up against a German. What's Gunther? German,
Austrian.
Yeah, you got
German
come on, man. Like and then you have him cut these fucking promos, and then he beats the minority, and it's just way too familiar with Triple H's bitch ass.
It's like it worked for me with Booker T, brother.
Right, yeah, exactly.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right, yeah. And to me, it's like, when are we? I don't want to sit through shit like this on a regular basis, man. It's like, I understand if you want Gunther to win, have him win, but why did you have to go there with this storyline? That's my only issue, and I'm not blaming Gunther for it. He's doing his job and getting paid what he's getting paid, but this is 2024, and we're still doing shit like this. When is it gonna stop?
Yeah,
I have to get that off my chest. With that said,
I think Gunther being champion is a good thing, but the story that they told, is a story that didn't need to be told. Like, it could have just been a matter of, hey, dog, I was the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion. You got the bigger championship. I'm coming for that. It ain't nothing personal. It ain't got to be about you. People like you don't deserve titles like this. Excuse me, my boy.
Exactly.
It's literally a story that writes itself, Like, you could easily, like what Nate just said, I was the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion. He could even justify saying, I lost that by a fluke. I'm winning this world title, and that's the end of the story. Why do we have to do you're from the streets? I went to all the good schools. I've got my white European privilege kind of thing. Like, I just don't think
you're a DEI champion is what he really meant to say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like you're going there, and it gives credence to something that MVP was talking about. We'll probably get to that later, but it does give credence to these kind of issues. And I don't think Triple H is as progressive as we probably thought he was, just by the sheer fact of doing this kind of crap. But that's my soapbox. Come for me if you want to. But that's just how I feel about it. And anytime I see crap like this, I'm always gonna have this kind of reaction to it. You give me a slave angle, I'm better than you angle and stuff, and the story ends like this. Unless Damian Priest is the one that unseats Gunther, I don't want to see this kind of crap.
Yeah, because the thing is, if you are going to tell a story like this, then the optimum outcome is the babyface who has been called less than, who has been called not in my league, who has been called low class. The babyface should triumph. Now, if you don't want the babyface to triumph, that's cool, because again, like I said, I think Gunther's a great champion. I think he's gonna beat Legend Killer on these streets, but then tell a different story of how he gets that championship.
Right, exactly. That's all I'm saying. Is you could tell the story, you could have Gunther win the belt, but you don't have to tell that story, especially since you did this kind of crap with Booker T, and you like the blemish on Triple H's career is still not completely gone from people who remember that,
You saying Triple H ain't beating them allegations, though?
Right? Yeah, I don't think so. not. I think there's still people that remember that angle, how disgusted it made us all feel.
And if you want to hear more about that angle, go to the Post Wrestling Archives and check out the very first edition of Bushby and Thompson's Excellent Adventures with Martin Bushby and the nephew Andrew Thompson, where I joined them to talk about that WrestleMania and that damn Booker T Triple H match.
Right, yeah. And I just don't think this is a thing that's going to ever stop in WWE, unfortunately. I think this is just a go-to thing. It's baked in the culture there.
Here's how bad it got, Ray and Chris. So again, I'm spilling a little bit of tea about the podcast episode that nephew and I recorded with Braden and Davey. We talk about the John Cena JBL match. And the craziest thing to us while we were kind of talking about that match is it just kind of clicked in our heads. They did the Triple H Booker T story where people like you don't belong here. You're low class, you're ghetto, you're a thug. And they did it to a white guy. Like John Cena was the low class ghetto thug, the nappy headed gangster, the hoodlum to JBL in this feud. And it's like, yo, they even doing that storyline with white boys. Like what is it about this storyline that y'all resonate so much with?
Yeah, they love doing this storyline. They do they love the slave angles. They did it with Vicky Guerrero, Teddy Long. He's been in a couple of those slave angles. Virgil. This is just something they like doing, man. It's like they do the slave angles, the you're a piece of trash angle, I'm better, and rarely does the right person win that angle. Like yes. I have no earthly idea why Vicky Guerrero couldn't beat Stephanie. It's like they had Stephanie win the match. She did get thrown into the slop or whatever after the match,
right?
But she still won the match. Why couldn't Vicky just win this thing? They did it with Triple H and Henry O. Godwin. Like they love these fucking slave angles, right? And it's always, if it's not a class thing, it's a race thing, or it's a class and a race thing. I don't know why why they love this shit so much.
Talk to him, Hansi.
What did Hansi say?
They write from experience.
Oh yeah, they're definitely writing from experience, man. Because this is the thing with the trippy thing about wrestling, you know, is Vince McMahon, just from a historical standpoint, he's always had the black people that he loves. And like when you talk about like was it James Dudley, the guy that used to be his limo driver that they put into the Hall of Fame? Yeah, they like this is they like people who have this blind loyalty to them, and it just seeps into the culture and fabric of that company. And we'll talk about this later, but even with like Mark Henry saying, were you complaining when you were driving a BMW and stuff like that, just completely missing the point of things. But this is just the booking spills over into that way of thinking, you know? And I think a lot of these people, they look at wrestling from a monetary standpoint. It's like, are we making money with this angle? And if we're making money, how much money are we making? They're not looking at it from how is the cultural impact of this? What are we doing to like serve communities with this angle? They're looking at this as like, am I getting paid? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. And that's the end of the story. They're very like, they care about self, which is fine. But when you're telling these kind of stories, it's got to be a bigger picture around it. Like I don't watch movies, so like I didn't watch Django Unchained to see Leonardo DiCaprio's character shoot and beat everybody, you know. Like it's just like it's storytelling 101.
Well, do you guys have your predictions on who's going to win the match?
Yeah, Nate said that he's predicting Gunther. I'm going the same way.
Yep. Slim Walt ain't losing in a company that's Austria adjacent, brother.
Right, yeah.
I feel the same way. And I will, just to add real quickly to the point that you guys made, I do think that the way that they did it with Damian Priest kind of excuses it a little bit, because it wasn't as if Gunther hit him with a pedigree and then waited 35 seconds to cover him. And then went up. It's like Gunther needed the assistance. Like Gunther was beat and he needed Balor's assistance. So I think that excuses.
So they're getting better with their racist storylines.
Even minute progress is progress.
Baby steps, Chris. Baby steps, brother.
Steps, yeah. So yeah, okay, yeah.
You gotta walk before you can run, Chris.
I know, right?
So yeah, I'll give him that, but I do think it was too early because, especially considering just the bad luck that's been surrounding the reign of Damian Priest, where you had that when he had that match against Drew McIntyre, that issue with him getting tied up on the rope and then almost breaking his ankle, and then you had with that match against him and Seth Rollins, where he was supposed to kick out, but he didn't kick out, but they still let the match go. So I think it was just a bunch of bad like juju around his his title reign. And I think he started becoming more and more comfortable with being the guy. And I think if he would have beaten Gunther, then that would have put a huge feather in his cap. Yeah, I do agree with you guys in that point, is to where it's like, again, we see the writing on the wall. It's like we hear the dog whistle, whether y'all when y'all think we don't hear it or not. Like, we hear the dog whistle when you're talking about street trash. And apparently they're supposed to name the new Judgment Day street trash, by the way. But like legitimate
thing. Are they really naming them street trash?
Yeah, I think, and this is coming from some aggregated reporting from What Culture, the good folks over at What Culture, but they were saying they were doing some digging and they figured out, or I think it was Dave Meltzer who was figuring out that the new name of the new Judgment Day was going to be Street Trash. But then when like everybody, like all the fans heard about it and they crapped on it, then they were like, all right, they're going to keep it Judgment Day, but they're still going to have Street Trash be involved within their merchandising or within
it's like a subtitle. Judgment Day, Street Trash.
Exactly.
I gotta put my foot down on this shit. no street trash. All right, you already got Dominique wearing an outdated hairstyle for the purposes of getting heel heat.
The ladies love it.
Yeah, I guess so. You got a Puerto Rican in the group, and you're calling these people street trash. Just stop it before you even.
That is wild, because you got Puerto Rican, a Mexican, and an Irish cat. Is JD Irish too?
Like the Irish,
so you got like two Irish cats, a Mexican and a Puerto
Jersey,
Rican, and somebody from New Jersey, and they're street trash. And like all of them except for Jersey is questionable. Jersey, I might give y'all that one. No disrespect. No disrespect, Brandon from New Jersey.
Yeah, if you know about the history of the Irish in the United States of America, you will see how problematic this shit is, right?
Yeah.
The Irish were maybe 2 notches above Black people in the formation of this country. They were treated like shit. You know, I don't have to say a whole lot about the stuff that goes on with Mexican Americans or Puerto Rican Americans. It's this what are we doing? Like, and I'm not, if you're not gonna call these people street trash, my bad. But if you're thinking about doing it, I gotta preemptively strike against this shit. Do not do that. Don't.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
Except for Jersey. Jersey's fine.
I know, right?
Brandon is so angry right now. Brandon is writing, and MJ, Brandon and MJ, they are writing voluminous letters like, "Dear NWA Podcast, how dare you slander our good name?" I don't know why I turned into Stephen A. Smith. It's preposterous.
But
what's the last match that we got announced, Ray?
Yes, we'll go into that last match announced. And speaking of street trash, we got Dom and Liv going against
the Terror Twins.
The Terror Twins, the aforementioned Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley. So, and I didn't even know that they formally announced this, but this was on the WWE
what's his name? I think
page.
Adam Pearce announced it like at the end of Raw.
It's official. He made it official.
This is a fun one. Like, and I don't. It's the only match so far, Chris, of the three that I don't have a definitive winner. Because this feud obviously is not ending at Bash at Berlin. So I like obviously like just you want to see Rhea and Damian get their get back, but I think the new Judgment Day, no subtitles needed. The new Judgment Day find a way to pull off some shenanigans and win this match by hook or by crook by nefarious means, and then the storyline keeps progressing.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't think that they have like really any like solid direction for either of these four individuals at the moment. So they might just go with let's just have the bad guys win so we can continue this on another month or whatever. So yeah, I see that.
What about you,
Yeah,
Ray?
I do see. Again, like you said, Nate, it's hard to call because on the one hand, I do see like the heat continuing to be on Dom and Liv, and so they're picking up the win by hook or by crook somehow. I can also see as the Psycha is saying, he could see Damian pinning Dom in this one. I can possibly see the Terror Twins going over simply off the fact is that, all right, if you just go ahead, knock them out, but then Finn is still waiting in the wings, and then that's going to be like the biggest challenge for Damian. But I can see,
and I do like the idea of Damian pinning Dom because I think the money, like I think all of it's money in this Judgment Day feud, but I think the money is Liv and Rhea. So I'd keep them out of the finish.
Yeah. And so, but I do think the most likely, I'll say Damian pinning Dom might be second on my list, but I think the most likely outcome is going to be Finn getting involved and then the new Judgment Day taking advantage of that. But again, like do you see Rhea getting pinned? I don't think so. It's hard to see Damian getting pinned again, coming off of that loss. So no, I'm gonna go ahead and change my answer.
I think the most heat would be Rhea getting pinned would be the most heat.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But now I'm gonna change my answer. I'm gonna go with Damian and Rhea.
Well, see, Ray, I think what needs to happen though is Liv Morgan. This whole match is gonna be about her being conflicted. You know, I remember when you was conflicted, misusing your influence, as Kendrick would say. And Liv is like, the whole match, Liv is like, do I need to break out that Zack Sabre Jr. driver?
See, I knew you.
Can I break out the Tiger Driver 97? I don't want to do it in Berlin, but maybe I need to do it right now.
The Liv driver.
The Liv driver. And you know, that's to me is the story of the match, Chris. Can she hit the Liv driver and win the match?
Hey.
Shout out to Ray Williams, ladies and gentlemen. Show Ray Williams some love, y'all. Send him a super chat if you still enjoyed that damn Zack Sabre Jr. tirade he went on.
And see, I was going. I see, and you beat me to it because I was going to tie that back into when we were talking. Once we get into our all-in predictions, I was going to tie that back in and then somehow mention because I know tonight was the finals for the G1 climax, so I was going to try to.
Speaking of, salute to everybody here at Post Wrestling for the G1 coverage. The G1 coverage is been voluminous and insightful and entertaining. So shout out to John Pollock, Wei Ting, Kate from Montreal, and Karen Peterson, aka Poison Rationality. Like if y'all ain't checked out that episode where they put them two together, that was like LeBron and Steph finally playing on the Olympic team together. Salute to Bruce Lord on these streets for his coverage, man. And of course, the villain himself, W.H. Park. So the Post Wrestling crew got you covered for all of your G1 news and notes and analysis. So salute to them and check out all of their work here at Post Wrestling, both on the free feed and on the Patreon.
Indeed. All right, and with that, we'll go ahead. We close out our coverage on WWE Bash at Berlin, but we're still going to keep WWE adjacent.
Okay.
A couple stories that are out there involving either former WWE or current WWE talent. So with the first one, we're going to go right into the aforementioned Mark Henry, who has been saying some popular quote unquote, I'm being sarcastic, they're very unpopular opinions. He was on, I believe it's called Stories with Bradshaw and Briscoe. And he had some thoughts. So let me go ahead and pull those up so I could get the specific quote. All right. So regarding Vince McMahon's accusers, he goes on to say, quote, he's going through a tough time, and all of the stuff that happened recently and stuff, I never saw none of that. I never heard no negativity like that. Some of those people that y'all talking about suffering, their suffering got worse when the money ran out. Like, where was the suffering when they were getting BMWs and $1 million? Did that pacify the suffering? Because if you were suffering, you should suffer all the time, right? Nothing should get in the way of that. I don't know. I just come from a different time. So, and this is coming off the heels of there's some reports that quoting Linda McMahon that's saying that Vince has had some rapidly declining health as well on the heels of all of this. So I know, Professor, I'm gonna go ahead and put you. Go ahead, ISO. Go ahead, let your thoughts be known, brother.
Get him, Chris.
All right, so first off, I do like Mark Henry. He put up with a lot of nonsense in WWE over his career, especially once his first 10-year contract was starting to run out. They did try to embarrass that brother, and making him fall for the tricks of a trans woman, all that kind of stuff, getting him, like, making him crush on a elderly old white lady. And he did all of this because they were paying him to do it. So I understand him understanding the world from the aspect of, hey, I was getting money, so I did what was asked of me to do. And in a lot of ways, you could call that commendable. It's like, hey, this is what your boss and your company asked you to do, and you did it. I get it. However, team player, right? But however, there are certain things that are bigger than wrestling, that are bigger than all of us, And if you're looking at what Miss Grant went through, from the standpoint of, hey, she was getting paid, you are not understanding exactly what happened, So I'm just saying this to Mark Henry because I don't think Mark Henry's a trash individual, even though I do think this is a trash take. But you have to understand this. This woman was counting on Vince McMahon to give her money for a situation she should have never even been put in the first place, right? The very least Vince McMahon could have did, asking her to do this horribly unethical, dishonorable thing, is pay this woman the money that you agreed to pay her. That is not what he did. He put her through the ringer, and she has bills to pay. Her parents died, from the way I understand it, within months of each other, or maybe like back to back. Maybe it wasn't months of each other. I don't know. But she was a woman that was clearly going through something, and Vince McMahon took advantage of that. Mark Henry is equating this to some wrestling shit. And that's shameful, Mark. And shout out to your son for getting his WWE contract. But I
Right.
think you're better than this, Mark Henry. That's all I will say. And hopefully we clip this and it goes to Mark Henry, because I'm not gonna bash you the way people were doing online. And I'm sure you saw some of that, Mr. Henry, but it's a shameful take, my brother. It's not good. If you're friends with Vince and you want to like stick up for the guy, I understand, but this is really one you should have stayed silent on, especially if you're gonna be doing this victim blaming crap.
And I feel like this isn't the moment to play.
I was going to say,
money.
good job of showing restraint there, Ray. That's why you're the top producer in the game, brother.
But T. Anthony concurs with your thoughts, Professor. He says, well, I got news for Mark Henry. A different time, quote unquote. It was and still a crime. So
Right, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that different time argument never holds water, because in a different time, we'd be all slaves picking cotton somewhere down south, you know.
Once upon a time, all of us were in chains.
Right, yeah. So it's like, yeah, I see what you did there. But yeah, man, it's like you can't use that I'm from a different time argument for serious stuff like that.
No. So clarify one thing for me, Ray, because I heard you, like, this is the first time I'm hearing this quote from Mark Henry. Is he directly addressing Janelle Grant in the first part of that statement?
No, he didn't name any accusers by name. He just said all of these people y'all talking about suffering.
Right. It was more about an allusion than a direct
allusion to her. So, and so here's the thing. Much like Chris, I'm not angry with you, Mark Henry. I'm really disappointed though, because this is a brother that, like Chris said, man. If we just stick to the wrestling of it all, like this is a man that went through a bunch of crap for a long time in his run in that company. And then he stuck it out. Like Chris says, he was a team player. Eventually it got better. He had the Hall of Pain run, which was amazing. He had the salmon jacket.
Oh, the salmon
one of the greatest angles in the history of that company with him and John Cena when Mark Henry faked the retirement. Still got a lot left in the tank. Like it was an amazing segment. But he's completely off base here for a couple of reasons. Number one, where he's like making Vince McMahon out to be the victim in all of this. Like Vince is going through a tough time. And yeah, you don't ever want to see anybody go through health issues. But at the same time, whatever Vince is going through that's not connected to his health issues in terms of losing money, in terms of public shame, in terms of losing position, that's on him.
Yep.
That's the result of his actions. Like a wise man once said about an hour and a half ago at the top of this program, don't blame anybody else for the road that you're on because it's your own asphalt.
Right.
And because of the actions of Vince McMahon, that's the consequence of the actions that you did, man, allegedly, because we got to say it just because we got to say it. But allegedly, the consequences of your actions have come home to roost. And so, like, for Mark Henry, to be like, oh, man, everybody just ganging up on Vince. But then to take that extra step, as Chris is saying, and to allude to this young woman of only making noise because she's been inconvenienced or because she's suffering. It is completely tone deaf, and it is cruel in a way that is like the insensitivity of it, man. And like I said, if there's certain people that would have said this and I'd have been like, okay, yeah, I get it. That's them. Like Glenn Jacobs. If Glenn Jacobs would have said this, Chris, I'd be like, okay.
It's par of the course. Yeah.
Par for the course, dog. Like water is wet, the sky is blue. If Glenn Jacobs would have said this. But Mark Henry is somebody who, like Chris is saying, man, like I got a lot of respect for that brother, man. But he's off base here. And he probably should have sat this one out, man. Like if you want to support Vince, like I would have sent Vince a little text, like, hey, dog, I still got your back, whatever. If you and Vince are boys like that, I get it. But to go that extra step, Ray, and be like, yeah, she's only doing this for the money. Like, why wasn't you saying this when, you had the BMW and you had the money and all this other stuff, man? It's like, do you know the reason why she has the BMW and all this other stuff allegedly?
Mm-hmm.
Because of the because of what this woman went through, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that like I remember when we first kind of talked about this a few months ago with or late last year, I guess, with Brandon Thurston. And it's like, come on, man, this ain't about money. This ain't even about sex, this whole Vince McMahon story. It was about power.
Yeah.
It was about controlling this young woman. Like Chris said, man, like her parents had just passed away. And so she was vulnerable. And this dude swooped in like, hey, you need money? You need a job? I got you. I got your back. I'm looking out for your best interest. When the whole time, all I'm doing is reeling you in.
Mm-hmm.
And so for me, Ray, like for Mark Henry to say this, man, like I said, I'm just disappointed because I did think, and I still do, have respect for the brother, but I thought he was better than this. Like I said, if you friends with Vince, that I get it. You work with that man for like 10, 15 years, whatever. Like that's your people's.
Right.
But to go that extra step and be so insensitive and be so callous towards Miss Grant, like it's low, man. It's low, and I hate to say that about Mark Henry.
Yeah, and I think if he would have went the route kind of like it with a John Cena, where he's like,
that's the other thing, Ray, talking about when he was talking about. I thank you so much for just kind of saying that to get the wheels spinning again in my brain. When he was like, I never saw anything like this. He wasn't like this around me. Of course, he wasn't like that around you.
Know, right?
What abuser is like that around his boys, unless they are part of the abusing.
Right.
So if you wasn't down with Johnny Ace and them cats that was part of the abuse, you wouldn't have known about it. Because why would I tell the people I work with about this stuff I'm doing if they ain't down with it?
True.
Yeah, and I thought John Cena's take wasn't the greatest take, but I think John Cena at the very least has enough Hollywood trading to like be like, I'm not gonna bash the woman, Right. And Mark Henry, you didn't have to do that. You really didn't. You don't have to bash the victims in this situation or the alleged victims in this situation. That is something you did not have to do.
Right.
That is stuff that you volunteered. And if you look at like, I didn't see Bradshaw, who's got his own, I didn't see them jumping on you being like, yeah, you're so right. You know what I'm saying? They come to let you die on that hill, my dude.
Yeah, they left them out there on the branch.
Yeah. So it's like you got to pay attention to stuff like that, my dude. Just pay attention, man. You can inbox me if something like this comes up again, and because I do have experience in crisis management and potential crisis management. I give you free advice, dude. Just because I don't want to see you go through this kind of shit.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, is like you're saying, JBL, he just left it. He was like, hey, Vince has always been kind to me and stuff like that. No. Kind of similar with a Maven. Like Maven was like, hey, I just know the things that he's done for me. I can't speak. And if the allegations are true, then I totally condemn the allegations or something like that.
Like Shawn Michaels, my dude. Like Shawn Michaels is like, like the way even Triple H, who did a horrible job, he was at least smart enough to be like, hey, look at that Netflix deal we got, He didn't bash the women,
Right.
It's like Mark Henry, of all the people who are caping for Vince, or all the people who aren't caping for Vince, why is it that you, my brother, had to go that extra step that not even these white boys went to?
And the thing is, Chris, like Mark is looking at this through the lens of his experience, right? Which is what we all do from time to time. But the wise man learns to not only view things through their lens, but also let me see if I was in that situation. And I think what Mark did here is he was like, oh, I was in a tough situation, but I toughed it out, and I was a team player, and I never badmouthed Vince or anybody in the company.
You're right.
This is a different thing, dog. This ain't wrestling, man. This is this young woman's life, right? This is her life. This is her view of self. And again, you know, like I said, I make no secrets. We talked about it on the Kings of Sport. You know, I'm somebody that has gone through abuse in my life.
Right.
And so, like, it doesn't just end at that event, Chris.
Right, yeah.
It's something that stays with you, and it's something that you have to continuously build yourself back up from. And so, like, for him to be like, oh, she's just complaining now because the money ain't there. Well, first of all, she's got a right to complain because, as you mentioned, Chris, if I did all these terrible things to this person, the least I could do, the bare minimum I could do is live up to what I said when I said, hey, for enduring this, I'm going to break you off a little something.
Right, yeah.
The least you could have did was live up to that. And then the second thing, Chris, is, you know, in terms of that statement of, oh, she's complaining now, it's like, yo, you do not have the right. And I say this with any crime, but particularly when you talk about like sexual abuse, you don't have a right to put a time clock on when the victim gets to say something.
Yeah.
Because for some victims, they can say something like the next day. For some victims, it takes them a minute. Like, I didn't say anything publicly for like 20 years, Chris. And so it's like you don't put a time clock on when somebody's ready to finally deal with what they went through and deal with that trauma. And so, yeah, like, to me, man, it is, and I know Mark didn't mean it like this, man. At least I hope Mark didn't mean it like this, Chris. I hope he was just coming from it from a perspective of, you know, some wrestling corny BS, like, you know, saying you got to tough it out, whatever. I'm hoping he was coming at it from that angle and not the angle of, I don't give a damn about this woman's trauma. She's just out here for the money, because that's not what this is about at all.
Right. And to kind of speak a little bit more to this, I have been in situations, or at least one situation, where me and a corporation that I was working for ended on very bad terms. And I definitely consider it mostly the corporation's fault. I was very willing to get into a class action lawsuit with a couple of my colleagues for what this company did. And we were ready to fight it. But what the company also did was I got a pretty hefty severance package, right? So it
hit
was
you with
like,
that hush money.
Yeah.
Cheddar makes it better.
Right. Yeah, it did make it to where I was like, okay, so yeah, I don't like, and it wasn't any sexual harassment thing or whatever, but yeah, I don't like what this company did, but it's the money that they gave me gives me enough time to find another job, and get my life back on track until I figure stuff out. So they wanted me to sign an NDA. I had no problem doing it because they gave me more than enough money to shut up, at least, right? And the fact that Vince couldn't even do that with this woman, especially when you see the, not even like when you hear about it, when you actually see the text messages that this man exchanged with that woman, it's like, come on, my dude. Like the like, you have ocular proof. The proof is in the pudding. What this woman went through. So you can't, you like Nate was saying, like you were saying, Ray, you can't be so myopic and look at this as some stupid wrestling shit, man. And life is bigger than that, you know.
Indeed.
Yeah, and your mentor Bret Hart was even like, "Hey, this dude never like cared about me," you know. It's like, like, come on, dude, you were trained better than this, Mark. The guy that trained you, you know, said Vince McMahon ain't it. you know?
Yeah.
Well, we very, very touchy, always a touchy subject when we're talking about any of the allegations going on with Vince McMahon. But let's try to delve off of Vince from one Vince supporter to another, from one fan, not a fan, but from one wrestler who prefers Vince to another wrestler who prefers Vince, and that is the outgoing former WWE champion Bobby Lashley. Bobby Lashley did an interview not too long ago with the Laboratory with Plas podcast, and for most of the interview, they were just talking about common stuff that's going on or that happened in his career, the history of his career, and things like that. And at the end, towards the end of the interview, they start going through rapid fire this or that questions.
Mm-hmm.
And the last question was Triple H or Vince McMahon. And this is Bobby Lashley's answer. Quote, I guess if I say the wrong thing, right? ... I'm going to go with it because I had a connection with Vince.
Mm-hmm.
Vince was big on, like this show, he looked at people that were stars and he saw that in me. And there was a lot of little nuggets that Vince would give me all the way throughout my career and tell me different things. So Vince just looked at me like, he was like, I can tell Bobby works his ass off. I can send him anywhere around the country to represent the company brand. He just looked at me as a star. I haven't really had too much with connection with Hunter. Hunter has his guys, and I've tried to, but we haven't really worked enough together to even get to know each other for sure. I can understand that, end quote. So those were the words. Pretty much just Bobby Lashley book in a booking sense or in a business sense, preferring Vince McMahon a bit more than Triple H. So
and I can understand that. Like to me, that's not shocking at all, Chris, because like that's the dude that put you on. Is Vince. So I get it from that standpoint with Bobby Lashley. Like there was a lot that they invested in him, especially in that first run. And then like when he came back, like he was even better. But I think the other thing in terms of like that relationship dynamic, Chris, is when Bobby was there with Vince, like Vince was always the boss. When Hunter gets that spot, it's kind of like, yeah, you the boss, but like, I literally came up with you, dog. Like you,
exactly.
like you was only a couple grades ahead of me. You know what I'm saying? Like you was a senior when I was a sophomore in this company, basically. And so it's like, yeah, like you were a peer. And so it's kind of hard for me to now look at you as the boss, especially if we don't have a good, not saying that they didn't have a good relationship, but if we don't have like a deep connection or a deep relationship. So yeah, like that doesn't shock me at all.
Yeah, it doesn't shock me either. And yeah, Bobby Lashley wasn't volunteering any information on stuff that is out of his purview, so I'll give him that.
That's put that picture back up, Ray. I've never heard of this podcast before. That's a sweet logo.
Me either.
Yeah.
The Laboratory with Plies.
Right.
And apparently I was kind of listening to some clips, and at the beginning it says the world famous laboratory. I was like, world famous? I ain't never. It's like when you got a restaurant near you. Like I had near me, it used to say Gus's world famous chicken. I'm like, I ain't never heard of Gus's in my life. And then it goes like 2 months later.
Two things. Shout out to Gus's world famous chicken. Two things though, Ray. Number one, we need to holler at the world famous Plas from the Laboratory, because I just off the strength of that logo, I like that logo a lot. But second, saying like your show is world famous when like some folks hadn't heard of you is like one of my favorite instances in music history where like even though the song was a banger, if you step back and think about it, like it don't make no sense. like Mark Morrison's Return of the Mac, Chris.
Oh yeah.
Return of the Mac. Return of the Mac. You knew that I'd be back. Like that was your first song, though, my boy.
Right. Yeah.
Your first song is Return of the Mac. Like where did you come from? Where did you go?
Right, yeah.
Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Return of the Mac. How did your first song, Mark Morrison? It is a banger though.
Right, yeah, it is a banger. I still listen.
You
to
lied to me.
Here's the thing with Bobby Lashley. First off, from a personal standpoint, I do love Bobby Lashley because he's on Facebook. He was on Facebook years ago. Anytime I sent him a message, he responded to me.
Y'all corresponded a little bit, didn't you?
Yeah. And he didn't ever have to do that. So I always appreciate that with him. And I see him kind of active on Facebook again. So I might try to hit him up again.
You back on these Facebook streets?
Right, yeah. I might try to, man. See what we could do with
maybe we can get Lashley and Plies on the next episode.
Right, yeah. And I think
and Mark Morrison.
Lashley is the second greatest black WWE champion of all time.
Ooh.
He's in Lashley,
after The Rock.
Yeah, I'd say right after The Rock. Yeah, he's second.
So you're putting him above Booker.
Above Booker.
Above
Booker
Mark.
never held the.
We talking about strictly the WWE.
Well, I put him ahead of Booker even with the big gold too.
Any world champion.
Oh wow!
Right, yeah.
So you talking about all the black world champions?
All the black world champions.
Wow, that's high praise.
Yeah.
So over Booker, over Mark, over Kofi, over Big E, over your boy Moose on these streets.
Right, yeah. Because I think with
Ron
Killings,
Ron Simmons.
Right. I think the only reason why Lashley's run ended is because Vince wanted to milk a rating that week, and they gave it to Big E. And not saying not this isn't to minimize Big E, but it wasn't like they weren't setting Big E up for success. It was like, let's see what we could do with this rating. Lashley is the only wrestler that wasn't ever Lesnar's Punk. He really was pushed in an honorable way up until they decided they were going to go Lesnar Roman champion versus champion. But like what Nate was saying, I understand his point of view. I think for Vince McMahon, Bobby Lashley was just an easy wrestler to understand. And Lashley was like I like for some reason with Vince McMahon, with these black wrestlers, he feels like he has to attach a stereotype to them to make them relatable to people. And I think with Lashley, Lashley is an easy enough guy to get. He looks like 10 years young, like maybe even 15 years younger than he actually is. He's in excellent shape. He's a guy that was never going to get in trouble for anything. He seems like a wrestler that minds his business. He did the angle. He was a good wrestler at the time to put in that hair versus hair thing, make him be Trump's only black friend in life.
I know that is agent. How well is that agent right now?
Right, yeah. Like, but Lashley.
In a different universe, Lashley's role would have been taken by Herschel Walker.
I know, right?
Real quick, I don't know if you guys know. I don't even think did they actually fight. Well, speaking of Herschel Walker and speaking of Bobby Lashley, I'm sure you guys are aware that Bobby Lashley was a former MMA fighter as well. Once he left WWE the first time, he went on to a promotion called Strike Force. And who else decided to go on to Strike Force?
Oh yeah, Herschel Walker.
But yes, the man who famously, as Andrew Thompson quoted, said he had brain like sunny side up egg. I wonder where that came from. where some of that might have came from. But yeah, that
you guys ever? I was
was
watching a movie last night. It was vampires versus werewolves. Werewolves are cool, guys, but I think I'd rather be a vampire. Vote for me. Like, no, we won't, sir. You ain't said nothing about no policies, Herschel.
Yeah, and he kept on like being like, every time they ask him a question, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, and then you hear he has this fucked up relationship with his son, about 50 baby mamas.
Yeah,
but at least 3 of them had abortions.
Herschel's like, we fall down,
but
we get up. For a saint is just a sinner who fell down.
Right.
But we need a super chat just for that. The fact that I dropped some Donnie McClurkin on the NWA podcast on Post Wrestling. Never before, never again in the history of wrestling podcasts have you heard somebody with some gospel out here on these streets.
Right. But I am gonna offer some slight kickback to something that was said on this network.
Okay.
By I think it might have been Pollock. I'm not sure.
Okay. Watch your tone, Chris.
Ago. But I know, right?
we trying to stay employed, brother.
I know, right? But it was like about Lashley not being a needle mover if he were to go to AEW. I don't necessarily agree with that, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because there was a rumor that Shane McMahon, there was a picture floating around where Shane and Tony Khan accidentally on purpose, this picture got leaked of them conversing with each other. And the scuttlebutt has been Shane McMahon might be on his way to AEW.
Yeah.
If that were to happen,
which would be nuts.
I think Shane's introduction in that company, he's got history with the Hurt Business, right? They were doing that raw underground foolishness together.
Oh yeah.
And
that's when we first saw your boy Omos,
right? And I think this is a big ask because TK doesn't usually do things the right way. But if he could manage to do something, you could breathe.
Speak of the man Omos himself. Did Chris see that KG Muto wants his man's Omos in Noah?
Oh, hey, that might work. You know,
the Homo sapiens taking over the world, Chris.
Hey, you know, I can't fight back against that. You know,
shout out to my Homo sapiens.
Right, yeah.
I want good things for Omos, man. Just as a dude, like he seems like a good brother.
Yeah. I think he does his job. You know what I'm saying? And it's like Vince McMahon was putting him into a position that he really needed to be nurtured into.
Right.
And I don't think what was asked of Omos was ever fair.
How long was Omos in NXT?
Right. Yeah.
Oh,
you remember Ray?
Right, yeah, but I do think Lashley, if
he was off and on,
sorry, if you do the Hurt Business right, you can get some mileage out of them in AEW.
So who's in the new Hurt Business?
It would be of course MVP and Lashley. I don't know what Cedric Alexander's contract is looking like, but you can replace him with Ricochet. You can replace him with Kenny King. You know, you can
maybe bring Leo back.
Put Leo back with him.
Put Leo with him, because the thing is, like, I look at the Hurt businesses. I look at the Hurt business's origins in TNA. I don't look at the Hurt business as a WWE started thing.
I think back in the days of MLK,
right?
MVP, Lashley, and King.
Yeah, I definitely think that there's something there if you do it
right. Beatdown Clan.
The Beatdown Clan.
They were one of the only good things about
right
Impact at that time.
Right, yeah. I used to love those vignettes with Kenny King in Vegas, King of the Night stuff, man. I thought it was really good stuff. I thought it was a shame that he never made it to WWE, but I definitely think if AEW does this right with Shane and those guys, I think you can you know, even if you don't want to put them in a faction together, they could be his associates, so to speak. You know, like a loose alliance where, you know, if Shane needs some muscle, you know, you could do that. You could easily have him beat down Swerve.
Yeah.
You know, that's there, man. And I think it would actually inject some life into
what would the AEW name for the Hurt Business be? That's what I'm interested in.
There's a rumor that the trademark was going around for that MVP file called the Hurt Syndicate.
Okay, I was gonna be like Ray. I was gonna be silly. I was gonna be like the Pain Consortium.
That's what I was like. You literally went that. I was
the
thinking
Injury
pain,
LLC.
The pain conglomerate.
But yeah, I think, Chris, when you look back at the Hurt Business, man, like that was such a dropped ball. That was such a fumble by the WWE, because yeah, there were at points during that stables run where they were one of the hottest acts on the show. And like they even got to the point where they were kind of like, you know, it's the old Batman line, like he's not the hero that Gotham City what is it deserves, but the one Gotham needs right now.
Yeah.
And that was kind of like the Hurt Business wasn't the heroes that the WWE deserved, but they were the ones they needed right now, because I fittingly remember during, and I don't know why you still got Chris on the screen, right? I feel disrespected right now, Chris. Ray.
All right.
Like you back there still trying to think of funny names for the Hurt Business. We passed that, Ray. We passed that.
I got caught up in the YouTube comments. My bad.
But shout out to everybody in the comment section. Keep them coming, especially if you got that super chat. Hit us with that in honor of Andrew Thompson, his birthday bail fund. We trying to get that popping. But I think when you look back at that terrible retribution angle, the only good moment I remember from that angle, Ray, was that one night where they were just like causing chaos and all sorts of tomfoolery and malarkey was going down on Raw, and they beat up all the baby faces. And at the end of the show, the Hurt Business was the one that just came down and stopped them.
Yep.
And it was like, oh, now we got a little something going on. And it's just such a shame that I don't know what the issue was, if they didn't see the value in those guys, Chris, or if they didn't feel like because they were connecting with the audience, especially a portion of the audience that sometimes feels undervalued and under serviced in their product. And I thought the Hurt Business was always good in my book. But if there's a way to recapture that magic, Chris, that lightning in the bottle in AEW, I'm all for it, man.
Yeah, and I think that for some reason, ever since Lashley started with WWE way back in 2005, it always seemed to be forces working against him getting to the top. You know, it's like, you know, he had to deal with some nonsense. If you listen to Crystal Marshall and some shoot interviews she did back in the day, you know, they were putting her in angles where they wanted her to be Edge's like little like black taboo girl or whatever that she wasn't comfortable in. With Lashley, they had him just doing some stuff that he never really felt comfortable with. Like you were saying, Nate, he was always kind of like when Lashley was on his rise, Vince Triple H was kind of like the top dog in that company at that present time. I don't think Triple H was looking forward to the day where him and Lashley had to mix it up in the ring, because I do think Lashley would have been a guy that would have beat Triple H because just the way Vince McMahon looked at him. If you saw the trajectory he was on, there were a lot of people in WWE who were fans of Triple H, and the people that were fans of Bobby Lashley, and the people that were fans of Bobby Lashley weren't necessarily fans of upper management. I know Paul Heyman really loved Bobby Lashley.
Mhm.
He talked about that a lot.
Former ECW world champion Bobby Lashley.
Yeah, he asked for Lashley to be on ECW. He liked him so much. And I just think that, like, and it's wrong to say that Triple H is a racist, at least in my opinion. I don't feel comfortable saying that. Yeah. I do think Triple H has the black guys that he likes.
Yeah.
And I don't think Lashley
and a lot of them are the NXT guys, like the young guys that were kind of his draft picks, so to speak.
Right. A lot of them are NXT guys, his draft picks. And I think Lashley, for whatever reason, maybe it's because of the similarities he has to Triple H, being a big burly guy. He maybe there's some professional jealousy there. Now that, like, to me, when especially when Lesnar had all that fuckery going on with him, Lashley was an easy person to insert in that role.
Right.
Why he wasn't there? You're doing nonsense with him and the
Street Profits.
The Street Profits, man.
Yeah.
Like the only thing those cats have in common is that they're black. Like I just don't see Lashley hanging out with those brothers ever, you know? Like I see Lashley having more in common with like a Chad Gable than he does with like the Street Profits, you know? Like I can't even picture Lashley in a nightclub having a good time.
He might be in Vegas right now with Andrew.
Right. that just doesn't seem like that brother's bag, you know?
Right.
He seems like a dude that has fun, like doing battle ropes and stuff like that, you know, like doing supplement reviews, that kind of thing, you know, like it just doesn't seem like that's his thing. And I think, and the fact that Triple H didn't even want to try with him,
right?
And MVP has gone on record. He's gone on Instagram.
Let's get into that.
Yeah, it does. This is gonna be an Achilles heel of Triple H if he doesn't take care of it soon. Because even if you look at the way he's booking blacks right now, it ain't great. Like Odyssey Jones, what does he have in common with the fucking
Big O? Big O. We substitute one. Chris, you're not seeing the
vowel,
genius.
Yeah.
We took one vowel, right? We took an E and we put an O where the E used to be, brother. It's a symbolic gesture.
It's like the
what's the last letter in the cereal booty? O's. Yes, there's an S, but we ain't worried about the S. It's the O. The big O for booty O. You're not seeing how it all connects, Chris. It's levels to this, brother. Triple H is a genius.
Right. It's like the thing that made the New Day work is I can actually see Big E, Xavier Woods, and Kofi Kingston being simpatico, you know?
Yeah.
Like liking each other's company, being friends. Like poor
organic.
Odyssey Jones is like, hey, it reminds me of Stephanie McMahon, where she was like, this girl is like you too, you know?
With Tamina and Naomi and Sasha. Team bad.
Like, this kind of shit is like, hey, Kofi, Zay Woods, you guys are black. Why do we put Odyssey Jones with you?
See, I think you selling that Val theory a little short though, Chris.
Right, I'm giving credit all day to
it was either Odyssey or Omos. They was gonna be Big O. It was one of them, dog.
Right, yeah. But it's like, and this is where Triple H's weakness comes in with the black talent, man. And we see you, Triple H. We come on, dude. You can do better than this. Like if I'm looking at just the way black talent is being booked all together, poor Andrade, he's not black, but like the way that they're keeping him on TV is having him beat up what's his name?
Man.
Carmelo
Hayes, beating him, and dude gets the feud is not hot at all.
No.
But you like it's like you do need, and this is an AEW problem too. I don't want to feel like I'm just picking on AEW. You do need some black consultants, some like Hispanic consultants.
He's got Shawn Michaels though, Chris.
Right? Yeah. Well,
Shawn is tapped into the culture, brother.
Well, you know what? That's like. I see what you did there, but if you look at NXT, I think Shawn Michaels. I can't believe I'm saying this. I think he gets black talent a little bit more than Triple H does. I don't know. I'm just saying, man. It's like you got to do stuff better with these people than this. Like even poor R-Truth, man. Like you did a repeat angle that you did a week earlier where he beat down Rollins, and now you're just like, okay, R-Truth, it's time to get your black ass beat also. It's like, come on, dude. Is this the best you got for your black talent?
Right.
Look at I've been on the Jade bandwagon since her AEW days, but I've also been side-eyeing WWE since they got Jade. If you're not being honest with yourself, if you're saying that Triple H is doing a great job with the African American talent at the moment, because he's just not. And this isn't me hating on Triple H, because I wanted to believe that once he got the book, that things would be better. And from an overall show perspective,
it's probably better.
It's better, yeah. But as far as like the people that are getting lost in the shuffle, that were in the shuffle, that are no longer in the shuffle, is like, the Street Profits. They're figuring something out with them, but I don't have 100% faith in that. I don't have the faith that I had in Carmelo Hayes that I had with him.
That one is surprising to me because, again, like that's one of Triple H's projects. Like that's one of your draft picks. And it's like, dog, like you know this cat. Like you knew, I've been playing a lot of college football 25 lately, Ray. Like that Carmelo, and I see that good comment there, Anwar. Like Carmelo, he works best in a run and shoot offense. That's what he was running in NXT. That's what got him over in NXT. And now that he gets up to the main roster, are we going to keep him in that run and shoot way? No, we're going to put him in the damn wing T. And you can't do no running and shooting out of the wing T offense.
Nah, not at all.
You put him in the wishbone. Like we running Navy's offense now. It's like, what happened to all the good stuff that we were doing in NXT? We don't run that here, kid.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And you do make a great point, Professor, when you do talk about how Shawn Michaels is kind of building up black talent. Like if Obafemi would have been in like Vince McMahon's view, like he would have been, he would have been like an African savage. Like he would have been what your boy Apollo should have been when he was the Nigerian.
Okay, I just thought of it for you, Triple H. I solved your booking problem. We need to scrap this whole thing with Odyssey Jones and the New Day. That ain't hitting in New York.
Right.
Repackage him. We get a new stable. Odyssey Jones, Omos, Obafemi.
Oh my goodness.
3 big O's. What we gonna call them, Chris? Ooh. Are y'all ready for ooh?
Hey, you want to know the fucked up thing about all this? This is for me on a personal level. SP3 did warn me that this had the potential to happen.
Sid told you.
He did. He definitely.
Sid been hating on Triple H since he got the book, and he's like, everybody doubted him. They called him a lunatic. But Sid was right.
Yeah. So I am gonna have to I am gonna have to kiss the ring of Sid next time I do one of his shows, because it's going pretty much how he kind of said it would.
This is like
probably
that
go.
time I told you Roman should have been the one to take a streak.
Right,
It's like,
It's
you know what? In hindsight, you was kind of right, dog.
Oh yeah. Well, look, man, I'm always like, I'm not one of those people. If something is right in front of my eyes and I see like they should have went left and instead of going right, I'll be the first person to say I was wrong. I still want to say I'm wrong about Jade Cargill. I just don't think I'm ever gonna have to say that, because they're not doing anything to like put that sister in a better position, man.
Like Andrew said earlier, it feels like they're treading water with, and like it makes no sense, man. Like I get it that they're having some issues kind of booking the women, but when all else fails, go for what's popping. And the big three to me was popping. Like it felt in tune with where your audience was. It felt in tune with, as Kendrick would say, Ray, what the culture's feeling. And so it's like, why not rock with those women until the audience dictates that they're not popular anymore? And so, like I still have high hopes for Jade, man. I feel like she can do this, man. But it feels like they are kind of wasting time until the eventual feud with her and Bianca.
Right. And the thing I don't understand is, like, they don't overthink the men the way they do with they're doing with Jade Cargill. It's like with Braun Breaker, you have him go out there, spear someone a couple times, win a match. You keep it very, very simple. With Lesnar, that's what they did. With Goldberg, that's what they did. But for some reason with Jade, it's like, no, you have to be a perfect women's wrestler.
That's a good point. Yeah, they're booking Braun Breaker the same way they booked Braun Strowman, except he's a better wrestler. That is accurate.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's like for whatever reason, Jade is kind of going in this direction. And I do think MVP vocalizing this is going to lead to other wrestlers complaining about it. I definitely think that, I think once these wrestlers get hip to the game, I don't think the black wrestlers of the 2020s are the black wrestlers of the 1990s and the 80s.
No,
these guys aren't going along to get along. If you keep on doing this shit with them, you will get some backlash and a mini rebellion. I've fully,
and they've got options now that they didn't have really in those time periods.
Yeah, there's options. The wrestling industry is so much more robust. You've got people that are gonna like, and I'm not saying AEW is perfect, because they've got a whole different set of issues with black talent, but I think, like, you at least want a fighting chance, like the best thing you could do for Ricochet when he was in that company is make him fodder for Braun Breaker. You're using a talent like Ricochet, a talent who's been the top guy in other companies. You've taken this guy and you've reduced him to, you know what? You're a hell of a wrestler. You do things in the ring that no other human being could do. Why don't we use you so we can bury you, so we could build up Braun Breaker? It's like you like I said before, you friend zone this guy. You said, okay, we like you, Ricochet, but we don't like you in that way, So it only made sense for him to want to go to AEW for at least, like, and I'm not saying he's going to be way better off in AEW, but WWE pretty much said to this guy, we see you as a transitional guy. We see you as a guy who we want to job to the guys we want to push.
You the gatekeeper.
Right, yeah. And AEW, I don't think they're going to do that with Ricochet, at least not at first. So
Yeah, he'll have at least a good 3 months of being hot.
Right, yeah. So he at least owed it to himself to see what AEW would do for him. And if AEW does the same thing, he can kind of like,
once he gets hit by that Tiger Driver 97, it's a wrap though.
I know, right? Yeah. So.
It's all over for you, brother.
There you go.
Nobody can withstand that Tiger Driver 97 there, Ray. That's what I heard. But yeah, any other stories before we shift gears to the aforementioned AEW, Ray?
Well, those were pretty much all the stories that we do have. And I think, Professor, you already went on to comment on MVP's comments about WWE.
Oh, yeah, we
so I think, we could go ahead and shift. Well, I think we can tangentially move over. Well, unless I think, Nate, you wanted to save our tributes. I know aforementioned Alpha and Sika will save our tributes, as well as Kevin Sullivan will save our tributes for the end of the show. But with that, we can go ahead and shift gears on over to AEW.
It's 11 o'clock Eastern. You know what that means. We talking about AEW on the NWA Podcast.
Indeed. So we'll go ahead. We'll get into the one of many big announcements. Tony Khan always has to have his big announcements. And earlier last week, there was a press conference, and apparently it's been announced that All In next year, and we'll get into our predictions for All In this year, but All In next year will be taking place in Texas, not at Wembley, but in Texas, where the Texas Rangers play baseball. So in that particular stadium. So with that announcement coming out, do you guys feel that this is a good move to bring it? Because we knew for about a couple weeks, or not a couple weeks, but a couple months rather, that they did have a deal in place in Texas and wanting to bring like an open air stadium show to Texas, but now it's been revealed that it will be an all-in show. So do you guys feel that this is a good move? Do you think that AEW can pull it off as far as filling up a stadium show in the States? We already know that the heat was there for it last year as far as going overseas, because it was their first time going overseas. So do you guys feel that there will be that same kind of momentum to kind of bring that into this big American show, which will be their first stadium show in the States?
Do I think that they can fill up this stadium in Arlington? My answer, Chris, is no, because the damn Rangers can't even fill up the damn stadium in Arlington. But I do think they'll have a good crowd. Like they'll have a good crowd, but it won't be like standing room only. No, because it's come on now, and it'll be too damn hot in August. In August in Texas. Tony Khan, have you checked the weather, brother?
Right.
It's gonna be too damn hot for that many people. So I think like they'll have a good crowd. I do think I'm torn on this, Chris, because I think it's a good idea to bring a stadium show to Texas. Like I think there's a fervent fan base there, and they'll like that atmosphere will be really cool. I don't like it though at the expense of not having Wembley, because I think there is something unique and there is something special about Wembley Stadium, and so it will be missed. Like I think that atmosphere will be missed.
I 100% agree. Here's the thing. I'm going to be a little bit more diplomatic than Nate on this. Ask me in about 6 months if I think they could fill up this show. But if you ask me today, definitely not. AEW is not a hot product right now. And you could tell they're not a hot product just by the way they're booking. Like the Daniel Bryan or the Bryan Danielson Swerve match was perfectly fine on its own merits to have main event Wembley. You didn't need to do anything extra to that. You really fucking didn't. Tony Khan and his infinite genius will make this, if Daniel Bryan wins or Bryan Danielson wins match, he's going to retire. That is so fucking desperate. You know, it's like, tell me you're desperate without telling me you're desperate, right? You know, it's the dude that gets turned down by the prom date, and instead of taking his lumps like a man, he calls her crying, begging her for the prom date, you know?
Please, baby, please.
Please. That's what this move is.
When everybody knows the real way to do it, Chris, is you go outside her window with a boom box.
Right,
and you play that damn Peter Gabriel song till she opened the window or till she called the cops. One of the
other. It's like, you know, you gotta, like, I do think TK needs help with the booking of ROH and AEW because he's out of ideas, and the fact that he did that desperate shit just shows me that I seriously doubt. Like, I've met Will Washington before, but I'm not like best friends with the guy.
Right.
I seriously doubt that was a Will Washington idea. Or anybody.
Shout out to Will.
I just don't think that's something that I think that's something that he did because maybe the ticket sales weren't where he wanted them to be, and it really does throw off my enjoyment of that show this year, you know. And AEW has given me no reason to believe that it's going to be better.
Why believe
next
you?
Year.
You never gave us nothing to believe in.
Right, yeah. I 100% agree with that sentiment too. It's just so yeah, I'm willing to revisit this and like.
So basically you saying no, but you just gonna say no 6 months from now, Chris.
Right, yeah. Hopefully I won't, but it's looking like that, man. Because like I said, WWE is a hot product right now. Like, say what you want about Triple H or whatever. WWE is not going to be hot forever. I do believe that. But right now, they are.
Roman just came back too, dog.
Right, Roman just came back. You know, they're kind of, you know, they still got CM Punk. They still got like talent that people want to see.
They about to debut this new stable. Ooh.
Right, yeah. I think some of the storylines in WWE are not hot, but when you're a hot company, you can kind of overlook some of the like less desirable.
It's like the Attitude Era, Chris. Like everything in the Attitude Era wasn't a home run,
right? Yeah,
but because the company was so hot at the time, it lifted all boats. The rising tide lifted all boats.
Yeah, you can make room for like a Harry Beaver cleavage and a PMS. When everything else on the show, when you got Stone Cold and The Rock,
HLA,
all the HLA stuff, all that stuff was corny, but you got really hot people at the top. To AEW's credit, I do think they've been doing the right thing with Swerve. Like Swerve, you're not getting this guy booed. He about like decapitated Wheeler Yuta on Wednesday, and the fans were like chanting for him to do it, you know. So
exactly,
like you could get like, and I think there is something there when a clear cut guy is doing diabolical shit, and the fans are like, yeah, do more diabolical shit. and he's a black man, as a matter of fact. Like,
a black man that threw a t-shirt on a baby, Chris.
Right, yeah. Like the fact that he's getting it, you have struck gold with Swerve. You really have. And I don't care.
Which is going to make our predictions very interesting here in a little bit for that.
Right, yes. So I think that right now in AEW, that stadium show is like they're gonna need a lot to go right. They're gonna probably be if the NBA doesn't work out anything with WBD, they are going to be the main thing on Turner Networks. You know, they're going to be the hottest thing.
AEW and hockey. That's all we got.
Yeah,
and Big Bang Theory.
No more. Like, yeah, the Big Bang Theory, hockey, and
AEW. The big three.
Yeah, because CNN ain't what it used to be.
Nope.
HBO, the shows on HBO ain't great at the moment, you know. So I do think AEW is going to be the thing, but they gotta, if you want that stadium show to do well, you really need to be laying out the groundwork for that like yesterday, man.
Right.
You can't slack off on this.
And I think it's going to depend on kind of like the futures of other people that are supposed to be coming back within that year. For example, like what's going to be the culmination with all this stuff with the Young Bucks taking over? Is Kenny going to finally come back? Like, what's going to happen? Are they going to make that a big focal point? Is Adam Copeland, my guy, the rated R superstar, is he going to be a big part of it? So, like you said, I think they're going to need all hands on deck on this.
Yep. Sting might pop back out. Just
right.
Sometimes you got to pop out and show them.
Yeah, I know, right?
Certified icon. like you never know who might show up. But I think, Ray, it to me, and this is what's gonna make our predictions very interesting. Like, I feel like AEW has some really great matches that I think people are looking forward to, like not only at Wembley, but in the next 6 months. There's so many interesting combinations of people. Like you said, there's a lot of people that we're waiting to see come back. You know, like your boy Edge, or like Eddie Kingston on these streets. There's a lot of cats we want to see back in the mix, man. Like your boy Adam Cole, baby. Out here. Like, so it's gonna be really interesting. The question is, and this is why I said no immediately, Ray. Immediately. When you ask me could they fill that stadium, I say no, because I think they have not reached that point where like everything is clicking. Like, and like Chris said, wrestling is cyclical. Like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, somewhere in that neighborhood, AEW was rolling and WWE was playing catch up. And now the WWE's hit their stride, and AEW is like they back in the lab right now. They ain't where they were, but I feel like a couple of key things just need to hit for them, and then you get those people coming back, and then you get some new blood, you know, like a Ricochet, like Bobby Lashley, maybe a new reformed Hurt Business, Pain LLC on these streets. Like I feel like they're like one or two pieces falling the right way, Chris, away from getting that heat back.
Right, yeah. And I think when you look at WWE's like boom period in the 90s, there was some luck involved in it. It's not as, because some people say, oh, AEW just get a celebrity and this is going to fix their thing. WWE in the 90s had the right celebrity at the right time. Mike Tyson, fresh out of jail, fresh out of biting Holyfield's ear. He was the right guy at the right time. Stone Cold was blowing up.
Let me tell you something here, Cold Stone. You don't know about me. I'm the baddest man in the world. I'm Mike Tyson. I work for DX. We will obliterate you furiously and ferociously, Cold Stone Steve Austin.
Yeah, there was just so many things going right with that whole thing, you know. In AEW, you can't manufacture something like that. It just has to hit.
Organic.
And when it hits, you know. So I do think they're doing the right thing with Swerve. It's like Stone Cold was on the way up, but Tyson being there kind of lifted that to where it needed to be, you know. And The Rock was having a meteoric rise at the time as well. So when you were watching Stone Cold and Tyson and all that, you also said, hey, who is this Rock guy? You know, and you're seeing stuff like that in AEW. I do feel like they're sometimes trying to manufacture that, and it's just something you can't manufacture. It's something that's going to have to hit organically. I think with Swerve, being patient with him is is good. Having him fight Danielson in a career match is not the business, but you can write this. You know, it's like you can get this to do what it needs to do, but it's like the problem also is like the window to have done this was probably when Vince McMahon was still doing that ridiculous book in the WWE. Triple H is not as incompetent as Vince was with the booking. So Triple H isn't going to just give you like this rope, you know. He's going to make sure that you guys don't succeed. So you have to succeed in spite of what Nick Khan and Triple H are doing in WWE.
Well, speaking of success, Ray Williams, let's talk about whether this show will be successful or not with our predictions of All In from Wembley Stadium.
Well, before we do, I just want to kind of throw
contradicting me out on these streets, Ray
I'm
Williams.
sorry.
Not in public, sir.
We'll go ahead. My bad.
What were you gonna say, Ray? What were you gonna say?
Well, I was just going to mention, and I guess we could talk about this afterwards as well, because All Out follows All In. So
right. So we got to get through All In before we
Yes.
can get to All Out, brother.
Indeed.
You can't be out unless you in.
That is
sometimes when you in, you out.
That's a very good double entendre you put there. But let's go.
I'm like Kendrick. My entendres got entendres on them.
All right. So we'll go ahead. This is not the announced order of matches. This is just the order that I put.
This is the Ray Williams order of preferred matches.
We haven't gotten any announcements as far as if there's going to be a 0 hour and what's going to be on the 0 hour. So I'm just going by just the announced matches. So for right now, so first off, we got for the Trios Championship, or the AEW Trios Championship, we got House of Black versus the champions, the Patriarchy versus the Bang Bang Gang, and I didn't know that there would be a fourth team included. So we got, and again, we talked about the trope of getting in the champions getting involved in the number one contendership match and then ending up having to face both of the contenders.
Yeah.
So we got we got the Bang Bang Gang versus House of Black versus the Patriarchy versus a fourth team in a ladder match. So it's going to be a 4-way trios ladder match for the AEW World Trios Championship.
Just hearing you say that makes me exhausted. A 4-way trios ladder match.
Yeah.
Like, damn, Tony Khan, you got a little too much dip on the chip, Playboy.
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
Right?
So first off, who do you guys think is going to be, if there is going to be a mystery team, who do you guys think is going to be the mystery team, and who do you guys think is going to be the champion? We'll go ahead with you, Professor.
The what are the name of them now? The Young Bucks or
the Elite.
The Elite.
The new Elite.
They're winning this thing, and this is what I say when you're like having this be a one-on-one match. Would have just made it be like there's an off chance the other team could win.
Well,
but when you make it a
It happened again.
Don't pull my number, Chris.
It happened again, Chris.
Are we talking about the tag championship or are we talking about the trios championship?
The tag championship. I don't care anymore. I don't.
You skipped the damn match.
We'll just
you skipping this one,
we'll
Chris?
go ahead to the tag championship.
Dang, I thought you was pulling a Ray Williams there for a second.
Exactly. That's what I was. See, I help a brother out. I don't just let a brother drown like
yeah. Hey man, if you would have let me drown, I would have had to swim on my own.
That's the only way you can learn how to swim sometimes, Ray, is by drowning.
Right? Yeah. So
yeah, we'll skip to the tag championship. So yeah, you think the Bucks are gonna win?
The Bucks are winning that match.
Chris just called the executive decision.
Before I got on this call, I saw the Acclaim be entered into that. It was silly. So yeah, I give it to the Bucks for this match. Sorry about that.
All right. No. What about you, Nate?
So Ray, when you talk about the patriarchy, right?
Oh, here we go.
No, I'm with Chris on this one. I think like FTR and the Acclaim did have a really good match this past weekend, though.
Yes,
yeah, they did. That was a good match. Yeah,
that was a really good match, and I think part of the reason you bring the Acclaimed in on this is because if they're not here, then I think they are in that trios match. Like I think it was going to be one of the other place to put them, and I think they threw them in here just to give this match a little more razzle dazzle. Particularly when we're talking about that entrance in Wembley is going to be insane. But yeah, no, there's no reason for the Elite to lose right now. So give me the Bucks.
Are the Acclaimed in a contract year by any chance?
Oh, that's a good question.
I heard they might be, but I don't want to repeat that if it's not true.
See, that's a question that's better suited for Scoops, but he's
listen. Professor's claims are outdated and flagrant. He tried to say the Acclaimed are free agents. Chris, against the Acclaim, he got no chance. He better sit on that couch like he JD Vance. Hey.
So let's my bad. We could go back to the triple threat match now. Match.
I like that little detour though that we took, Chris. It worked out, brother.
Right. Yeah.
But and speaking of Max Caster, he might be performing that very song because he's doing a show with the aforementioned What Culture Boys. I guess since they are based in London, they're doing like a podcast right before All In, and then they're doing like a karaoke show, and they're gonna have Max Caster performing as well as Prince Nana performing the DJ set. So shout out to Prince Nana. Of course, we're big Prince Nana fans around here. And
Christopher,
former friend of the program.
Prince Nana is that brother's never going to be unemployed.
Prince Nana gonna find some way to make a buck. You can't knock that brother's hustle, man.
He's doing coffee now too, right?
Yeah, he got the Nana coffee now too. Yep.
Yeah.
Shout out to Prince Nana out here.
Shout out. All right, so
Chris still paying off the embassy plan.
I know, right? Yeah.
34 easy installments of only $99.99. Salute to Nana, brother.
All right, so
back to the original match.
Rewind back, rewind back. So, what do you think, Nate? For again the four-way trios ladder match. Like you said, it's a mouthful. Is like I'm tired just hearing that. Yeah.
Again, like I think the Acclaimed would have been my pick for that fourth team, the mystery team. But if not the Acclaimed and Billy Gunn, then I think the only and this is because like I can't keep up with all these damn trios teams in AEW, Ray. So I'll pick the one that I saw the most recently. And that was some formation of Leo Rush and Top Flight.
Okay.
Like, because I think there's like 4 dudes in the group, right?
Yeah, and Action Andretti,
yeah. So you either have Top Flight and Leo Rush, or Top Flight and Action Andretti with Leo Rush, like on the outside as the fourth team, which would actually really be fun. And I would just spend the whole match praying for Dante Martin on these streets. Like, get through it, brother. Get through it.
No tables.
Just did a prayer circle for our good brother Dante Martin, man. But in terms of who wins it, I don't know, Ray. You even ask some questions like this, man. You're like, I didn't book it. Give me the patriarchy, I guess, to retain.
Okay.
That's all I got, Ray.
Nate's all right. Extent of Nate's analysis. All right. Chris, what about you? Who do you have a guess as to who's going to be the missing team? I doubt if you care or not. And then who do you think? Who do you
Chris
think
already told
win?
you what he thinks about this man.
You'd be right in your assertion. I'm going with the patriarchy too.
Right.
I'm gonna say this. I do think AEW might need to consider consolidating some belts. Not because I think like my whole thing with because WWE has a lot of belts too. I think the difference between WWE and AEW is all of WWE's belts that they have for the moment are consolidated to one show. Like the Raw belts are on Raw. The SmackDown belts are on SmackDown. The NXT belts are on NXT.
Right.
AEW, all those belts just start running into each other.
They can go anywhere.
Right. Yeah. And if they don't do a better job of like having a uniform way of like putting them on shows, they really do need to start consolidating some belts. So that's just my tirade on that, but definitely the patriarchy. I just don't see what benefits any team to win this outside of them.
All right. Well, I'll push back. Our word for today, kickback. I'll kick back just a little bit like Jackie Chan. I think there is one argument to make for one of the teams, and that being the Bang Bang Gang. I think that when they initially won the titles, or they got the titles, and Jay White had gotten hurt, and I believe there are rumblings that Jay White is getting a bit better. Again, one of those people, one of the many people who I feel are coming back within the next year and who can make the next All In next year a bit more bigger in stature. But I think when he got hurt, I think they didn't know what to do with the team. And so even though all you got to do, I mean, it's simple enough, just plug your boy Juice in there and just do like the what is it, the Freebird rule, just plug him up in there and then keep going. But I guess they had different plans, and then they ended up having the patriarchy win. And while I do think, of course, Christian is doing the best work of his career in TNA and within the last year or so, I think that there can be, because you talk about championships that are centered on one show. I do think that the Trios Championship is for all of the belts that they have. That's the one where it's been like a collision, like friendly one for like the last year or so.
Collision exclusive.
Yeah, and I think that the Bang Bang Gang are
only Kate and Cino get to talk about that damn belt.
Yeah. I think the Bang Bang Gang have been a big part of that. So I could see the Bang Bang Gang. As far as like the missing team, like I don't see any heavy hitters right now, unless like you do the Pain conglomerate or the Pain LLC or the contusion conglomerate, as one of our chatters said, where you do have like an MVP and Lashley and someone else run in and become like the champions. But other than that, that's just like a wild theory. But I can see what you're saying, Nate, as far as just plugging a trio team that you already have on the roster, like Top Flight and either Leo Rush or Andretti in there.
Yeah.
But I do see the Bang Bang Gang kind of getting the one up on the patriarchy this time around. So with that, let's go and thank you, Chris Kane, for the correction, because I believe our next match, he says that this match has been announced for the 0 hour, and that is Willow Nightingale and Tomohiro Ishii versus Stokely Hathaway and Chris Statlander. If you thought, if you had that on your bingo card that Tomohiro Ishii would be facing off against Stokely Hathaway in any capacity on your bingo card, then I think you won bingo for the year. So what do you guys think? I'll start with you, Nate.
We got TNA legend Tomohiro Ishii in the building. Don't forget, this man was a TNA legend at one point. But yeah, this has actually been a decently built feud with Willow and Stat. I like the idea of throwing Stokely into the mix, like for basically, like if y'all don't know what this man is doing, he's doing a remix on Bobby Heenan right now. In terms of being the cowardly, dastardly, obnoxious heel manager that has to get in there and duke it out. I was gonna say Cornette, but I feel like Stokely's sensibilities lean a little bit more towards Heenan. That being said, I feel like the highlight of this match is obviously going to be seeing Ishii just put them paws on Stoke. But I feel like Stat's going to win this because that's what the story dictates. And yeah, so they'll have the brief moment of babyface catharsis where Stokely gets the boots put to him, but Stat's going to end up taking this so we can continue the story.
Okay. What about you? Any thoughts on this match, Chris?
Yeah, I'm going with Willow and Ishii. I do think the stuff they've been doing with Stat and Willow has been fine. It's just a match. It's just I don't really see the stakes in this one for me to invest in it fully.
All right. I guess I'm the tiebreaker. I guess I can see this storyline continuing, and it only has to continue if Chris gets the victory or gets the pin, rather. So, yeah, of course, I think Mega Solid G3K is kind of alluding to the fate of one Stokely. If Stoke takes one bump here, it better be the vertical brain buster. So I could see him getting taken out like towards the end of the match, either by that or maybe like thrown through a table or something. And he's got like his one bump for the night.
When this match goes on, we hadn't done this in a little minute. We used to have back on Keep It 2000, Chris, a little game that we played called the Terrible Layer Bump Challenge. I think we need to bring it back one time for the Stokely Hathaway Bump Challenge. So, like, what's the over-under on Stokely bumps? Chris, if I set the number at 3 bumps, is Stoke going over or under?
I say about 3 is what I put it right.
You pushing, Chris? What about you, Ray? Over or under 3 bumps?
I'll say slightly over because he did. I think he can get away with like one match a year. Like he had one with Hook last year, and he took a beating in that one. So I think he could get away with.
That was actually a much better match than it had any right to be.
Yeah, I agree.
So Chris is pushing. He's saying 3 exactly. Ray is saying how many you saying, Ray?
I'm saying over. I predict 4. So I'm saying over slightly. Yeah.
I'm gonna go under. I'm gonna say Stoke takes 2 bumps. He takes a bump in the ring, and then he takes like a big bump on the outside or something from Ishii, and then that distraction is what leads to Stat getting a pin by nefarious means.
All right. So we got Nate and I on the side of Stoke and Chris Statlander, and Chris is on the side of Willow and Ishii. All right. So
Chris on Chris crime.
All All right, next match we got the Casino Gauntlet match for a guaranteed world title shot. So I believe this is going to have and we can't go with the Pain conglomeration because conglomeration is already taken. But we have members of the conglomeration. I believe it's going to be Orange Cassidy, Kyle O'Reilly, I believe also your man Briscoe. Mark Briscoe is going to be in as well. I believe Roderick Strong is going to be in that match, along with a couple other folks in that match. So, who do you got, Chris? We'll start with you this time. Who do you got?
And the
Casino Gauntlet match. And
is there a mystery person?
Well, I don't know if there's a joke or anything. All I know is that Orange Cassidy, I believe there was I guess there was like a free, like a 6-way match to see, or it would be the number one entrant. And keep in mind, in the Casino Gauntlet matches, whoever gets the first pin wins. Right. So
it technically could end with the first two participants.
Right.
So,
but it won't. Spoiler alert.
Yeah. And I'll be looking to see if there are any other, besides all the people that I mentioned, if there be any other participants that are announced in that particular match. But if you already had a thought, Chris, then you go ahead. Expound.
I'm gonna actually be outside the box on this one. If there's a Joker, I'm picking Bobby Lashley. And I'm picking him to win it.
Lashley. Okay. What say you, Nate?
Oh, this is tough, just because we don't know all the participants or most of the participants. I like the Lashley pick by Chris. I'm going to stay on the board, though, and just out of the names that you read, I'm going to say Orange.
Okay. All right, Orange. And let me see. All right. Sorry. I know this is bad podcast. Oh, go ahead, Chris.
No, a quick question. Has anybody ever won one of these casino matches and won a world title, whether it's been the women's title or the men's title, ever?
That's a good question. As far as like the ladder matches, I know there's been quite a few winners of the ladder matches that have went on the cash in for like the TNT title. I think I think Will Hobbs won it at one point, and I think he cashed it in for the TNT title.
Okay.
I think what's his name? MJF. He won it as the devil when he first came out as the devil. Oh, on All Out. And that very fateful night with with your boy Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin. And I think he ended up cashing it in for a title as well, but I don't think it was a world title. So as far as like cashing in that shot for the, and then more recently Will Ospreay, he won it. He won the first gauntlet match for a shot at the international title, and he ended up winning. But as far as for the world title, I don't think so. But yeah, for me, again, I'm trying to, because again, everywhere I look, it doesn't have. Oh, go ahead, Chris.
No. My wife just texted me and she's locked outside. So let me go.
Go ahead,
I'll be right back.
Go ahead, brother. All right. So
shout out to Chris's wife.
Shout out.
She's all out right now. The good sis. We need to bring her all in, Chris. Bring her all in, brother.
All in.
All in together now. Somebody play that Limp Bizkit. That was one of the few Limp Bizkit songs I actually liked when they did that All In together with Method Man. That joint was hot.
Going back. But I think I'll go ahead again. I'll go ahead with your pick. I'll go ahead and go with Orange Cassidy as well, because I think that would be a good spot to put him in, and no matter who wins
that's what I was thinking about, Ray. Because because I think Orange works either way, with Swerve or with DBD.
Right. DBD. All right. So in the professor's absence, we're gonna go ahead and this next match, I believe we covered already. Yep. All right. So we'll go into a newly announced coffin match for the AEW TNT Championship between the Scapegoat. Oh, why keep putting a P at goat? Scapegoat Jack Perry versus Darby Allin. What say you, Nate? Who you think? I believe Darby Allin is undefeated in coffin matches.
Right. So it's like, why would you even challenge him to a coffin match, Jack Perry? That's like that's like me challenging Michael Phelps and be like, hey, dog, we gonna swim to see who the best. Like that doesn't give me any advantage whatsoever, Ray. That'd be like me challenging Ray Gunn to a breakdance fight. But I mean, I might have the advantage in that one.
You might, you just might. Yeah.
Speaking of which, shout out to Chop Tees, Dickie Bird. We love Dickie Bird and the good people at Chop Tees, man. You can get all sorts of post-wrestling merchandise, Poison Rana merch, Kings of Sport merch from the good people at Chop Tees. Shout out to that man, Dickie Bird. But Dickie Bird, you got some explaining to do, my boy. How Dickie Bird,
his country,
in a country as vast as Australia, which one of the famous arguments we had on the Kings of Sport is Australia a country or a continent? And all three of us college educated brothers was stymied, was stumped and stupefied by that question. But here's the thing: in a country and or continent as big as Australia, Dickie Bird, you telling me Ray Gunn was the best? The best. Y'all had to offer for the breakdance competition at the Summer Olympic Games. Now, I know there might have been some nefarious means that Ray Gunn got there. We've seen the allegations. But even still, Dickie Bird, how did you, of all people, let this happen, man? You the president and CEO of Chop Tees, Dickie Bird. I know you got stroke on them Australian streets. And you let Ray Gunn come out here and represent your country, man. It's disrespectful.
Yeah, that was not a good look. And I don't know if she was trying to make a statement. She definitely made a statement, and I just want to know who she had to be. Like, did she intentionally, like, I don't know, did she throw the match just to get attention? I don't know. She said she was expressing herself artistically through dance, Ray. Oh my goodness. Okay.
You don't get it, Ray. And the crazy thing is, this woman had like a PhD in what is it? African American studies or something like that. Like African culture and inner city culture and dance and all this stuff. And it's like, if you went to school for this, lady, got a whole degree for this, lady. And this is how you out here. You out here at the Olympics in your little tracksuit, looking like the Royal Tannenbaums out here. If anybody remember the Royal Tannenbaums movie?
Oh yeah, with Ben Stiller and all that.
With Ben Stiller and Will Ferrell and all them. You out here looking like one of the Royal Tannenbaums out here, Ray Gunn, with your non-dancing self, just embarrassing your whole nation. Dickie Bird wept in the Australian flag that night after your performance.
She thought she was killing it too.
She thought she was killing it.
Got the nerve to pretend like she was yawning at the other competitor.
And then coming out talking about, hey guys, all of this bullying online is really unfair. And I agree, Chris, cyberbullying is bad.
True.
But if you do something that is worthy of the cyberbullying, I see where the people are coming from.
We were talking about the gymnast, right?
The break dancer.
The break dancer. Yeah, I have thoughts on that. I was waiting for us to do Kings of Sport.
We're gonna save it for the Kings of Sport.
Save it.
But I do have thoughts on that because it's weird with those, like, anytime you have a competition with judges, especially with something that's just never been done before. I don't think they should end the breakdance competition completely.
They said nope, it's
too
one
late
and done.
Right, but I do think you can like fix it to where you could get like good like judges to judge these things,
Right.
And like,
let's start by making sure we don't get competitors like Ray Gunn in the competition first, Chris. How'd she get in?
I don't know, but someone told me that the clips I saw of her were not that impressive, but someone told me that she is good at breakdance, and I just haven't seen the clips. So.
That's the thing. I think she threw the mat. I think
we need answers, Dickie Bird. Answer for your countrywoman.
I think she did well enough to get selected, and then she was just like, I'm just going.
Yeah.
She either did well enough to get selected or she was in on the selection committee.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like one of those situations where I'm going to put together a discovery committee to find the best candidate for the job. Oh, who's that in the mirror there? You look like a fine candidate for this position. I'm Ray Gunn. That's my Ray Gunn impression. But yeah, stay tuned for the next episode of Kings of Sport, which I've already decided because I know we're going to talk politics and I know we're going to talk about this breakdance fiasco. It's going to be titled President Ray Gunn. Get ready for it.
Oh, I love the wordplay. And before we get back into the match that we were discussing.
That's right. That's how we got to the Ray Gunn tangent.
I do want I see a couple corrections in the chat. So there were some world champions who cashed in from either a gauntlet or a casino battle royale or a casino ladder match.
So who?
I see they mentioned Hangman, Adam Page, and somebody mentioned, I think Money Mark mentioned John Moxley.
Cashed it in? Did Hangman win it? That's what I'm asking, is who's cashed in and won?
Hanzi is also co-signing. He's saying Hangman won a ladder match to face Omega, and he won.
Okay.
Good feedback. Salute to the chat. We appreciate y'all, man. If y'all got more comments, predictions, anything like that, throw them in the chat. Again, super chats get to the top of the line. Super chats are like Ray Gunn. They get to step in front of everybody else that may have deserved to be there because some thing like a kangaroo.
Hop right in front.
Like just hop in the line. Just what in the shrimp on the Barbie is going on, Dickie Bird? I need answers, Dickie Bird. I know in Australia it's no rules, just right. At least that's what Outback Steakhouse told me my whole entire adult life. But there got to be some damn rules because this wasn't right, Dickie Bird.
Ray Gunn was that's not a B girl. That's a B
this
girl.
Is a B girl.
We're gonna have a whole we already got people in Minnesota mad at us.
Minnesota mad at us. France is mad at us. Australia's mad at us. Get in line.
France is mad at you.
Republicans are mad at us. Get in line. But speaking of getting in line, let's get back in line with this here pay-per-view, Ray Williams. I'm gonna go with like Darby should not lose in this match. That is his specialty match. But I kind of feel like the Elite needs some wins because they did lose the Blood and Guts.
Yes.
To Team Darby and them. Team AEW, I guess, more specifically. But yeah, I would. So I think Jack Perry's going to win this one. But yeah, it's kind of a weird choice to make Darby lose in his signature match.
What say you, Chris?
I have to preface my comments by talking about Luke Perry is an actor that's just meant so much to me. And in my life,
I feel like
going,
you're setting Jack Perry up for some slander, my brother.
well,
I hear it too.
like I like because I love like 90210. I thought he was decent on that.
Mhm.
I love Jeremiah. That was an underrated show
Yeah,
from
Jeremiah
back in
was
the day.
good. He was
And
even
I
good
love
on, like, I didn't like the Riverdale show, but he was good on Riverdale.
Yeah, he was good on that. He was playing Archie's dad.
Yep.
And then also the Jeremiah Cloutier from Oz.
Oh yeah.
I thought Luke Perry, his acting on that was very underrated. Playing
Yeah.
that preacher, it was just so. But the thing with Jack Perry,
Here we go.
right now is like I do think he's getting better.
Mhm.
The problem with them is I think they're trying just too much stupid shit with them. That TNT belt is so fucking ass ugly. And I
the
want him
new
to
version.
lose just for that belt. That I hate the way that looks. It's like what was like an emo TNT champion? Like, what
Yeah,
the
it looked
fuck
like
is-
it was burnt. Yeah.
right.
It's no Jeff Hardy signature belt in
Right,
TNA.
Oh my god.
That looks fancy.
Oh.
Yeah, that should look like it got
Disgusting.
rescued from a fire. That TNT title,
I think that's the look he's going for.
It's
right?
the dark
But I mean, it's
TNT belt.
like he's in the elite. He should be like his championship should be like you're an ego guy now. All right, that's what you are. You're not this. Darby Allin is the guy with the darkness and all that shit. You should be a guy eating shrimp and lobster and steak.
Suited and booted.
Yeah,
And
then like
Ferrari like Okada.
right. Yeah, it's like what it's like, and I don't like it when these factions do because they did the same thing with when they did the ECW New Breed. You had guys that kind of went together, Matt Stryker, Marcus Corvon, and who was the other one?
Just coming smooth.
Yeah, but then you put like
going down, down, down.
Yeah, but then you put Kevin Thorne in it. He's a vampire. It's like,
hey, vampires are pretty cool, don't you think so, guys? Vote
I
for
love
me.
vampires. But the theme
That was
gotta
Herschel
match
Walker's favorite wrestler, Kevin
Right.
Thorne.
All I'm
Kevin
saying is
Thorne
the
and
themes
Cobra.
got to match each other, right?
Yeah.
And you can't have Kevin or
Jack
Jack
Perry.
Perry doing this
Kevin
kind
Thorne's
of
like, what did I
foolishness.
do, man? I just went to
Right.
work, brother.
Yeah. But yeah, and I'm not like as sour on Jack Perry as I was at the beginning of this thing, but I just don't.
Okay,
think,
you coming
like-
around, brother.
Yeah, I just don't think they're doing him any favors with this crap. And
Right.
I think like until they figure out an idea for Jack Perry, I say put it back on Darby and just until you get Jack Perry figured out.
I'm on the flip side. I think especially with the belt, I think there's no way you have him like do this to the belt and then you take it off.
Yeah, no, that's
A week
merchandising
later.
right there. That's merchandising 101.
Chris wants that Lex Luger moment where Lex is in the locker room wiping the belt off. He wants that for Darby.
Yeah. Although later on in our previews we'll get to a match where I think there was a belt change, and I think that belt is going to flip back to what it once was. But that's a teaser. But as far as this match, I think like Nate was saying, I think that the Elite, especially if it goes along to what we all predict with the tag titles with the Young Bucks retaining, I think that you want all the champions within the Elite to remain strong, at least until you have like this big force that finally pushes back and finally wrests away control from the Elite. So I think with that, Jack Perry has to retain. And again, another correction from the comments. It was said that Jungle Jack Perry is also undefeated in casket matches, but we know that with Darby Allin, casket match is his is his thing. Is his thing for the most part. But I could see him finally succumbing to Jack Perry, and Jack Perry retaining the TNT Championship. So with that, we'll move on to our next match. So we got Mercedes.
Now
Moné.
we getting interesting, brother.
Indeed. Mercedes Moné defending, I believe, just the TBS Championship.
Yes.
Against Dr. Britt Baker.
The MEAC title. The SWAC title.
I mean, she like Coach Prime. She making the MEAC look good right now.
Britt Baker ain't SWAC. Britt Baker ain't SWAC, Ray.
Right. So, you know what? I'll go ahead and get started with this one.
Start it off, Ray.
Yeah. I could see. Well, no, I can't see Britt Baker winning.
Hey,
Switch up.
Yeah, go ahead and correct that.
Yeah. I was like, at first, I was like, I think there's a possibility, but then I'm like, nah, we need this money. You know what I'm saying? We need this money. So I think, especially after you had her and Swerve and Athena at the press conference for the All-In announcement, the huge announcement, and just that picture alone just sets into place what you feel the future is going to be. So I think it's too early to have Monet lose right now. So I got Mercedes Moné retaining. And man, that I think that'll be like the fourth champion that we think going to retain. We got to get some belt change because I think we all think, or at least two of the three of us think the patriarchy is going to retain. Mm-hmm. We all think the Bucks are retaining. Two or three of us think Jack Perry is going to retain. And so far, I think Sasha. Oh, I think Mercedes is going to retain. So, what say you, Chris?
Call her by her name, Nancy Mace. That's not how you pronounce Mercedes Moné.
Whatever.
So this is with Mercedes. I love Mercedes, man. I know ever since she announced her and Makazi are divorced, getting a divorce, dudes are hitting her up in her DMs because dudes are hitting me up in my DMs asking me if I have the hookup with Mercedes.
What?
So,
do you?
Nah, not at all, man.
I was here for Ray Sadie's. That's the new ship, Ray Sadie's.
Right. I know, right? So Ray, if I
trying to get Mercedes in the Lexus.
Yeah, if I get any word,
go for a drive.
I'll send her your way.
That's hilarious. People are like, Doc, can you help us out?
Right, but I've loved Mercedes AEW run. I don't know if that's a popular thing to say, but I think she's really what that division needed. And I think she is a wrestler, not just women wrestler, a wrestler, period, that company needs at this moment, right? She brings a lot of star power. She brings a lot of swag. Her with that belt, and I still maintain she's going to hold at least 3 titles because I do think she's winning that women's world title as well before the year is up, and she's gonna make that company a little bit more big time. So I'm loving Mercedes at the moment. She is probably my favorite wrestler in wrestling right now.
Okay.
I think she's winning, and I love Britt Baker too. I like her too. But I just think that Mercedes is the right wrestler at the right time for AEW.
Damn, we went from Chris on Chris crime to Doc on Doc crime. No respect for your fellow doctor on these streets, Chris.
I love Brett. I really do, man.
I'm gonna make it a clean sweep. I do think, if this were month 3 of this or month 6 of this feud, let's say, I think you can make a stronger case for Britt winning because we would have had a much longer chase. But I feel like Chris said, Mercedes is really hot right now. I think the only stumble of her AEW run so far was like at the beginning where they were trying to tell her she was a babyface. Like, come on, man. We know our good sis. She good when she good, but she better when she bad.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as they flipped that switch, it was over. And I think bringing in Camille as the muscle for Mercedes, like that's a great touch. You know, bringing back those Diesel HBK vibes with those two. And so, yeah, I don't think this is Britt's time. I think Mercedes retains. Also because, like, I believe we're going to have another champ retaining in a match down the line here. And so we still need to keep on track, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get distracted by everything else around you. The end game of all of this. I'm Dr. Strange. I've seen one possibility in the world, Chris, out of all these millions of variables. It's Mercedes Moné and Toni Storm. We talking Marilyn Monroe versus Beyonce in these streets. That's the match that's going to main event sometime in the next 12 months. That's going to be the main event of one of these big shows. Hell, might be the main event of All In next year. Mercedes Moné and Timeless Toni Storm. So, yeah, I don't see Mercedes losing right now.
Yeah, I really do enjoy the pairing with Camille as well. And I love what they did at the San Diego Comic-Con where we were talking about villains from Batman. I don't know if you guys got a chance to check it out, but I think AEW had a panel and Mercedes Moné came out as Poison Ivy.
Oh my
and Camille came out as Bane. So I was like,
okay.
I see the vision. So I like it. So I think if they both kind of incorporate their personalities like that, but still be, like you said, the Diesel and the Shawn Michaels, I think that could be a big thing for Camille down the line too, because of course you got to have the inevitable turn, who's going to turn on who, and then who's going to be like the babyface coming out of that between the two as well. But they're just planting the seeds right now. But for right now, you're kind of developing that relationship with the two right now. So I like it. I like it. All right. So now let's get to the match that I was kind of thinking about earlier, where we have the AEW American Championship being defended with MJF defending against Will Ospreay. I think we might have a clean sweep with this one as well. All right, we'll start with Chris. Go ahead.
I'm going with Ospreay, and I'll say the reasons why after we go through y'all's picks as well.
Damn.
Nate?
You know, Ray, if Will Ospreay can hit that Zack Driver 97 on him, MJF will be impervious and inevitably defeated by the resilience of the Zack Sabre Jr. Tiger Driver 97 into 98. Cash Money Records taking over for the 99 and 2000s, right? Not just the 99s, but the 99s and 2000s, right? Which is all going back to why I believe MJF is going to lose this match. Top boy Will Ospreay, bruv.
Yep. I agree. I think Ospreay is going to win. Like I mentioned before. Like I mentioned before, I think that American Championship is just a gimmick. I don't think they selling those. they ain't doing the merchandising like you were talking about, Chris.
I mean, that joint would have been a hot seller a few weeks ago with the RNC.
Yeah, and it's silly. International is stronger than American.
Yes.
It's just
how dare you, Chris? America first, brother.
Right. So I mean, I gotta say this. MJF has been surpassed in this company. There are guys in that company that, in my opinion, are clearly better and that there's more money in. Ospreay being one of them, Swerve being another one.
Talk to him.
And I don't think MJF is is bad or anything. And I do think there was a void when he was gone. But Tony Khan and Brian Alvarez talks about this all the time on Wrestling Observer Live. There's been no upward mobility with MJF, man.
Right.
I didn't love the face turn, but you do have to MJF is doing the same shit that he was doing when he got in the company, right?
Exactly.
And it's like, and that's always the knock on AEW is that you got guys that are doing the exact same thing when they started that they're doing now. You know, they're 5 years old now, you know. So they're past the infancy, you know. They are at the point where we need to see some upward mobility. Darby is kind of doing the same stuff that he was doing. Swerve, there's been some upward mobility.
Yes.
Samoa Joe, he was doing okay until you know. But most of those guys like Wardlow, what the hell? What's that guy doing, man? Like what's going on in AEW?
I forgot all about Wardlow.
Yeah, exactly. Like why isn't there any sustainable star power? Because I think if you haven't moved the needle with MJF, you're not moving it with him now. I think he's kind of stuck in that thing. I think his best course of action would have probably been going to WWE and feuding with Cody there and getting some mileage out of that. But this guy is literally exhausted everything he could do in AEW. Right. And I don't see that for Ospreay, and I don't see that for Swerve.
Right. Well, talk about somebody going over that, possibly going a feud with Cody. We all know the rumors about Ricky Starks, so we'll keep an eye on that, brother.
Oh yeah.
See if he makes it over there. But yeah, there's no way Ospreay's losing, and especially in Wembley. And I am totally in agreement with your statement, Chris, about him not changing. It's like I kind of was on board when he came back initially and he had the Triple H jacket and he was still being like the anti-hero and still trying to go with the I'm your scumbag stuff. But then like you said, Chris, he reverted back to his old ways. He reverted back to grabbing the ring. He reverted back to taking pot shots, low-hanging fruit at people and stuff like that. And it's just like we're not seeing any development from where he was even a few years ago when he first got onto the scene or when he first beat John Moxley for the championship. We're not seeing any real character development.
Right.
And so
it's like Tony Khan is like risk adverse. You know, he doesn't really want to take any risks with MJF. Because like I wasn't loving the babyface run, but it was something different. And it was something people were sinking their teeth into, you know. And this heel shit is just like, okay, we have other baby faces, so let's just make you a heel again. No like reason outside of the fact that, you know, I think any face turn you do with this guy from here on out is just you expecting him to turn heel again. Right.
And you could kind of go along also. I mean, it could be a comfortable or a comfortability thing with Max as well, seeing as though he's pretty much he feels in his wheelhouse and he still has growth to do. I mean, he's still around 28 right now, 29. Like he's young. Well 30, so he's still got room to grow and develop, but right now it's just him reverting back to the old hits, going back to the old hits. But we'll go ahead and progress to our next match, and the aforementioned Marilyn Monroe of AEW herself defending her world championship. That is Timeless Toni Storm against, I believe what they call it, the glamour, Mariah May,
the host of TNT Overdrive this past weekend.
What? TNT over? Oh, I didn't even know that was the thing.
Yeah, so it's a new shoulder programming or additional programming with AEW. Like the first week, I think it was Will Ospreay that hosted, and basically it's just like a block of shows, like how to fight a bear in the wild, or getting away from the cops, America's craziest car chases.
That sounds like something from Spike.
It basically is Spike TV, like a million ways to die. Here's 2 of them.
Well, Mariah would know because she said you can either be in the ground or you can burn. So she got 2 ways to die right there. But Nate, what do you think? Again, this might be another unanimous pick. What do you think, Nate?
Well, first of all, we got to shout out this young woman, the glamour Mariah May on these streets, from where she was a year ago to where she is now. And some of the matches that we've seen her in, the character progression. I think some of the stuff that she did with Mina Shirakawa, like that was some really good stuff. So yeah, I'm really high on Mariah May. I think she's got a lot of upside. But you know what she doesn't have, Ray?
What's that?
She doesn't have a chin up.
And
she ain't got them tatas out.
And you got to.
And she ain't watched out for the damn shoe, Ray. The shoe is coming back like a boomerang thrown from Dickie Bird's homeland of Australia. It went past Ray Gunn's head and came back around and bust Mariah May upside the head. Tony Storm retained. Ain't no way timeless Tony Storm is dropping the belt. Not in Wembley, dog.
I'll go real quick. I agree. Timeless Tony Storm picking up the dub. What say you, Chris?
Yeah, I don't care. Like, Mariah May's English, I don't care. Those English fans are gonna cheer for Tony Storm when she wins. It's like I think like this is a thing. Tony Storm is a happy accident that AEW stumbled upon.
Indeed.
So is Swerve, and I think you gotta keep those 2. If you're gonna keep anybody in that company hot, Tony Storm, to a lesser extent, Ospreay and Swerve, you gotta keep them hot, man.
Yeah.
Because I think this is what your audience is demanding of you. So I'm very bullish on Tony Storm.
Yep. All right. So clean sweep on Tony Storm, which leads to our final match, the presumed main event. Title versus career. The final countdown. We got Swerve Strickland defending his AEW World Heavyweight Championship against Bryan Danielson. If Danielson loses, Danielson is done. Chris, you went ahead already and explained your love for this stipulation being added. So I'll go ahead and let you get started, brother.
I think Danielson is winning. I just don't see a reality where Danielson retires, even with them saying he's going to work a limited schedule. I don't even believe that. So it's like I really do hate this stipulation because it has turned me off of this pay-per-view, I was excited to watch it. Even if Swerve wins, it's just announcing this stipulation it just doesn't sit right with me. But I do think they're gonna go the obvious route with this. I don't think it matters. I think the people that are gonna cheer Swerve in England are still gonna cheer him. I don't think Daniel Bryan is getting booed, but I do think that Swerve is just that hot right now. Like even the thinking people were gonna cheer fucking Wheeler goddamn Yuta because Swerve.
No Wheeler Yuta slander, Chris.
I gotta give a little Wheeler Yuta slander, which pains me. But nobody was gonna be feeling sorry for Wheeler Yuta when Swerve was beating him down. I think I think that's what Tony Khan was going for, which is pathetic. I think they were hoping that Swerve was going to get booed for beating this guy down. That did not happen.
Nope.
That was stupid. Swerve is your fucking hot hand. You got
hit him with that Randy Orton.
Right, yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah. There's a million Kofi Kingston stupids. With this one. I just don't understand the logic behind it, man. Especially like a Wheeler Yuta. You know, you could have did this with if you would have did this with Ospreay, I think you would have gotten some Swerve boos.
Right.
Wheeler Yuta is not hot. No one cares if he gets his ass beat.
Damn, Wheeler.
It's just that simple.
But Chris, I think they only used Wheeler because of his connection with Bryan, though.
Yeah, but no one cares about him getting his ass beat.
But no one else is tied to Bryan, though, that you can get him to care about.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe Moxley, but Moxley has been so dastardly over his career.
Right.
I don't even know if you're gonna get that with him. Like, it was a stupid idea. This was dumb booking on Tony Khan's part. People can sit there, and I've heard motherfuckers do this online, and you can say, "Oh, Tony Khan knew Swerve was gonna get." No, the fuck he didn't. He thought that brother was getting booed. He didn't get booed. Don't do this shit again. Stop the fucking match.
Definitely ain't getting booed in Norfolk, dog. That's how we get down, brother.
Right, yeah, I know. Dang, stop the nonsense, my dude. Stop it.
All right. Well,
first of all, Ray,
Nate, I know you say you were kind of you were kind of not on the fence, but you were saying that this could be an interesting outcome that you could see come out of this.
Yeah. First of all, I want to issue a formal apology on behalf of Post Wrestling, on behalf of the NWA Podcast, all of our affiliates here at Post. I want to send a formal and heartfelt apology to Brother Wheeler Yuta. We appreciate you, man. Don't let Chris get you down. Keep your head up, my boy, and keep moving forward. Always forward, Wheeler. But nobody did care about you getting your ass beat. Like that's the sad part about it, man. Because I love me some Wheeler Yuta, man. Like, Wheeler's my boy, and it's like, damn, why you even put Wheeler in that situation to get his ass beat and to have people cheering? Like you made my boy look stupid in that moment, Tony. Like, you ain't had to do that to Wheeler. But here's the thing about this match, man. I feel like Chris is right. Like, there was no need to add the stipulation. Like, it was already going to be a fantastic match with a hot crowd. But it's a case of TK trying to out fantastic.
Right.
And what I mean by that, Ray Williams, is sometimes when you got something good going, you like, ooh, if I just put a little bit more on, that'll make it even better. And like, sometimes less is more. You know, it reminds me of a 8th grade Godfather. Got invited to the 8th grade dance, Ray Williams.
Story time.
Yes, a story time. Story time with Uncle Nate, baby. I was 8th grade, in the 8th grade, man. Got invited to a dance by this girl. I was like, oh, I was feeling myself. And what initially attracted this girl to me, I'm sure it was my personality and my sparkling looks and my wit. But I think what really did it was, one day we were sitting at the lunch table. She's like, somebody smells really good. And I had on a little bit of jupe that day. If you remember, anybody that came up in the 90s remember jupe, J-O-O-P, not J-O-P-O. That's the J-O-P-O. And if you don't know, use a mofo.
You should know.
You should know J-O-P-O. I'm talking about J-O-O-P, jupe. And I put like a couple dabs of jupe behind my ear and then like a little bit on my pressure points. And she's like, oh, that smells really good. Would you like to go to the dance with me? Like, why, yes, I would, young lady.
All it took.
Obviously, I didn't say it like that because I was in the 8th grade and no 8th grader talks like that, like some young Sheldon or something. But I was like, yeah, I'd like to go to the dance. So indubitably, I would love to accompany you, madam. Yeah, I was a fancy young man. I had a top hat on board, looked like the Monopoly brother. But yeah, so we go to the dance. So like, my parents dropped me off at her house. Her dad is the one that's driving us to the dance. And in my preparation, I put on like my nicest shirt, nice pair of jeans that I had. And I'm like, yo, she really liked that jupe, Ray Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of just putting like 2 dabs here and a couple dabs here, what if I put a bunch of jupe on, like jupe, all the jupe, just juping it up. I was juping it
like
up.
Accent, like
yes, I was just slathered in jupe. And we get in the car, we drive it to the dance, and she's just like, just kind of looking the whole time, just And so we get out. And credit to her pops, because he could have really made the scene a whole bit embarrassing. He pulled me to the side. He was like, "Hey, young brother." I was like, "Yes, sir." He was like, that jupe, that's some good stuff, ain't it?" I was like, "Yeah, man. How you know about jupe?" "I know about jupe, brother." But he was like, "Next time, just a couple dabs is all you need. If you put too much on it, it can be overpowering." And I was just like, "Okay." And to this day, I've never overpowered on colognes or like body spray, stuff like that. I always put the prerequisite amount, just a little bit, because that's all you need to be fantastic. And I was kind of out fantastic by putting on all that damn jupe, Ray Williams. And that's what Tony Khan is doing with this match. Wasn't no need for this career versus title stipulation.
True.
Wasn't no need for it. And so to me, it's like you've given yourself booking conundrums that you don't need, because you either kind of cut Swerve's ascension off at the knees a little bit, or you make Swerve the guy that ends Daniel Bryan's career, which could actually work in some ways, in a very, method reminiscent of Brock Lesnar ending Taker's streak. Like, it's not the same thing, but it'll have the same emotional resonance if Swerve retires Daniel Bryan. Danielson, DBD on these streets. But all that being said, Ray, I think they're too clever by half when trying to put this match together. Should have just been a straightforward match. If it was just a straightforward match, I think Swerve would win in a great match. The way it is right now, I could still see a situation where Swerve wins, but because they threw this stip on there, I think Daniel Bryan, DBD, wins. And I don't think he has a long reign. I think he has a decent reign, but it's not what I wanted. It's what I wanted with this match, but it's not what I wanted with how you set it up, TK. You put too much damn jupe on the match, brother.
Yeah, and you want to feel surprised when Daniel Bryan wins the belt, You don't want to feel like it was telegraphed. And I think this is Tony Khan spites himself all the time when he does this kind of stupid shit,
because you get two emotions at the same time, Chris. Because if Bryan wins, it's like, oh, we're happy Bryan won the title, but also, we're relieved he doesn't have to retire. And it's like, it should be one or the other emotion that I'm feeling in this moment.
Right? Yeah. It's like it's unnecessary. Like you said, too much dupe for me. I don't know if you remember this. It was Malibu Musk.
Ooh, Malibu Musk.
Malibu. That shit.
I thought you was gonna hit us with the Dracar Noir, Chris.
Right.
The Dracar. You don't know nothing about this stuff, Ray.
But yeah, but this is an overall issue with AEW. Why people hate on it so much. Why people look at it as second rate when you add these needless stipulations on these kind of matches, right? Because I get into arguments with people all the time who just do not take AEW seriously. And this is a problem. This is a problem to the point where WWE is hot right now. So the last thing you need is just wrestling fans or would-be casual AEW fans not taking you serious at the moment but doing shit like this is just the easiest way to give people an excuse not to take your company serious.
Right. Well, I'll go ahead. You guys said it's too much juke, and I'm actually on the flip side. I think too much is never enough, Chris. I think I actually kind of dug them adding the stipulation because we already had it where it was foreshadowing with Brian already saying that this is my final year in full-time competition. And so I think you already had that kind of in the background anyway. And so I think to kind of put it in people's minds that, oh, this could end sooner than we all anticipated ended already. And especially with the real life things with him, I think even prior to him announcing that he was going to put his career on the line, the stuff with him and Jeff Jarrett. And it's like, if you're going to go all in, because you up here, you have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You're talking about, oh, I'm already hurt, or my family is wishing that, or the doctors are saying that I shouldn't be going out there. And it's like, I'm not doing any matches between me winning the Owen and going up, or I'm only doing a few matches, even though I want to do more, but the doctors tell me not to. So you're already planting that seed inside of people's heads. And I think this is just kind of to solidify it and make it think like, I understand that you do feel as though it's a needless stipulation. I think while it didn't need this stipulation, I think it, in my eyes, is enhancing the importance of the match a little bit. And I know you say you haven't saw Deadpool. Small spoiler, it has nothing to do with the actual movie, but at the end, there was a song that's being played throughout a montage of the Fox Marvel. They're doing like a tribute to the Fox Marvel universe before they take it out to the back like Old Yeller, but they do like as far as like the old X-Men movies and stuff like that. So, but that's just like the post or the mid-credit scene that has nothing to do with the actual body of the movie, but be looking out for that. But a certain song that they played in that video is a song that they played recently for Bryan Danielson in kind of like his career retrospective video, and that was Good Riddance, Time of Your Life by Green Day. Yeah. And that pretty much solidified what I think is going to happen in this match, because you can't play that song and then not like retire. Like you got to go. Like that's a tearjerker right there. Like you got when you play that song around somebody, it's the last hurrah. You got to go. You can't stick around after you play Green Day Good Riddance. You got to go. So I think, and while in my heart of hearts with Bryan Danielson being one of my favorite wrestlers, like I would love to see like a crowd full of Wembley, not Wembley in France, which we alienated, but Wembley, a crowd full of people chanting yes as he's holding up that championship. I would love to see that, and I hope that does happen. But what I feel is going to happen is that we're gonna get a WrestleMania 19 moment where it, like with The Rock, the last match between The Rock and Stone Cold, where The Rock, he has to put down the favorite and whisper something in his ear. Rock leaves out, and then everybody is just adoring Stone Cold, and with his last like fully official match in the WWE. I think the same thing's going to happen. I think this is pretty much just a farewell tour for Bryan. I think that Swerve is going to do what he has to do. I don't think he's going to do any nefarious means. like Kuma is suggesting in the chat. I don't think he's going to turn back heel just to turn back babyface. I think they have him solidly in that anti-hero role.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to win, but he's going to kind of like they're going to punish each other. And Daniel Bryan's in like after Wheeler Yuta was poor Wheeler Yuta was getting escorted out of the ring. He cut a promo after the match, and he was like, "You're not going to get the underdog, Daniel Bryan. You're going to get the I'm gonna kick your effing head in, Daniel Bryan or DBD." So I think it's going to be an amazing match. It might be right up there. I mean, I know this might be kind of stretching out hopes or kind of having expectations pretty high, but I expect this to be one of the best matches of the year. With that said, though, I think Swerve is going to put him down. Swerve is probably going to whisper something in his ear on the way out. He's going to head out, and then all of Wembley is just going to go ahead and shower Bryan Danielson with just a bunch of praise and elation and just gratitude for everything that he's done for the business. So I got Swerve winning. And yes, I talked about the right match this time, right? I did.
I don't even know why we talked about this match, Ray. Like we just wasted the audience's time. I'm sorry, post wrestling audience. We shouldn't have even talked about this match because Ray, it's something about this match, man. It's just something unpredictable. But Chris, in the end, it's kind of right. I hope y'all had the damn time of your lives, ladies and gentlemen.
I see what you did there.
Come on, broadcast professional Ray Williams. I'm not new to this, brother.
I would love to believe that Daniel Bryan could actually do that. And I don't think Daniel DBD has the ego to where he just feels he.
And this wouldn't be the first brother he put over at a big event.
Right, yeah,
true,
it really
true.
wouldn't be true. And I don't think he has the ego to where he feels he ever even needs to win the AEW World Championship. But I think DBD has 3 kids: his son, his daughter, and wrestling.
And Wheeler Yuta.
And I do think he loves his son and daughter better than wrestling.
I would hope
not that much more. You know?
Why is Wheeler always over here at Christmas time, Daddy? Don't he have his own family?
Right. I just
you leave your brother alone, Daniel Bryan Jr. I don't know his son's name. Rusty Bryan. I don't know Daniel Bryan's
I think
kids,
the
man.
daughter is like Birdie.
I know Birdie. Yeah, Birdie. I don't know the little boy name.
I don't know the boy name.
And they're adorable kids. They're adorable kids. I just think Daniel Bryan
DBD.
DBD. Wrestling is just something that this brother loves doing too much, man. To the point where he was like if I get like, this is how we're different. If I get a concussion that's bad enough that puts me on the sideline for anything for a couple years, I will take that as, you know what, this just isn't me anymore. Daniel Bryan, Bryan Danielson, he was not gonna rest until he came back to wrestling, you know? So I just don't see, like, if he was gonna go out, this would be the way to go out. I do think Bree has more power over him than any other force except for wrestling. So that's my whole thing with that.
All right, what you got next on the agenda, Ray Williams? There's always an agenda with this brother Ray Williams. I think Ray got so emotional.
Yeah, I know that he
Talking
left
about
me
Daniel
on
Bryan.
the freeze frame.
Right. He tried to do you like Wheeler Utah, just leave you out here struggling.
Right.
But I think where Ray was gonna go, Chris, is we were gonna talk about some of the guys that we lost over the past month. We talked about Alpha and Sika when we talked about the bloodline a little bit earlier on, but we also lost Kevin Sullivan, most recognizable to cats of our era as the Taskmaster back in WCW. So Chris, any thoughts on the Samoans or on Kevin Sullivan that you want to let the people know about, man?
Yeah. So for Kevin Sullivan, I'll start with him and then go with Sika and Alpha and then circle back to Kevin Sullivan.
Okay.
Kevin Sullivan, I had the privilege of meeting him for the first time the same year that I met John and Way for the first time.
Okay.
Back in 2015 at the very first Wale Mania.
Kevin Sullivan was at Wale Mania?
Oh yeah, he was there. It was
okay.
And this is no shade to the homeboy Emilio Sparks, but I did like the first Wale Mania the best, just because it was at a club. I think it was called Taste in San Jose, California.
Okay.
And the reason why I love, because now Wale Mania is this big thing and all the wrestlers appear on stage. If I had the AEW podcast, or if I had the NWA podcast like we do now, Nate, if I had that back in 2015, I could have easily snatched up some good interviews with wrestlers that were more than willing to talk to you. Kevin Sullivan was one of those guys. He was just a really, really nice guy. I knew he was short, but I didn't know he was as short as he was. But he was just chilling. And when I talked to him, he just seemed like a brother that was just
who was taller, Chris, me or Kevin Sullivan?
You probably got him by like maybe an inch.
Yes.
Yes. So but he was like, Kevin Sullivan was one of those wrestlers that I met, and I always remember this about these auras of wrestlers, because you read about across a very few of them. Kevin Sullivan seemed perfectly happy not being in wrestling, man. He was one of those people that he liked wrestling and participating in the fan fest and doing his podcast and all that stuff. He loved that, but he wasn't one of those people that like needed to be back in the spotlight. He wasn't one of those guys clamoring for a job with WWE or AEW or anything like that. This guy was perfectly retired. He did stiff JJ Dillon as evidenced by that episode of Steve Harvey's court show that he judged Steve Harvey. But he's like, and like, if you listen to him,
wait a minute. Who you said your name is the Taskmaster? What is who? Where did you hit that man? Oh Lord!
I don't know if you can find this, Ray, but
that was my limited fake Steve Harvey.
He did take a picture with, because Steve Harvey is a wrestling fan from like the 70s. So once he found out who they were, he did start kind of fanboying out. And there's a picture that he took with JJ Dillon and Kevin Sullivan. And this is my last image of Kevin Sullivan. It was just a funny episode of Judge Steve Harvey. If you get a chance to watch it,
Judge Steve Harvey, I forgot that was a thing.
Right, yeah, and I think it's a summer show. It comes on like new episodes in the summer on ABC. But definitely check that clip out if you could find that picture, Ray. Before we leave today, because that is a real.
We need that picture, Ray.
That's a real picture that exists with Kevin Sullivan.
Your whole producer title rides on you getting that picture by the end of the show, Ray. No pressure.
and JJ Dillon, man. So yeah, but before I circle back to Kevin Sullivan, I did have to talk about Sika and Alpha, because those dudes are just like I don't know how readily willing any Samoan or ethnic person would want to would be at doing that angle the same way with a 2024 lens, but they played the parts perfectly. I really do think they loved WWE and what it brought to them. Alpha, just like the stars that went through his wrestling school, you know, like Batista being one of them. There were so many of them. I'm blanking on the names, but Batista's one I definitely remember. They were just cool. Everybody had good things to say about them. I remember them when I was a kid. I remember Sika being a manager of Kamala, and Sika was in a team with Kamala, and their manager was King Ayakea.
Yes.
From the Dungeon of Doom. It's just like, I don't know, the depths of all three of these guys just really hit me. Kevin Sullivan, Alpha, and Sika, it just really hit me for whatever reason, man, because I just remember those. And even when Alpha came back with the Head Shrinkers in the 90s, there was a lot of goofy stuff going on in WWE at the time. But that stuff with the Head Shrinkers, when they, not with the promos and stuff, because that stuff was silly, but when they actually wrestled, they were good matches, man. And there's one match where the Head Shrinkers teamed up with Yokozuna. It's a television match. I forgot who they were fighting against. I want to say Luger or maybe someone else, but it was a good
say
match.
Somebody American.
Somebody American.
Somebody patriotic, Chris.
Right, yeah, somebody like that. And it's a testament to the Samoan, the bloodline, if you will, that like their stories go back like decades, you know. Like with
High Chief
Pete Maivia and all that stuff.
High Chief.
And just like it's continuing on, and you're never gonna run out of those out of this.
Nah, they keep making new ones, brother.
Yeah, you're not gonna run out of the Tongan.
They got a taller Tonga now.
Yeah. So the
tallest Tongan of them all.
Right, yeah, and they did what they did, so Roman, The Rock, and all those cats could do what they did, you know.
Yeah,
they went through their ringer and all that stuff, and they created a dynasty, it's like really just a good, like Roman Reigns doesn't fit into the mold of any of that stuff.
That's true.
From the 80s, man. The guy is a guy, a handsome guy. Kids look up to him. He's not like doing these stereotypes and stuff. That's why, like, even with what they did with the Goon Squad bloodline, I wasn't loving when they were calling them thugs and hoodlums and all that shit. Because I just think the Samoans have moved so far past that.
They couldn't get over the border.
Right,
like,
that you don't really have to do that.
They couldn't get overseas.
Right, but that's my thoughts on them. So I just RIP to all those guys.
Yeah.
That's my thoughts on that before I circle back over to Kevin. So
real quick, I will say when you look at Alpha and Sika, the Wild Samoans, man, like for years the debate was who's the greatest family in wrestling. Ain't no debate, dog.
Nah,
ain't no debate in both terms of quantity and quality.
Yeah.
This bloodline, this Samoan dynasty, they been had the title, man. I remember like watching these dudes as a kid, like they were every bit the stereotype. But that was the time, and they played the roles they were given to the fullest. But I think actually what's crazy is I think if you want a real appreciation of Afa and Sika, yes, go back and watch their matches. But maybe what endeared me more to them, even more than their wrestling, was watching Young Rock and seeing. So, like, obviously, this is through Rock's lens as the creator of this show about his family, but just the love in that family unit with Afa, with Sika, with the grandma. You know what I'm saying? Like that family, like that structure. Was the key, was the center of everything. And I do think, Chris, you make a great point that we don't get to the point where, you know, Roman Reigns is his own man and he's not playing a savage. He's not playing somebody from the deepest, darkest jungles of the Samoan continent out here. But he still finds a way to be thoroughly modern, but also paying homage. Paying homage to that lineage, paying homage to that bloodline. And so, yeah, like those dudes, they are not here with us anymore. But what they did, you know, both in terms of like going back and watching their matches and stuff, but also the foundation that they helped lay with people like the High Chief, with people like Rocky Johnson and his family, like the lineage of these cats is so instrumental to wrestling today that we watch. Like there's Samoans all over the place, dog, and the wrestling world is better for that. Then when we get to Kevin Sullivan, man, like you hit on one of the things that always drew me to Kevin Sullivan. Like this dude, like my size, but technically I'm taller than Kevin Sullivan. Ooh, there it is. There it is. Ray gets to keep his job, y'all. Ray gets to keep his job. JJ Dillon, what did you, Kevin? Who is the taskmaster? Oh Lord. and scene.
Sullivan just looks so lost.
I know, like, he was a trooper, man.
Like, who is this guy, JJ? But Kevin Sullivan, like, yes, he was a short king before we even had that terminology, Chris. But he was a short dude that would put them boots to you, would put them paws on you, like, and even. Like more so than the time we watched him, because by the time we were really watching Kevin Sullivan, Chris, he was in that stage where he was just kind of the occasional wrestler, but mainly the manager.
Right, yeah.
But if you go back and watch some of them old Kevin Sullivan tapes,
right, yeah.
My boy was in these streets.
Right, yeah.
My boy was grimy.
Yeah, Luna Vachon became Luna Vachon after Kevin Sullivan gave her a smack, and she got hypnotized by Kevin Sullivan.
Like some of those like brutal matches in the 70s and 80s, man.
Right.
Like there was no joke, man. And so like for a guy to be that size, again, for a guy to be my size, albeit, inch or two shorter than me, Ray Williams, we would have been a hell of a tag team, me and Kevin Sullivan, come to think of it. If he were younger and I was older, somewhere in the middle, we would have met and been a hell of a tag team, Ray Williams. But for him to do that at that size and be credible, Chris, to be credible as like this villain that like, oh, yo, that you don't want to mess with that dude. Like to be credible at that size is an achievement. But then even beyond that, when you got to like the promos, when you got to the character stuff, like he was always trying some out there things. And most of the time they kind of hit. Sometimes he was like, oh, you got a little too much droop on with that one, dog. But a lot of those crazy kind of out of the box booking ideas he had, really worked. And like you said, Chris, seemed like a dude that like when his time in the ring, when his time in the spotlight was over, he was like, I'm good with it. I had my time, I had my run. I'm still gonna be connected with wrestling. I'm still gonna be affiliated with this sport that I love, but I ain't got to be on the main stage no more because my time is over. It's the next generation's turn. So yeah, like it's always sad when we see, kind of these people that were fixtures of our childhood, Chris, pass away. But I think one thing that is kind of a silver lining in all of this, man, like these dudes came from that era where a lot of them dudes that they ran with, they checked out the game 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Sometimes 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mhm.
The fact that these dudes made it this far through everything, man, through the damn pandemic, and was still here with us. I think that's, like every day that you're above ground, that's a day for blessing. That's a day for celebration. So the fact that we had as much time, with these dudes is a blessing. And, saying, Ray, the fact that, again, their work, their legacy, particularly when you talk about Alpha and Sika, is not going to be forgotten anytime soon.
Right. We do kind of need to talk about this a little bit, but I'm not going to spend too much time on this. But I never liked the conspiracy theories that were going on when Chris Benoit did what he did. That kind of spilled over. Even Dark Side of the Ring were kind of giving credence to just some nonsense that Kevin Sullivan was just not attached to. Just by virtue of the timeline that was being explained. Like, it was just like, this guy is retired, trying to live his life. And I'm not saying dude was perfect, but he definitely wasn't doing some of the shit that these fucking fanboy fans were trying to attach to his name, and the rumors.
Well, I was gonna say, full transparency, I was one of those fanboys because I was a huge Benoit fan, and it just seemed unbelievable when the stuff started coming out, and I watched even before that stuff happened, I watched the WWE DVD that came out about Chris Benoit, and it talked about Kevin Sullivan, and that's really the only way I knew Kevin Sullivan, because you guys kind of knew him from earlier WCW, but I didn't get onto WCW until Attitude Era, until the Monday Night Wars, so I didn't really know Kevin Sullivan like that. So I was like, oh, he took his girl. Oh, he was jealous. I was one of the fanboys who was believe he did it all alone. And then on YouTube, it's the early part of YouTube where they just let anything on there. I think they had one of those I think it was a scramble voice decoder or a voice modulator, and it was, this is Kevin Sullivan. I did kill Chris Benoit, and I blame. I was like, see, this is proof. Police, please. But I digress. But yes, go ahead. I was one of
Ray
those
Williams, PI. I cracked the case, guys.
And what I think is, when I met him at Wale Mania, one of the fans asked about that. I was never going to ask about that. But they did. But to Kevin Sullivan's credit,
that's crazy.
He was like, look, man, when me and Nancy were on our way to Splitsville, when her and Benoit did what they did on the road, he really wasn't it wasn't something that broke his heart, I didn't get that impression from him. I think it was kind of that happens, I think he was ready. I think both of them, I think Nancy and Sullivan were ready to move on from that relationship,
Right.
That's just the impression that I got. I don't have this on some super authority, but I just feel that way, and for Sullivan, he did what he could to try to make his superstars happy. The whole Dungeon of Doom thing. If you listen to shoot interviews with them, he knew it was goofy when he was booking it, but his reasoning for it, he said that Hogan was comfortable with the guys from WWF he was comfortable working with. And this was the Dungeon of Doom was kind of his make good for all this stuff. So Ray, I don't know if you've got this readily available, but in honor of Kevin Sullivan, I was wondering if we could take one last trip to the Dungeon of Doom and see who's on the docket to join King Iakea, Sullivan, and the rest of the Doom Squad. RIP to all of them.
RIP. Say no more.
Sometimes when you spin the wheel, you got to make that deal, Chris.
I know, right? You spin the wheel, make the deal. Like this is like poor John Tenta. RIP John Tenta. RIP the Master, aka King Iakea. RIP Kevin Sullivan, man.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus
Was
Christ.
Prince Iakea King Iakea's son in real life? Or was that just
no?
like
I think
kayfabe?
they just gave him the island gimmick, and they wanted to connect them in that way.
And then my man was like, I don't need all that. I'm gonna become Prince.
Right? Yeah.
You don't know nothing about that, Ray. You don't know nothing about the artist formerly known as Prince Iakea, my brother.
Mm-mm.
Hey, y'all send us some super chats either this episode or the next, and ask about this man, the artist formerly known as Prince Iakea. That's 20 minutes right there.
Oh yes, easily 20 minutes.
Prince Iakea with Paisley. Yeah.
I think I remember Paisley.
Oh yeah, Booker T's wife.
Look here, Ray.
Oh yeah.
You out here being
I
all
was thinking of the wrong Nitro girl.
being all flipping with your remarks. You need to go purify yourselves in the water of Lake Minnetonka, Ray. Go to Minnesota. This is the first time I'm willingly sending somebody to Minnesota.
I don't think I ever saw a wrestler more uncomfortable playing a character as I did Prince Iakea doing that Prince gimmick thing.
Oh.
He did what they asked him to do.
It was a great gimmick too, but he was just like, guys, I don't know how to do this.
Right. It just wasn't him, man.
Why you making me do this now?
Right. Yeah. And Paisley, she tried to make it work, but it's like the wrestlers got to be feeling it
right
when they do it, and it's just a testament to WCW during the 90s, man. Because
who would have killed that Prince gimmick though? And you gonna laugh, Ray? But like for real, just thinking about what he did previously in WWE, Dustin Rose would have murdered the artist formerly known as Prince gimmick.
Oh, yeah.
Dustin Rose doing a Prince gimmick? Come on, man.
I mean, it would have fit in. Yeah, it would have fit in with what he was doing.
Instead of coming back and being Seven, like the random kid snatcher. Like nobody wants to watch this, brother.
Yeah, that was creepy.
He would have put on the assless jeans too.
Dustin Rose would have went all out for that damn Prince gimmick. That would have been amazing.
Yeah, he was willing to get breast implants at one point. So.
Yeah.
Hey, chin up, tatas out, as they say. Anything else before we wrap things up this week, fellas? Oh, actually, I have one thing before we wrap up.
I do too, and I
think we might be on the same wavelength, Chris, because on the last episode, one of the clips that Wade put up, which was great. We love when Wade puts up clips of the show because it gives the audience, that may not be here. How many people we got watching live right now, Ray?
We got 318 across 3 platforms.
Okay, so we got 300 people on average. We usually have about 300 or so people watching us live every time we do the NWA podcast every month. We appreciate it. We appreciate the comments, the super chats. We appreciate the subscriptions to the Kings of Sport Patreon. Don't forget that, folks. Patreon.com/the Kings of Sport. Tomorrow is the debut of Andrew Thompson's new show. But a lot of people, either listen to the show in segmented form and the audio version. There you go, Kings of Sport Patreon. Check us out, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to reach 100 subscribers by the end of the summer. If we do reach 100 subscribers by the end of the summer on the next edition of the NWA podcast, Ray gonna be out here in the Prince Iakea gimmick. I promise you. With the Ray just gonna be sitting there. Dig, if you will, a picture. So Wade puts up these clips of the show, and like it's a good way for people to check us out, get little bite-sized versions of the NWA podcast. The last clip Wade put up for us was when we talked about church.
Here we go. Money.
All right, we got Will Chisholm, who's been very, very generous. Thank you, Will. I never had the heart to tell my granny Johnny B. Bad wasn't black. So go to another memory in the invisible hands
Yes, you and Marcus Vanderberg was on that same track, brother. Marcus was stupefied when he found out that Mark Merrill was not part of the culture, but we appreciate Mark Merrill on these streets.
And then Karthik, 100 of whatever this currency is. Thank you, Karthik.
You said whatever this currency is, right? You don't know, right?
This symbol, I can't tell what that symbol
it's like
is.
The Prince
That's
symbol.
Not pounds or anything. Stop.
You don't understand. Monetary value has no meaning where I'm from, Ray.
But thank you, Karthik. What are
you.
What are your front runners for feud of the year? Feels like a closely contested race between Punk, Drew, and Cody Reigns. Rock.
Punk and Drew are at the bottom of my list. Who else did he say?
Cody Reigns
versus the Bloodline, basically.
I do think it's ran its course, but I would give it to Cody and Roman Reigns, just because I think the Punk stuff is, for me, it's starting to wear thin with Adam, what's his name, Drew McIntyre. It's I don't think it's wore completely thin yet, but there's nothing, like they're fighting over fucking like summer camp charm bracelet or something.
You don't understand the sentimental meaning, Chris.
Look, man, you can make 30 of those summer camp
things, somebody take your Kobe jersey. You gonna be
well, that Kobe jersey, there is sentimental value because I got it. That's the shirt I got from the tribute game that I had to miss an episode of Kings of Sport with Nate to go to that game because my wife got me the tickets for that. So I would be mad at that one.
You know what I'm saying? Pull out the blicky for that one.
Right. Yeah.
Drew McIntyre coming wearing your jersey.
I think Roman Cody, like the whole Roman Cody Brock bloodline story, that's in there for me. I'm trying to think of anything from AEW. Like the thing with AEW is like a lot of their feuds haven't really hit me, but like a lot of their matches have.
Yeah, same here.
Like a lot of their matches I've liked, but like in terms of long-standing feuds, like maybe Edge and Christian. Like they had a good little run, but yeah, as of right now, and again, we're about almost 9 months in, so about 3/4 of the way, close to it, of the year done. But right now, I'd still go with our boy Devontae versus the Bloodline. But and we appreciate that super chat, man. We appreciate all the super chats from everybody. Like it really does. Super chats and Patreon subscriptions really do help us do more things, man, with not only NWA, but with the Kings of Sport, because we're trying to make some moves this year. But I feel like it's fitting, Ray, that I am in a red shirt and Chris is in a blue shirt, because the clip that was posted about us talking about Terry Bollea at the RNC, we did receive a few comments from people like, hey guys, some were phrased much more courteously than others. But basically the gist was, hey, we appreciate y'all talking about this, but it would be nice if there was somebody from the other side to talk about this.
Yeah.
And so what I would say, and what I'm sure Chris is going to say here in a second, is if this were 1994 and not 2004, we could have a good faith discussion with Republicans. Spoiler alert, Chris, Ray, and I are all pretty much, if not Democrats, left-leaning independents. Ray used to be a socialist, but that's a different story for another day. They call that man Ray Che, Ray Guevara on these streets. It took me a second to figure out which one was a better. Was it Ray Che or Ray Guevara? Ray Guevara is, Dickie Bird. Dickie Bird. We need the Ray Guevara. Yes. A Che Guevara shirt you can actually wear without somebody accusing you of supporting murder. The Ray Guevara shirt. Dickie Bird, put it on the t-shirt, brother. You owe us after that Ray gun incident. You don't owe us, Dickie Bird, but your country does. /continent. But if this were 94 and we were a show that was, liberal or left-leaning or Democratic or whatever, I would have no problem bringing on somebody from the other side of the aisle, Chris, because we can have a good faith discussion on immigration or tax policy or the budget for our military, the defense budget, things of that nature. What we can't do in 2024 is have good faith debates when it comes to basic human rights.
Right, yeah.
Whether we're talking about, LGBTQ rights, the rights of Black folks and people of color, whether we're talking about the women's rights to autonomy on their own bodies. Like, we can have good faith discussions with people, but the current crop of, and I'll say Republicans in quotations, Chris, because these ain't your daddy's Republicans. These ain't even your granddaddy's Republicans. They on some new right now. Like where it's this MAGA wave of conservatism. You can't have a good faith conversation because that side is not coming in good faith. And so there is no value in us bringing somebody with that opinion onto this program, because it's not going to be a conversation that you want us to have, where it's like this debate where we all throwing out good faith ideas and we all want this country to be better. It's going to be a situation where we trying to throw out some good ideas and they're like, DEI hires. These immigrants are coming across the board and taking all these good jobs, these Black jobs. In fact, you guys should be worried. They're taking all the Black jobs. It's going to be this stuff where even evangelical Christians, even, people, like I grew up in a Christian household. The Jesus that a lot of these cats serve ain't my Jesus.
Yeah.
That ain't the Jesus I know. And so to your point, I understand if you're one of the people that were like, why don't these guys talk to somebody that, has a difference of opinion or from the other side of the aisle? And the honest answer is, and Chris can elaborate on this because this is his bailiwick. This is what Chris do for a living. Is, in my opinion, the reason why we don't have people like that on the show is because we can't have that conversation, because they're not coming in the spirit of faith to have that conversation. And so we're not going to waste our time or the audience's time. This, you know what I'm saying? Like, it'd be like Joe Rogan coming on this show.
Right.
What the hell Joe Rogan gonna say to us that we can have a fruitful conversation, man, and something that enlightens people, man, and something that makes people think a little bit different versus we just gonna be in our corners just scrapping it out. I'm not here for the scrapping it out show.
Right, yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, for me, I'm not gonna debate somebody or a group's humanity to anybody.
Exactly.
I'm just not doing that. To me, it's like I'm not a part of the gay community, but I empathize with what they go through. And I'm not. I would be acting in bad faith if I was to debate those issues from the side of a person who doesn't have to go through that. Me and my wife hold hands in public all the time. We never have to worry about being discriminated for being straight. I am never going to be pregnant. That is not an issue I can relate to on that level. So we can't have conservatives coming on this show that want to engage us in those debates. It wouldn't be fair to those communities. And it wouldn't be fair to our listeners who listen to us on a regular basis. And it's just there's like my whole thing with politics and stuff. I'm friends with people of all kinds of, like, from all walks of life. I'm even cool with some MAGA folks. A lot of these people know the lines not to cross with me.
You and Nikita Lyons been chopping it up,
right? Yeah.
Shout out to MAGA the Stallion.
But I think, because that's one of the things my wife never understood about me. I lived in Tennessee for most of grade school, and I lived in a red part of Tennessee for most.
Glenn Jacobs District,
right? Yeah, and so you can't even really go through life without having at least one MAGA friend. Some of them have fallen off. Some of them know the lines not to cross with me. But I can talk to anybody about anything, but I just can't have those kind of debates with people. Right. it does nothing for nobody. And that's just my thoughts on that aspect of the show we did last month, you know. I'm not gonna mention this dude's name, this idiot's name, because I think he was chasing clout. Like one thing that I will tell you about myself, and I might be able to speak for Nate, and maybe Ray and the youngest in charge. If you ever want me to, and I'm in a space now where people are actually asking me to do media, I've got no problem doing media, but the way you get me to do media is not by trying to call me out on Twitter, in a public post where you're talking fucking shit because somebody hurt your dumb bitch ass. You're not gonna get me doing that, man. The people who've ever asked me to do their shows, whether it's wrestling or political or whatever, they've all come at me, and this is how I come at them. If I know them and we follow each other, I'm gonna inbox you and I'm gonna be like, hey, we got this show going on. Do you want to do this show or whatever? Or if we're not following each other, I might hit you a tweet asking you if I could inbox you. And I'm gonna come at you like an adult and ask you to do this show and talk about what we're gonna be talking about on the show. I'm not just gonna be doing some random Twitter space with a dumbass that doesn't have a profile pic because you think you're owed an interview or whatever, or you think what we're doing is not on the up and up, and you're trying to interrogate because you're a dumbass and you think you're gonna stick us with something, man. So here's the thing with, and I told this to Andrew in a group chat. When I decided to like get behind Kamala Harris and see other wrestling fans do this, this was inspiration I had after being on the call about a month ago with the Black Men for Kamala Harris call. This was followed by what preceded it was the Black Women for Kamala Harris call. And then a bunch of other groups got on board. Then there was a South Asians for Kamala Harris.
It was a white dudes for Kamala call. This is real, yo. This is real.
A bunch of stuff. So my whole thing is like, why can't wrestling fans do this same thing? So behind the scenes, what not everyone sees is me, Nate, Andrew, and Ray have been talking about how do we do something for Kamala Harris to throw our support behind her, right? And then I went public with a couple of like teasers and stuff like that talking about it, because I was like, the goal was to collect money for Kamala Harris. The way I wanted to collect money is I wanted to go through Act Blue. We've talked about this. Me, Nate, Andrew, and Ray, we talked about this behind the scenes. I do not want money coming to us to give, because anytime you get money involved in something like this, unless 100% of it goes to the source, I'm not comfortable doing that. And I told Andrew, like, look, I don't mind people asking good questions. I really don't. Like, I didn't, like, even with this individual, I don't mind you asking, hey, how are you, where's this money going and stuff like that. Those are good questions. And if you ever get in politics, you have to expect those questions, is what I told Andrew. We got to expect those questions and have answers for them. What I ain't going to do with your bitch ass is play these games of you tweeting the motherfucker, talk about, are you guys money laundering, blah, blah, blah. Okay, dumbass. money laundering is a very specific accusation. It's when you are collecting money that's going to go to something that you have no intention of it going. You say, oh, money's going to this, but instead you're pocketing the whole thing.
Right.
That's what money laundering is. That's not what we were trying to do. And that's why I've been having such a hard time with the Act Blue people, because Act Blue, like when you start an organization, a political organization with Act Blue, I've been a part of them. I've just never started one on my own. They want you to get the right kind of tax filing, and they almost expect you to have a staff that you pay. That's not what we wanted to do. We wanted to start a fund where Kamala, at the time it was just Kamala, just Harris. Now it's the Harris Walls ticket. I just wanted all the money to go directly to that. If we were going to sell t-shirts, which we still might do, what we would do is ask our t-shirt guy, Dickie Bird, hey, how much do you need to start these shirts, and how much can we afford to give to Kamala Harris's campaign to do our civic duty to society? That's what we would do. None of us here are stupid with money. We all have fucking jobs. We all have jobs that are good jobs, right? We ain't scrounging around on the streets. So if I'm gonna ask for somebody's money, I will be very transparent and tell you where it's gonna go. You're not gonna play any got you games with us, because that's not what we're about, you know? Like I'm over here thinking, like, after Hulk Hogan's abysmal performance and embarrassing performance at the RNC, that, like, hey, all these other groups are doing this. We got evangelicals for Kamala Harris now, Republicans for Kamala Harris,
LGBTQ for Kamala.
Yeah, we got sports fans for Kamala Harris. I'm overthinking here, thinking, why can't we do a wrestling fans for Kamala Harris? And I've been talking to people behind the scenes, asking other hosts, hey, is this something you'd be interested in doing? And, you know, somebody's got to get the ball rolling on it. So we over here at Kings Nubian, at Kings of Sport and Nubian Wrestling Advocates, we're like, okay, what's the best way to get this implemented that's going to be clean and on the up and up, right? But if you're over here coming at us with accusations, that's one, is not cool because they're not founded. Right. Two, it's pathetic. I don't know who hurt you. I don't know what woman from high school or girl from high school didn't go to the prom with your bitch ass.
or boy, we don't know.
Or boy, whatever, no discrimination. But I don't know what that is. But don't ever come at us like that.
Right.
Don't come at me like that, you know? And
again, it's out of bad faith too. Again,
right?
It's you wonder why we won't have conversations.
Right? Yeah, and that's the thing. And I always welcome dialogue, right? Especially when it comes to something like if you're doing political donations. If I wasn't ready for questions, I wouldn't even do this, you know. But just the bad faith for some of these people, right? It's just it's just you're trying to play gotcha games. You're probably a MAGA. You're acting under the guise of whatever. You're talking about this, like the Israel stuff, and I don't even think you're good faith on that either. You know, I think your support for Israel comes from a Donald Trump support from a right-wing perspective, you know. And it's just really, really bad. So, like, again, to reiterate what Nate said, we want to have debates with people, but we can't have bad faith debates with people. We can't do that. And if like, and I look, none of us are giving up on the Kamala Harris stuff, but like, that's not something we're doing. We're just going to do it the right way. Yeah. But don't think you're going to just like tweet and stuff and just get us to do what you want to do.
Like bully us.
The plantation days are over.
I heard that.
We're not playing those games with you. So don't do that. Have respect. If you got questions, ask them. If you want to ask questions in a public way, by all means do that. But don't be trying to call us out and tag me in your bullshit posts and, you know, tagging Ray, tagging Nate, tagging Andrew, and other people have to tell us who the fuck you are. And then when we out you, you want to go like into hiding. After a while, I just blocked this dumbass because it was just like it was just so pathetic and shameful. And really just like I tried to give you grace that nobody else from Post wanted to give you. And then you pulled that shit. So just please, like, don't do that kind of stuff to us is all I'm asking.
We got again another time that didn't seem appropriate.
You
for
know,
the money thing. Especially if y'all gonna be accusing us of money laundering.
I mean, to be fair, we are money laundering this damn super chat money. That's going to raise Lexus right now.
Right, yeah.
The company car.
$75 to fill up the tank.
T. Anthony says it's like they don't understand what the doctor and Dr. Ely stands for.
You know, like seriously, man. Like I've been on this show for years. Like I've been with like communicating with John and Way when I was an undergraduate. I was listening to the law before those dudes were even working for live audio wrestling. This was back in the days with Jeff Merrick and
Mouth.
What's his name? Donnie Abreu. Mouth was there, I think. I was a high school junior listening to the law, running up high ass AOL bills for my mom. And I was in high school, and by the time John and Way started working for the law, I was listening in college, you know, because I went back to college because I had dropped out, and I went back to college, and I started working in politics for back then, right? I've been working since 2004, but back then I started getting more knee deep into it, and it became my major, and it became my life, and all this stuff. And you don't think we understand the laws of like politics and journalism and things of that nature before we do anything like that? And all this was a tease. Like I said, we weren't going to start collecting money until we got that aspect of what we're doing out the way. Like that's one of the things we're trying to figure. That's why we didn't go live with anything. You know, only thing I went live with was starting a Facebook group and posting it on Twitter. Who wants to join this? I tagged some people that I thought might want to join. There's some wrestlers who like, and the thing with this is like, there's a lot of wrestlers, and I don't fault anybody for not wanting to get on board with this, because for some, they might feel their job is threatened by it, you know? Yeah. And I would never want to put somebody out like that. But at the same time, I have faith in the wrestling business. That might be the dumbest thing I ever did. But I do think like,
they're gonna take away your doctorate for that one, Chris.
Right, yeah, you know, but
I have faith in the wrestling business.
I do think we're better than like Hulk Hogan tearing his shirt and Linda McMahon and Glenn Jacobs and people like that. The world looks at us like we are stupid pieces of trash. That's how they see wrestling fans.
Street trash,
Hulk
if you
Hogan,
will.
Yeah, what Hulk Hogan did at the RNC is how they look at most wrestling fans, you know?
True.
And I was hoping we could show that we are better than this, I'm gonna believe it until I just have no reason to believe it anymore.
Gotcha. Well, one person we can depend on in the wrestling business, I know he said we were going to bring this up briefly, was good old Jesse the Body Ventura, who's clapping back against Hogan. So shout out to Jesse Ventura, who was on Raw and who was on WWE programming not too long ago, last week, matter of fact. So
one of the few good things to come from Minnesota.
Right. And the thing with Jesse Ventura too is I don't see eye to eye with Jesse Ventura on a lot of political stuff, but Ventura at least knows this is bigger. This moment is bigger than the wrestling industry. It's bigger than even politics, you know. Yeah. This is something you want to be on the right side of. And I think for all of Jesse Ventura's conspiracy theories and stuff like that, he understands the moment that we're in. You know? So I have to give him respect for that. If you haven't watched him on Abby Phillips' show, or no, he wasn't on Abby Phillips' show. He was on Laura Coates' show, and he was on Al Sharpton's show, Politics Nation. Watch those clips. He goes in on Hogan. He talks about his support for Harris, because Ventura is typically a third party guy. He said we won't be seeing him at the DNC, which is unfortunate. I might actually be going to the DNC on Tuesday if everything goes.
That town in Jermaine Jones's neck of the woods.
Tay, you know.
Chris is like, damn, I didn't think about that.
Right, yeah. But
keep your Roman shirt at home.
If logistically me and my wife can make it make sense, we're gonna be there. If not, we'll go to the inauguration. I'm gonna be I'm stumping for Harris on the 29th in Nevada, because we're trying to help her win Nevada. I'm also gonna be making a stop in the DMV on the 20. I forget the day. It's going to be in September. So we'll be in Washington, D.C. And I'm going to be meeting up with people and seeing what we could do. But yeah, man. But we'll keep you all abreast. Me and Nate we talked about doing shows with people and just staying engaged in politics and starting a wrestling fan call is not the only way of staying engaged, you know. Like I said, like if we could do shirts, if whatever we could do, I think we want to do it, but we want to do everything the right way. And I'm not going to be fighting, and then I will not be addressing dorks on Twitter every week of this show. I'm just not doing that. I felt like I needed to do that today because it was just like people were really, and I do appreciate the postmarks and the fans out there for really like warning me about this idiot and telling me what was going on. And like really it seemed like they were looking out, and I appreciate that. Because I was just gonna like do exactly what I did and just go in on this dumbass. But I wasn't gonna mention his name because if you're looking for clout, go to somebody that's gonna give it to you. I don't do that shit.
Go play with your friends. Don't play with the NWA podcast. Is what my brother's saying. Right. And yeah, it's like, again, to Chris's comment, like I do think a lot of the listeners and the postmarks, man, and even people that, you know, have kind of found the show through the clips, like I mentioned, the way put up. For the most part, it's been respectful conversations, and we appreciate that. And again, man, like hopefully once this election cycle is over, we can get back to a world where if somewhere down the line there was somebody who had a respectful differing opinion, we can have that conversation. We just can't have that conversation right now.
Right.
And we did have that. Like I remember that one guy we had on the show. We talked about it and stuff, but he wasn't saying anything stupid, outrageous.
Well, there's people like our guy from Postmarks. Damn it, I'm blanking on my
Oh
boy's name.
yeah.
He
Not
Bruce,
but the other
not
dude.
Bruce, but who's my man? Damn it! Somebody in the chat, let me know my man's
Throw it
name.
out there. Throw it out there.
He's good people. But he worked for the George W. Bush White House.
Right. Yeah.
And like that's somebody we can have a conversation. Like, matter of fact, if you go back and listen to the episode of Postmarks I did, 20 damn minutes, 30 damn minutes of our conversation. David.
Oh yeah, David.
It's Bruce
yeah.
and David. Yeah. So
I
shout out to
invited him
David.
to my
man.
wedding. Yeah.
Yeah, David's good people, man. And like 20, 25, 30 minutes of that conversation of my episode of Postmarks was just me and David and Bruce kind of on the sidelines eating popcorn like that Michael Jackson gift. Me and David just having a robust discussion, man, where it's like, yeah, he might have came from a center right position. I came from a center left position. But if you have a conversation in good faith, man, at the end of the day, you can you can make progress. And so, yeah, hopefully we can get to a place in this country where we can get back to stuff like that. But right now ain't the time when you have so many non-negotiable lines that one side of the aisle wants to keep crossing and then expect to have a good conversation. That ain't happening. But you know where you can get good conversation, Ray Williams?
Where's that?
On the NWA podcast on Post Wrestling, Ray.
Indeed.
Any final things before we wrap up on this brisk 5-hour episode of the podcast, fellas?
I think those are all the news and notes that we wanted to touch on, all the previews and reviews.
Okay. I feel like we need like something to brighten the mood a little bit on the way out. So Ray, as we go through our plugs, pull up that Steve Harvey picture one more time, dog. With a video audience. Because this is what America's about, ladies and gentlemen. Even if you have disputes in a courtroom, you can come together. Like, what? JJ, Taskmaster? Oh, Lord. That's how we can come together as a country, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, we appreciate everybody. We still over 300 people watching right now, Ray Williams.
Indeed, 324 to be exact.
We gained people talking about politics. Ooh, I am shocked, ladies and gentlemen. Shocked, I tell you. But yeah, we appreciate each and every one of y'all, man. That's up at damn near 1:30 in the morning on the East Coast. Checking us out. It's even later in some other parts of the world. Hell, Martin Bushman might be getting ready for work right now. It's so damn late / early. But we appreciate everybody checking us out this month, man. Again, like, the support for the show means a lot to us. We appreciate all the super chats tonight and all the comments tonight. Again, one last time, Kings of Sport, patreon.com/Kings of Sport. If you got $5 to spare this month, we really appreciate it because we're trying to make some moves happen, as Chris said, with not only the new shows that we got, but also, doing some interviews, being more political in this election cycle, man, and just putting out good conversations and discussions, man, because so much of what you hear on the airwaves is negative and it's divisive, as Dwayne Johnson would say, Chris. And we trying to come through with some common sense talk for the people, whether we talking sports, politics, pro wrestling, movies, whatever. So if you got $5 to spare, we'd appreciate y'all checking us out, man. It really does go a long way. I know you saying, like, what my little $5 gonna do? Believe us, man. It helps us out. Ultimately, I'd love to get to the point where I can actually come out of pocket and pay Chris some money, and pay Ray some money, and pay Andrew and Chinyere and Brittany Monet and Jennifer Smith and Steve Willie and Vanessa Shark and some of the other people that we got affiliated with the Kings of Sport. Pay them a little bit of bread for their hard time, hard work and effort. I turned to Dusty Rhodes for a second. You understand hard times, Postmarks? Let me tell you something. The Patreon to put hard times on the Kings of Sport. We did a podcast for 10 years. 10 years. And because y'all didn't send us the Patreon money, Patreon kicked us in the butt, gave us a gold watch, and said, "Have a nice day, Daddy."
All the workers gotta go on OnlyFans, Daddy.
Can't pay your bills, can't pay your wages. It's hard time showing your feet out here for money, Daddy. I had to show my feet on the internet to put baby Devontae through school, Daddy. Now we're just being silly, y'all. But yeah, if you want to support us, we definitely appreciate it. And like Ray said, I think Ray said last episode, like, if you just want to check us out for a month and decide that, hey, I love the guys, but the shows ain't my bag, hey, we appreciate you for trying it out. But if you do try it out and decide you want to stick around, hey, welcome to the party. We'd appreciate it. So, Chris, as we leave on a note of togetherness, as inspired by J.J. Dillon, Kevin Sullivan, and Steve Harvey, what you got for the people, Chris? Let people know where they can find you on social media and come at you respectfully, brother.
I know, right? All right, so yeah, I'll be again, I'm gonna be in Vegas next on the 29th for some political stuff. I'll be in the
NWA Podcast is running Vegas right now.
Yeah,
Nephew
so
out there, Chris finna be out there.
Yeah, so we're like what I said, I'm really trying to work hard. All I want to do is figure out where my civic duty is best put at, right? Because I want to do more than voting. I think we all want to do more than voting on this show, because we really have some real world threats that we're facing in the United States of America that we are gonna have to overcome if we're gonna be doing good stuff. I want to give a shout out. I want to give a few shout outs. First person I want to give a shout out to is my homegirl, Reese Colbert. She works with the Roland Martin show. She's usually on the Thursday panel. She works with Black Women Views, and she's got a Sirius XM show that comes on every Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. my time. So I want to give her a shout out because she's really good at giving advice. Her show is very pointed at the moment, and hopefully we have her on the Kings of Sport. I'm talking to just a lot of different people in the space, running things at them. Once we get some stuff confirmed, the Kings of Sport is gonna be bigger than it was, and so will the NWA podcast, and I'm looking forward to all of it. Love Ray's been a great addition to our team, and we're all, none of us are getting gangbusters money for this thing. We're not, we can't retire tomorrow. I still have to.
I mean, you could, but you ain't gonna go far with it,
right?
Chris.
Yeah. So we're still trying to.
So your wife ain't gonna let you retire off of this, Chris.
Yeah, I know, right? We're trying to turn this into a career. You know what I'm saying? Even if I don't think I'm ever gonna be done teaching college, but I also want this to be like podcasting. Whether it's wrestling, sports, politics, whatever, I want this to be a part of my life, and we're able to do this stuff, which all support and tweeting us, asking us questions, giving us kickback. Because even like Nate said on that YouTube video, there were people that disagreed, but did it in a very good way, a good, healthy way. Or when they argued, they did it in a very good way that actually made me feel kind of good, because at least you're engaging,
Right.
And
that's all we ask is you come in. You don't have to agree with us on everything. I would be surprised if you agree with us on everything, but even if you have disagreements, come at it from a good faith perspective, and we'll always chop it up with you.
Right, for real.
At least Chris will. I don't be on these social media streets like that no more. Only time I'm on these social media streets is to represent my Chicago Sky on these streets, Ray Williams. And I'll fight you for Angel Reese and Camila Cardoso.
Yeah, I'm not even on. I'm on Twitter maybe once or twice a month. You can look at my Twitter wall. It's not tweets on there every day. It even on when I go back on YouTube and watch our shows and comment to look at the comments to stay engaged. But we don't live on social media here at NWA. That's just not something we do. Not a knock to you if you do live on social media, but we got bills and shit to pay.
The only person that
Indeed.
live on social media is this young man, Rizzy Ray. The kids call him Rizzy Ray.
I don't know about all that.
Hitting up that skibbity-doo toilet.
Skibbity-doo. But
only way I know about this stuff is because my niece was talking about it this past weekend.
Right. Yeah.
Skibbity-doo toilet.
I don't know nothing
Skibbity
about it.
toilets, Rizzy. Rizzy Ray.
But real quick, we do have one last.
Get the money song.
Oh yeah, I gotta get it. Break it out. Here it go.
Here comes the money.
Hey.
One back.
You don't get a spoon.
I took it all.
But
But
all our super chat money taken away.
T. Anthony says, go harkening back to what we were talking about before, the American Soul, Dusty Rose.
Yes, shout out to the Dream, man. That is one of the greatest speeches in American history.
Right.
Oh shoot, we got another one.
Oh, that was earlier.
Oh, that was the earlier one. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, T. Anthony with the double dip. But shout out to everybody that's hit us with the super chats tonight, man. We really appreciate that, man. It means a lot to us.
Indeed. All right. Oh, if it's going on to me, then
It's going on to you, Ray Williams,
right,
aka the super producer, aka Rizzy Ray. That's what the kids call him, aka Caitlin Dark,
Caitlin
the
Dark,
Caitlin
yeah.
Clark producers, aka Ray Guevara. Put it on the shirt, nigga bird.
Since we are giving out shout outs, I do want to shout out. I know everybody in the chat. Thank you for contributing, even if you couldn't give super chats. Thank you guys for just keeping the conversations going and being respectful with your comments. But one person in particular who I pretty much see on a pretty regular basis on these pop culture conventions that I go to, Anwar Starwin, again, friendo of the program. Appreciate you. Saw them again at Otakon, which is a Japanese culture fest.
Okay.
A couple weeks ago. It was actually happening the weekend of SummerSlam. So
okay.
So appreciate you. And again, if you guys see us out there and you follow the program and you see us out there, even our regular day lives, like don't be afraid to come up and chat with us and let us know that you're listening and that you're enjoying the program. So please.
I know Ray looks intimidating standing next to the Lexus with his shades on. Got them blue blockers on from 1999. But don't be intimidated. Ray just a normal human being, just like the rest of us.
Just a normal human being. But yes, indeed, patreon.com/the Kings of Sport, Kings of Sport proper podcast. As mentioned earlier by Nate, SBF podcast, newest episode of the Spinning Black Fist podcast is out. The only podcast that we will allow Joe Rogan to participate in on the Kings of Sport network. Come on down, Joe. You're welcome with your MMA takes, but I don't know about anything else. But
believe me, Ray, if y'all ever get somebody like Joe Rogan on or any of these damn UFC fighters on the show, I'm gonna be in the back producing just in case they say something a little sideways. I'm gonna pop up like Drewski. Now, what do you mean by that?
We'll definitely have you if we get Dana White on the phone. But
my good buddy Dana White.
Yeah, good
buddy Dana White.
But yes, we
gonna start a new podcast with me, Dana White, and Ari Emanuel. It's gonna be called TK Bro.
Like GI Bro.
Shout out to GI Bro, a real American hero.
Yeah, indeed. But yes, newest episode just dropped for Spinning Black Fist podcast. Myself and Chi going over, and pretty much it might be a little bit outdated by now because we were previewing UFC 305, which happened last night, Saturday night, with Dricus du Plessis defending his championship against former UFC heavy or middleweight champion Israel Adesanya. So I have no spoilers if you didn't watch the fight yet. I'm sure John and our guy Eric Marcotte have a great review of the show. So if you didn't get the chance to watch the show and you don't want to pay the $80 to watch the replay, go ahead, listen to the post show.
I'm not paying no damn $80 for a replay, Ray.
Yeah. I'm sure John and Eric got you covered. But as far as with me and Chi-Chi, we just go in our preview of the show, and Chi-Chi talks about the importance of having an African champion on the ground in South Africa, which is her home country. So, and we go over that and some other stuff, including the Olympics. We don't talk too much about Ray Gunn, but we do go into the controversy behind Jordan Childs. Let Jordan Childs live. Let her have her medal. She earned it.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say about that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, be on the lookout. Maybe next weekend there might be. I know. Again, I was busy during SummerSlam, so we couldn't do a live watch along on the Kings of Sport channel for SummerSlam. But be on the lookout. We might be able to get something together for All In next weekend. So keep your eyes peeled for that. All right, and that's all I got, brother Nate.
Okay. Y'all follow that man Two-Way Ray on our socials.
Yes.
Like Ray is the ringleader of the live watches. We've done WNBA live watches, NBA Finals live watches. He did a which pay-per-view did you live watch, Ray?
I believe
that you didn't announce for the people until like an hour before.
I know. That might have been.
That's not how promotion works, baby.
I know. That might have been the last AEW pay-per-view that we had.
I think it might have been.
Yeah, I know. I did one for Money in the Bank. Yeah, I think I did one for Money in the Bank. But yeah, I definitely wasn't doing anything for NXT. So no shade to Shawn, brother.
HBK slander.
No shade.
We see you, brother Shawn Michaels. Sweet Chin Music, and we won't pass the ox.
Hey.
I got a couple shout outs since everybody want to do shout outs now. That like we ain't never did shout outs like that before, but now everybody want this to be the damn time join the morning show giving shout outs. That's a reference like 20% of the audience may get, maybe less than that. But that 20% really enjoyed that reference. First of all, I want to give a shout out after Ray lets me go ISO.
Yes, indeed.
Hit the button, Ray.
Yes.
First of all, I want to give a shout out to head coach Tony Dungy.
Hey.
The book that I used as the prop for my opening, the cold open, like, and let me know, did that opening work for y'all? Because we was just trying something tonight. I don't know if it worked. I don't know if it didn't. But Coach Tony Dungy, his book, Quiet Strength, it's a really daggone good book. I was going to cuss, but I can't really cuss with the Tony Dungy church book in my hand.
Not with him watching you, yeah.
Yeah, Tony, like he watched me, like you better not cuss, Nate. This is exactly how Tony Dungy sounds.
I know, right?
I'm Coach Tony Dungy. I don't know. I slipped into like Rick James. I'm Tony Dungy. Enjoy yourself. Well, that is. Shout out to Coach Tony Dungy, man. One of my favorite head coaches of all time in the NFL. But that ain't got nothing to do with anything that we talking about here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I want to give a real shout out to the two brothers that without them, we would not be here. John Pollock and Wei Ting.
Yeah.
The proprietors of Post Wrestling and the ringleaders of everything that you see here, man, all the good people that they brought in to the Post Wrestling family, the Post Avengers that they've assembled, people like Rich Fan, people like W.H. Park, people like the Nubian Wrestling Advocates here, people like Bruce Lord, people like Kern Peterson, people like Kate from Montreal, people like my boy John Cena on these streets, Bruce Lord on these streets. So many great people, man, here at Post Wrestling. And you guys, man, y'all are part of what makes Post Wrestling great. The people out here, man. I sound like Bane now. It's you, the people. I'm just doing a lot of damn impressions tonight.
You are.
I think like the older I get, like I'm just leaning into impressions and songs and stories about Jupe. That's all I got for y'all at this point, ladies and gentlemen. But I still got a lot left in the tank. But yeah, speaking of that, shout out to everybody that wished me well wishes for my birthday, man. I really appreciate that. Shout out to everybody that showed love to the nephew. Look at Way out here on these streets with the eyes. Way is looking at the time. Way is like, how long are these brothers going tonight? And thank you, Wei Ting. We appreciate you. We appreciate. I feel like we are the most unruly of all the shows. And I'm not going to say unruly. I'm going to say we're the most unpredictable of all post wrestling shows. But you know what, Wei? Yes, this thing is unpredictable. But in the end, Ray Williams is right. We hope y'all had the show of your damn life. That's all you can do, Ray. We're going to get sued by the Green Day people or Jerry Seinfeld. Yeah. I don't know who owned the rights right now. But yeah, real quick, love the John and Wei for everything they do. What we got from Anwar in these streets?
He just says, sleep well, everyone.
Thank you, Anwar. We appreciate you. But yeah, shout out to John and Wei. Shout out to Righteous Reg, who provided the theme song for this show. Still, like after like almost 2 years, maybe more now. I can't remember how long since we made the transition to post. Righteous Reg's theme song always makes me smile when we're waiting for it to go through on the nights we do these shows. And like I think that's it. John and Wei, Righteous Reg. Shout out to the youngest in charge. Happy birthday, nephew.
Happy birthday.
We appreciated you dropping in and spending some time on your birthday with us, man. We love and appreciate you, brother. And most importantly, what'd you say, Ray?
Robert Pearson for the design.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Robert Pearson for the design. Is it a Robert Pearson design?
Or am I thinking about the Rocky?
You think about the Rocky Maivia Picture Show. Like,
my bad.
Yeah, Robert Pearson did his thing with the Rocky Maivia Picture Show, but I believe this design is from
was it Braden or somebody?
No, this wasn't Braden. This was one of my guys from my old show, Pipe Bomb Radio. He's a graphic designer / amateur bodybuilder. So
that's interesting.
It wasn't Elio. Austin James. Shout out to my man Austin James.
Shout out to Austin
for that logo. But yeah, as I was saying before, Ray kind of derailed me a little bit. What else we got?
Brian Mack just sending $4.99, just being kind. Thank you.
Hey, $4.99, just being kind. We'll take that amount anytime.
Bars.
You might even get a rhyme.
Go.
That's all I got. But as I was saying, most importantly, you, the listener, the audience, we appreciate y'all, man, for rocking with us. Like I said, over 300 people this time of the damn night or / morning is cool for us, man. We really appreciate it every time we get on the mics and do this thing. Heinzie, take your ass to sleep, man. I know you're still watching, brother. But yeah, stay tuned for more from the Kings of Sport. Like I said, tomorrow or damn near today. Probably 9 hours from now, maybe give or take, depending on when we wake up. The Andrew Thompson Interviews podcast will make its debut on the Kings of Sport feed. So if you're not subscribed to the Kings of Sport feed, the free feed, subscribe to it. You'll hear the first episode where Andrew Thompson sits down with Alex Kane, former MLW World Heavyweight Champion. It's a great interview, and Andrew and I kind of do the director's cut thing around that. And Kung Fu Island is coming up Labor Day weekend with me and Brent Chittenden talking about all these Kung Fu movies, kicking it off with Black Dynamite. Andrew Thompson Interviews and Kung Fu Island. So we got some stuff in store for you. How many shows do we really have in stock? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5. We ain't got that many. We got like 2 in a possible. We playing spades here. That's gonna do it for tonight's show. Appreciate y'all, man. For the youngest in charge, the birthday boy himself, Andrew Thompson. For our man Rizzy Ray Guevara, Caitlin Dark, Two-Way Ray. For the professor, Chris from LA. Keep in mind, the only laundering he does is when he does his wash at home.
I don't even do that. That's
You say you don't even do that, Chris?
Nah. I pay the Ritz people to do it for me.
You bougie. Hell, if I was a damn doctor, I wouldn't do my own laundry either. Like, let's keep it a buck. But yeah, so for Chris, for Ray, for nephew, I am the Godfather, Nate Milton. Thank you all for joining us for the August edition of the NWA Podcast. We hope y'all have fun because we certainly did. And we will see y'all next month for the fastest trip in pro wrestling, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates. So remember, The revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted. We'll see y'all next month. Hit the button, bro.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the professor, the godfather, host wrestling the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.